The blazing summer sky covered the sharp barbed wire fences in a sweltering atmosphere, leading to a mysterious, isolated shelter that the little girl had never dared to imagine. The boy with a bandage on his face softly affirmed that this was a top-secret place, and no one would ever be able to find them here, while asking her not to worry, because the other children certainly had no reason to set foot in this desolate place. Standing at the threshold, the girl's face clearly showed bewilderment and extreme hesitation at the haunting proposal, as the boy pointed to the pitch-black tunnel entrance and told her to stay here forever with him. Inside the bunker, there was only bone-chilling cold and gloomy darkness, completely separated from the sunlight outside. The moment that coldness touched her skin, the girl panicked, turned her head, and used all her might to run away, dashing through the dense bushes in absolute terror of her companion, a fear even greater than the deep darkness of the bunker that was slowly swallowing the silhouette of the boy standing silently at the entrance. The summer rain poured down in torrents, enveloping the entire school in a gloomy and heavy atmosphere, making the students inside constantly complain about their soaking wet socks and wonder when this rain would finally stop. Amidst the complaints, a schoolgirl suddenly spoke up, asking her friend if the strange object in the distance looked scarier in the rain. As her eyes were glued to the cold military defense wall hiding behind the misty rows of trees, the friend casually replied that it had been there for a long time and would look much more terrifying if anyone dared to get close to observe it. Barricades and prohibition signs were erected all over the entrance, marking the beginning of the dismantling of the mysterious military structure. But the suddenness of demolishing such a towering architecture still made the girl unable to help feeling that something was abnormal. She then jokingly hypothesized about a suicide from above, despite the boy sitting next to her sulking because their familiar route to school was closed. The jokes about ghosts haunting anyone passing by made her desk mate irritably turn around and demand an immediate end to that cruel prank, while a hand silently gripped the edge of the desk as if trying to suppress a terrifying obsession that was slowly awakening. The little girl slumped on the desk in a sharp pain, ignoring the oppressive presence of the classmates around her, softly letting out a hopeless groan as her trembling hands tried to find an anchor amidst the encompassing alienation. She snapped around with teary, defensive eyes and interrogated why the other person dared to stand right behind her like a ghost, while the others casually threw mocking words about her fading existence, wondering if a soul could feel pain. Dropping her head in exhaustion, she bitterly realized that in the eyes of everyone in this school, she was nothing more than an obnoxious thorn that needed to be removed. A bespectacled schoolgirl coldly glued her eyes to her phone screen and reminded the group to just ignore her and be done with it, assuming that all those expressions were just a gimmick to attract attention, abandoning the girl who was quietly looking at the gray military structure out there. Her skinny hands clutched her stomach as if trying to stop the persistent pain, silently thinking that she had never gotten used to this cruel treatment. She was even less able to adapt to the gloomy place, where the cold defensive walls still stood imposing under the white curtain of rain, right at the volatile border region, where the line between life and obsession was as fragile as a thread. Being located close to the front line, military structures like bunkers or defensive walls had long become an indispensable part of the daily sight. But being abandoned for too long had turned them into ugly scars, making the surrounding residents inevitably feel disgusted and repulsed whenever looking at them. That was the real reason why that solid military wall finally had to face the merciless dismantling order right before the little girl's eyes. Resting her head on the desk, she silently thought that those useless things only got in the way and brought no benefit to present life. Leaving school, she quietly walked through the deserted streets, where the gloomy atmosphere of the borderland was always present in every alleyway leading home. Her trembling, skinny hands touched the electronic lock keypad, trying to drown out the echoing laughter and chattering from inside the apartment, only to stand frozen with an anxious face and cold sweat rolling down her forehead as she prepared to step into the place supposedly called home. She softly greeted that she was home, catching the sight of her mother laughing happily beside her father, who was sitting with his arms crossed in a strictly serious posture. The mother paused for a beat before forcing herself to ask if her daughter was already back, with an expression full of surprise and awkwardness. The father immediately made a sarcastic remark that she could have taken her time instead of coming back so early, leaving the girl to mumble an explanation that today's classes ended earlier than expected. Hearing her mother tell her to go inside, Xiaowu trudged along with a faint, resigned yes. But at that very moment, the mother hurriedly turned away and called out to Ji-won in a completely different, excited tone of voice. She opened the room door and asked in surprise why the younger daughter still hadn't changed out of her school uniform at this hour. Ji-won immediately turned around and snapped at her mother with a highly annoyed face, clearly showing her frustration at the poorly timed concern. The girl let out depressed grumbles while Xiaowu was still standing silently observing from behind the door with mournful eyes. Suddenly, Ji-won lunged forward and shoved Xiaowu hard to step outside, a malicious collision clearly demonstrating the contempt for her older sister. The younger sister screamed, demanding that their mother find a way to get rid of Xiaowu immediately because she didn't want to see that face for another second, while complaining that the room was already too cramped and there was no reason for the family to take her in when other relatives had all refused. The argument reached its peak when Ji-won forced their mother to give up caring for her, making Xiaowu only able to tremble and tightly grip the doorknob in ultimate hurt. Amidst the venomous assertions about not wanting to continue being the responsible one, leaving the little girl standing isolated in the dark space, Xiaowu stood silently outside the door with heavy eyes, her soul seemingly suffocated after hearing the harsh words of her younger cousin. She stared intently at the commemorative photo frame on the wooden shelf, searching for a little warmth from the past amidst the gloomy space of this cold reality. The aunt suddenly opened the door and was momentarily startled when she caught her standing frozen there, hurriedly asking if she had heard what just happened. She hesitantly explained that Ji-won was just going through some unhappy things and hoped she wouldn't mind it, while she could only force a smile and reply that she was fine. Xiaowu bowed her head slightly to thank her aunt for always caring for her, but then her aunt's hesitant expression suddenly made her feel unusually uneasy. The aunt's hands tightly gripped the paper bag, as if trying to gather all her courage to make a proposal she knew for sure would hurt the little girl. She handed the bag to Xiaowu and tentatively asked if she could find a friend's house to stay at temporarily for tonight, while bitterly saying that it broke her heart to see her having to live so submissively, making Xiaowu silently think she was the only one in the house with any compassion left. She tremblingly accepted the bag and expressed her thanks choked with emotion, trying to reassure herself that her aunt truly didn't want to drive her away. But then her eyes suddenly widened in emptiness upon realizing that the aunt believed she actually had a friend to rely on, a place to go to on this cold, rainy night. Xiaowu dazedly opened the paper bag her aunt had just given her to check the items inside. But the naked truth about the sensitive packages lying next to the toothbrush made her chest tighten in utmost humiliation. Standing isolated in the middle of the room, the little girl stared at the bag with a vacant face, as if she had just lost her last shred of hope in family bonds. The sky suddenly swirled with dark clouds, thunder roaring over the sharp barbed wire fences under the torrential rain that began to pour down. Freezing raindrops fell on the asphalt road, soaking the old shoes as Xiaowu walked silently in the uncertainty of her soul. When she snapped out of her dark thoughts, she realized she was standing right next to the cold military wall without even knowing when she got there. Her heavy gaze looked down at the ground, silently thinking that this place wasn't actually high enough to easily end a life as rumored. The image of her classmates laughingly discussing far-fetched suicides suddenly returned to her mind like a bitterly sarcastic irony to reality. Xiaowu climbed to the top of the gray wall, standing silently in the rain, believing that no one would care that someone was standing there, only to bow her head and look down at the empty space below, where despair was gradually swallowing the last remaining shreds of her trampled self-esteem. Xiaowu suddenly noticed an old bunker cover lying right behind the fence layer, and silently thought that there also existed a separate way out. Even though she knew full well that bunkers always carried terrible memories, she understood clearly that her position right now left her with no right to choose. Looking at her soaking wet shoes under the pouring rain, the little girl worried that if she kept standing outside forever, her whole body would be drenched for the entire long day. She told herself that even if the military wall was high enough, she couldn't end everything anyway, because the fear of the cold raindrops touching her body was greater than her will. So, She decided to open the hatch and crawl deep inside the secret bunker to find a temporary hiding place. Her skinny hands struggled to pull the turning wheel to tightly close the bunker door, creating a heavy noise echoing in the dark space. Following the flashlight beam from her phone, Xiaowu tremblingly walked down the iron stairs that had been worn down and rusted by time. The moment her feet touched the cold dirt floor, she paused for a beat to feel the gloomy atmosphere enveloping her entire body. Before her eyes was an endless long corridor, cluttered with debris and trash, as if it had been forgotten by the whole world for decades. The little girl stood silently looking into the deep darkness where light never reached, bitterly realizing the desolation of her last refuge. Xiaowu held her phone and tiptoed in, silently thinking that this dark place was no different from a terrifying test of courage. But fortunately, she found a bathroom that still had enough electricity and water to wash her body and dry her soaking wet clothes. After getting everything sorted, she slumped down on the old sofa with a face full of exhaustion and weariness, silently praying in her heart that she wouldn't have to bury her life in this pitch-black bunker forever. To stop negative thoughts from surrounding her, she decided to lie down and try to fall asleep as quickly as possible. In her dreams, she still always yearned that one day she would find someone who truly needed her, so that she could finally have a real home, a peaceful place to return to after the storms. Suddenly, the little girl woke up with a start, her eyes wide open in sheer terror as she sensed something unusual. She hurriedly sprang up, directing her highly vigilant gaze toward the brightly lit stairs leading to the entrance, only to be completely stunned upon seeing that the bunker hatch had been thrown wide open by someone, revealing an astonishing patch of deep blue sky. Xiaowu sprang up from the sofa in shock, wondering why the bunker door could be wide open like that when she clearly remembered closing it. She firmly asserted that she had locked it tight, and this was not the kind of door that could open on its own, making fear begin to creep into every fiber of her being. So she crept toward the pitch-black corridor, her hand clutching the phone tightly as her sole protective charm amidst the silent space. A terrible thought suddenly flashed in her mind about someone having secretly broken in while she was fast asleep. Xiaowu's eyes widened in panic as she tried to adjust her vision to see through the night that was surrounding her. Just as a blinding light from the bunker door suddenly shone down, exposing the silhouette of a person standing quietly observing from afar. The little girl's entire body felt completely frozen the moment the lights in the bunker began to flicker bizarrely. Amidst the scattered ruins, the figure of a schoolboy gradually became clear in the dim light, creating a breathtakingly dramatic atmosphere, until Xiaowu's gaze met the shoes of the stranger who was approaching step by step. She realized this presence carried no good intentions whatsoever, because standing in front of her right now was a haunting figure with bloodstains patchy on his sleeves, signaling the beginning of a true nightmare. A mysterious figure loomed out from the deepest, hidden corners of the darkness, terrifying Xiaowu to her core as she frantically dashed up the stairs in hopes of escaping this hellhole. The hurried footsteps chasing after her echoed dryly on the ground, closing in on the little girl's every move, while she cast a desperate, longing gaze toward the brightly lit, wide-open trapdoor high above. Xiaowu's mind froze upon seeing the haunting, patchy bloodstains clinging to the stranger's clothes, while her feet wouldn't stop trembling on every step of the cold iron staircase. She was shocked to realize the figure was wearing the exact same uniform as her school, a terrifying truth beginning to close in. Right as a ruthless, blood-stained hand reached up, tightly gripping the handle to extinguish the very last ray of light. The trapdoor slammed shut heavily, officially imprisoning both souls in a space completely isolated from the world. Xiaowu's eyes widened in sheer despair, her face drenched in sweat as she silently realized she was officially trapped in this place. Xiaowu froze, her face turning pale as she recognized the presence of an old acquaintance right in the dark cellar. It was Ju Won-hyuk, the teenage boy using his bloodied hand to clamp down on the trapdoor to snuff out the final glimmer of light. Her eyes trembled with shock as she identified the face of her peer standing tall right in front of her. Memories suddenly flooded back, along with a cold warning from the past that she should never foolishly approach the weirdo sitting all alone out there. She recalled the disdainful stares at school, where everyone expressed their utmost hatred toward that teenage boy. Xiaowu blankly realized the reason behind that alienation, An invisible fear had always enveloped his sullen silhouette, only for that very silhouette to emerge now from the deep darkness, leaving her with no choice but to mumble his name in astonishment. Ju-won-hyuk looked straight at her with tragic eyes, silently affirming that she was the only person he had ever tried to reach out to for solace. The little girl softly uttered his name once more, the sound so weak as if trying to dispel the suffocating atmosphere engulfing them both. Facing a heavily bruised Ju-won-hyuk, Seo-woo stood stunned, questioning if this was the harsh reality she was forced to confront. Ju-won-hyuk's face appeared full of bruises and scratches, his eyes revealing a look of extreme exhaustion. As his blood-stained hand gently let go of the trapdoor handle, leaving behind haunting crimson streaks on the cold metal surface, he weakly whispered Nam Seo-woo's name, making the little girl flinch and cower, her eyes wide open in panic and extreme defensiveness. Looking at Ju-won-hyuk's blood-soaked shirt, anyone would be terrified, but for Seo-woo, this horror carried an entirely different meaning. She curled up on the rusty iron stairs, unable to stop shaking at the terrifying reality slowly materializing right before her eyes. His silhouette standing in the dim light reminded her of the ugly label that people always forced upon outcasts, drifting her mind back to brief memories of elementary school, where destiny first made them cross paths in an old classroom. That year she had just turned 10. After her parents' tragic accident, the poor little girl was forced to move in with her aunt, and became classmates with her cousin Ji-won, who was never too keen and always maintained a distant attitude toward her arrival. Amidst an unfamiliar border region full of dull gray military structures, Seo-woo could only resign herself to following behind Ji-won since she was the only person she knew at the time. Naturally, Seo-woo started spending time around Ji-won's friend group, trying to seek out a fabricated connection. But the darkness from her past tragedies had turned her into a sullen child, always carrying a sorrowful, distant look in her eyes. She bitterly realized she would forever be an outsider, always trudging silently behind the laughter of people who didn't belong to her world. Then one day, while quietly gazing at her family photo with deep regret in the silence of her bedroom, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly echoed from afar, startling the little girl in terror, her whole body trembling from the shock. Seo-woo hurriedly rushed to the window, bewildered and wondering if that was the desperate cry for help from some girl. She pressed her face against the cold glass, straining her eyes to look through the night to find the source of that terrifying sound. Her gaze suddenly stopped when she caught sight of a boy sitting all alone, wondering if that was truly a human being. Seo-woo silently wondered if he was her age and why he was sitting solitarily outside at this hour. She quietly observed, thinking to herself that perhaps the horrific scream just now came from the very house the boy was sitting by. Since the moment she caught that boy sitting with his head bowed down alone on the steps, everything in her life started taking a turn. Out of an unconscious habit, Seo-woo began watching the teenage boy next door whenever darkness slowly blanketed the border village. Quietly watching that silhouette through the window frame made her empty hours suddenly feel less lonely. Seeing her cousin's curiosity, Ji-won casually kept her eyes glued to her phone and said that the guy sitting out there was Ju-won-hyuk. Seo-woo absent-mindedly repeated the unfamiliar name while her younger cousin confirmed he was currently studying in class one of the same grade. But then Ji-won's expression suddenly turned serious. She lowered her voice and warned Seo-woo to absolutely never go near him, because hiding behind that sullen exterior was the horrifying title of a cold-blooded murderer's son. Seo-woo was so stunned she was rendered speechless, her eyes wavering wildly at the utterly horrific information she just received. Ji-won revealed that his family moved here to run away from his father's sinful past, but the murder case from back then was so shocking that the whole town knew about it. When Seo-woo tremblingly asked about the desperate scream the other night, Ji-won just coldly replied that it must have been a cry for help from his own mother. The rumor about the mother going insane after witnessing that bloody tragedy years ago kept haunting that pitiful family, making Ji-won feel inevitably disgusted, constantly complaining about why they had to live right next to such people. The younger cousin coldly ordered Seo-woo to strictly keep her distance, leaving her older cousin alone as she quietly stared out at the deserted yard. The students' hatred turned into action when they used markers to vent all their vicious words onto the gate of Ju-won-hyuk's house, only for the whole group to frantically urge each other to run away fast, fearing the guy they were mocking would suddenly step outside. Seo-woo dazedly looked at the tracks of the troublemakers, silently repeating the claim that the entire school hated him. She curiously directed her gaze toward the house, wondering about her friend's true motives for seeking out this seemingly cursed place. The entire iron gate was defiled by bright red writing calling him the son of a murderer, along with other cruel, insulting words. Witnessing that heartbreaking scene, Seo-woo stood in silence with boundless pity for her fellow isolated peer. Just as Ju Won-hyuk sullenly walked out with a rag, enduringly wiping away the emotional wounds etched deep into the iron gate. Seo-woo stood silently watching Ju Won-hyuk submissively using an old rag to wipe away the filthy insults stamped on the gate. A glint of anxiety flashed in the little girl's eyes as she realized she seemed to be witnessing a deeply painful, private moment. The teenage boy kept working in silence, his trembling hands trying to erase all traces of hatred while Seo-woo's mind was in a mess, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, Ju Won-hyuk turned around with fiery eyes and demanded to know why she still hadn't left, ordering her to get out of his sight immediately. Seo-woo panicked and stepped back, her hands tightly gripping her backpack straps in a vague fear that had just struck, crushing any intention of making his acquaintance. Vastly different from the lonely image through the window, this was the first time she had truly met his melancholic and highly guarded gaze. The rumors about him being a murderer's son suddenly resurfaced, urging Seo-woo to use all her might to run away from that presence. A guy who already had a bad reputation throughout the school for his unexcused absences and rebellious, unauthorized departures from class. He was always the center of teachers' scoldings for forgetting his school supplies, but his only response was a stubborn silence. He didn't even bother to bring his indoor shoes, just walking alone down the hallway in his worn-out socks. The title of a murderer's son was ultimately the most cruel death sentence for that poor boy's future. A harsh reality strong enough to turn him into an outcast forsaken by the whole world, standing all alone in the classroom amidst overwhelming coldness. However, when peeking through the small door window and catching sight of his figure slumped over the desk during break time, Seo-woo suddenly felt a strange empathy for the tired, defeated posture of her classmate. That sight once again awakened the memory of his lonely silhouette on the steps of the house next door, under the dark of night. The little girl couldn't stop keeping her eyes on him, even though Ji-won's group of friends had already walked out the classroom door with their laughter and jokes. The school gradually grew deserted under the late afternoon sun casting long shadows down the deep hallways. She trudged behind the crowd, silently complaining about why her class was always the last one allowed to leave. Seo-woo suddenly stopped to tie her undone shoelace, the questions of her friends echoing in her ears about what they would do when they got home. She quietly tightened the knot, her heart overflowing with confusion because even she didn't know what to do next. Seo-woo stood silently in the middle of the deserted hallway, softly uttering a lonely self-reassurance as the silhouettes of her friends faded into the distance. She realized it seemed like no one heard her voice, and silently accepted that ignorance like a painful habit, only for her to unconsciously walk up to the door of Class 1's room, where a gloomy atmosphere was enveloping the rows of empty desks and chairs. The little girl wondered why the door to Ju Won-hyuk's classroom was still wide open when classes had ended long ago. Seo-woo anxiously peeked inside, afraid someone was still there, secretly hoping they hadn't caught a glimpse of her lonely demeanor. But then her gaze suddenly halted as she discovered a bizarre scene unfolding right before her eyes. A broom was stuck precariously and somewhat defiantly atop a wooden locker door, creating an inexplicable mess in the middle of the quiet room. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she tiptoed inside, her feet lightly touching the floor as if afraid to shatter the tranquility of this space. For some unknown reason, that day she decided to meddle in someone else's business as she reached out to take the broom down. She quietly cleaned up the mess, wondering if this action was a way for her to escape the shame of always having to sneak around alone. Or perhaps the true reason was a yearning for some figure to appear and salvage her soul. Right at the moment Ju Won-hyuk, exhausted, collapsed his entire blood-drenched body onto Seo-woo. Both of them tumbled into a pile of cardboard boxes in the middle of the empty classroom, creating a loud crash that shattered the silence. The sudden pain made the little girl wince, only managing to let out a faint, weary groan. Seo-woo numbly called the teenage boy's name, her eyes wide open in sheer terror at the dire situation right now. She struggled to support Ju Won-hyuk and anxiously asked why he was trapped in such a dark place. But the only response was the labored panting of her friend struggling through a severe bout of breathlessness. Seo-woo decided she had to leave quickly to seek help from the infirmary to save her fading friend. However, a sudden, violent reaction erupted, causing the little girl to be completely and heavily shocked. She softly pleaded with him to let go so she could go call a teacher, but the extraordinary strength from that tightly gripping hand imprisoned her on the spot. Seo-woo confusedly wondered to herself whether she should push Ju Won-hyuk away when he suddenly collapsed, but he only weakly whispered a faint denial, then desperately pleaded with her not to leave him all alone, leaving Seo-woo completely stunned by the agonizing cry for help from her usually sullen friend. The little girl's eyes trembled violently because this was the first time she had witnessed the shattering of a soul already too familiar with trauma. The first time she stood close enough to feel Won-hyuk's back trembling violently after so many long days of only daring to quietly observe him from afar. Faced with his breakdown, Seo-woo's body seemed to move on instinct as she slowly reached her hand toward a shoulder, which was shaking from exhaustion. Amidst the gloomy space, a gentle and clumsy movement appeared, as if trying to soothe the pain tormenting the young man's mind. Seo-woo began to pat Won-hyuk's back slowly, striving to bring a tiny bit of warmth to comfort her classmate's bleeding heart. That action took place in absolute silence, reminiscent of the lonely dark corners in the classroom where both were outcasts forsaken by the world. Her small hand maintained its steady patting rhythm, a silent protection she offered to the only person who could understand the feeling of isolation. Watching Won-hyuk gradually calm down in her arms, Seo-woo silently wondered if her presence at this moment truly helped him feel any better. Seo-woo silently observed that Won-hyuk seemed to have gradually stabilized and regained more composure compared to earlier. She breathed a soft sigh of relief, thinking that things might have gotten far worse if she hadn't helped him out in time. Her patting hand suddenly stopped as a haunting train of thought flashed through the little girl's mind. She looked toward the dark locker alcove and silently feared that Won-hyuk might have been imprisoned in that darkness forever if she hadn't shown up. Seo-woo told herself that very fateful moment was the reason she found enough courage to approach him after that day. She gently placed her hand on his skinny back, feeling a strange resonance between two souls that had already endured so much trauma. Her hand instinctively gripped her friend's shirt hem as if trying to convey a silent, yet incredibly steadfast comfort. Because she deeply understood that Won-hyuk was also a child with a darkened soul, exactly like herself. Faced with this unexpected care, Won-hyuk blushed slightly and bowed his head to avoid her gaze, trying to hide the evident embarrassment on his face. Seo-woo blankly called his name with sheer curiosity upon noticing this unusual reaction from her usually sullen friend. Won-hyuk lay flat on the spot in sheer exhaustion, his face clearly etched with fatigue after the recent events. He curled up in the silent room, letting the fan blow over his body that was depleted by illness. His absence dragged on for 3 whole days, leaving a quiet void at his familiar school desk. Seo-woo aimlessly walked down the deserted street, her mind ceaselessly besieged by her friend's disappearance. She unconsciously kicked a small pebble and silently wondered about the reason he still hadn't shown up at school, whether a severe illness was still tormenting him, or if some melancholy was holding her friend back. The pebble accidentally rolled right into Won-hyuk's foot, awakening both souls immersed in their separate thoughts. Won-hyuk was startled while engrossed in wiping away the stains on the gate, his eyes revealing panic and extreme defensiveness. He abruptly stood up with a harsh attitude, leaving Seo-woo utterly stunned by his sudden resistance. Without saying a word, Won-hyuk immediately turned his back and walked straight inside, leaving the little girl standing frozen by his distance. Seo-woo stood in a daze, wondering whether Won-hyuk was intentionally running away from her just like last time. She stared at the pebble at her feet and silently prayed that the reality wasn't him deliberately avoiding her. Suppressing her sadness, the little girl regained a resolute look as she gazed up at the tightly locked house. Won-hyuk still stood behind the iron gate with highly vigilant eyes, quietly tracking every movement of the strange girl. Seo-woo hastily rummaged through her backpack, then silently determined that this eraser would help him wipe away those dirty stains. She reached in and pulled out a small brown object, a simple item that contained her most sincere care at this moment. She stood on her tiptoes, placed the eraser on top of the pillar, and loudly announced that she would leave it here for him to use. Seeing Won Hyuk still looking bewildered, she continued that she would lend it to him, but there had to be a condition in exchange. Seo-woo looked straight through the gap in the gate and sternly ordered that he must absolutely show up at school tomorrow if he didn't want to answer to her. After speaking, she decisively turned her back and walked away, leaving her friend behind, still quietly watching her fading silhouette. The eraser lay motionless on top of the stone pillar, like a silent promise waiting for someone to claim it. Won Hyuk hurriedly reached out to grab that small object with astonished eyes, his heart gently fluttering from the unexpected care. Standing behind the iron gate, he began using the small gift to erase the stigmas the world had cruelly forced upon his family. His hands, already full of wounds, now persistently wiped away, silently thanking the only girl who hadn't turned her back on him. He stared blankly at the name Nam Seo-woo neatly written on the eraser, ultimately keeping his promise to show up at school the next morning. Since that fateful day, Won Hyuk's silhouette always quietly watched over and accompanied Seo-woo on every path. She silently realized his prickly exterior seemed to completely vanish whenever the two of them enjoyed peaceful moments together. They sat together on the old steps, a place that once held only loneliness now overflowed with understanding between two kindred spirits. Instead of bowing his head to endure the coldness, Won Hyuk now spent all his time cherishing and gazing at the girl who had salvaged his life. However, those tranquil days couldn't last forever, as another darkness was silently creeping in to envelop everything. Tragedy struck not long after, forcing Seo-woo to make the agonizing decision to abandon Won Hyuk, the one branded as a murderer's son. The image of his blood-stained hands gripping the iron bar like a terrifying nightmare began to resurface in the little girl's mind. Looking at Won Hyuk's blood-soaked state on the stairs, Seo-woo could only panic and cowardly run away, leaving him behind in the darkness. Leaving the young man with a bruised face and eyes containing ultimate disappointment at the betrayal of his only friend. Returning to the present, Seo-woo still couldn't stop trembling as she had to face the harsh reality unfolding right before her eyes. Won Hyuk softly uttered her name in an utterly exhausted tone, his bloodied back making the cellar's atmosphere even heavier. He stood blocking the path on the iron staircase and desperately pleaded that she absolutely must not step foot out of this place. Seo-woo's eyes went blank with shock. She seemed to have just realized some horrifying truth hidden behind his incredibly mysterious warning. That plea repeated in her mind like a sorrowful melody, recalling the moment both had once tried to warm each other's souls. Extreme confusion made her drop her phone, and she frantically asked him what in the world was actually going on outside. Seo-woo stumbled down to the foot of the stairs as the phone slipped from her hand and crashed heavily onto the cold ground. Won Hyuk looked at her with a serious gaze, then requested her to temporarily go down because it was extremely dangerous outside. The little girl's bare feet walked tremblingly, clearly feeling the heaviness radiating from her friend standing up high. Seo-woo sullenly advanced deep into the dark cellar, while Won Hyuk remained still like a shadow guarding the sole exit. She silently wondered in bewilderment why she wasn't allowed to leave, and whether something terrible had happened in the outside world. Looking at the fatal wounds on his body, Seo-woo felt suffocated while trying to find an explanation for that mass of deep red blood. A terrible speculation about an act of murder suddenly resurfaced, making her heart clench in sheer terror. Amidst the frighteningly quiet space, a strange noise underfoot made both of them freeze in extreme tension. Won Hyuk bowed his heavily bruised face in exhaustion, letting dark drops of blood silently drip onto the floor. Seo-woo stared in alarm at the spreading trails of fresh blood and trembled inwardly upon realizing the terrifying truth she had always feared. Seo-woo was terrified of what Won Hyuk might do to her, especially since she had once heartlessly abandoned him in the past. She silently deduced that he was in a state of extreme agitation and told herself absolutely not to anger him. A ray of hope flared up when she thought that if she behaved gently like before, Won Hyuk would feel safe and be willing to listen to her. Her eyes wavered between fear and the intention to find a way to escape this suffocating atmosphere. Looking toward the tightly shut trapdoor, Xiao Wu silently resolved that this was her only chance to escape. She slowly approached Won Hyuk, trying to maintain the calmest demeanor possible so as not to reveal her surging panic. Suddenly, Xiao Wu reached out and tightly grasped his bleeding arm, frantically exclaiming that he was very heavily injured. She looked up at him with anxious eyes, then gently asked if he was truly okay. Won Hyuk blankly stared at the little girl, his face clearly showing exhaustion, while Xiao Wu silently assessed that this wound was deeper than she thought. She heartbreakingly realized his school uniform shirt was already soaked in fresh blood, creating an incredibly haunting scene inside the cold cellar. Xiao Wu suggested finding a first aid kit and told him to go wash the wound first, silently worrying whether her plan would succeed. She suggested using the hair dryer in the bathroom to clean his clothes, but feared her expression was too obvious. Amidst the tension, she silently wondered about the way she used to treat him so well in the bygone days. Looking at the flowing blood, she expressed that she didn't know why he ended up in this state, but still wanted to help. She advised him to go clean up thoroughly before the two of them continued talking, trying to keep her tone as natural as possible. However, Won Hyuk's attitude immediately made her regret it, silently scolding herself for speaking too awkwardly. The young man growled, demanding her to get out of the way, then stated that he would follow her suggestion and go into the bathroom. Xiao Wu flinched as his hand brushed right past her face, her breath catching in her throat in utmost defensiveness. She stood huddled to one side, quietly watching Won Hyuk reach his heavily injured hand toward the doorknob. The door slowly opened, marking a dramatic shift in the silent dialogue between the two lonely souls. Won Hyuk reminded Xiao Wu that it was raining very heavily outside and demanded that she just stay put inside the cellar. The bathroom door slammed shut, leaving the little girl standing frozen amidst the silent, gloomy space. Xiao Wu was secretly surprised to see him obey her so easily, but she immediately brushed off her curiosity to focus on her escape plan. She silently resolved to leave this place at once, her eyes ceaselessly tracking the trapdoor located high above. Taking advantage of the time Won Hyuk was busy washing up, she intended to quickly pick up her phone and find a chance to run away fast. However, her hand suddenly stopped in anxiety, as the cellar's silence seemed to be swallowing all her courage. She frantically searched around the foot of the iron stairs, silently asserting that she had dropped the important item right at this spot. A strange noise echoing from the bathroom startled her, her eyes widening in high vigilance as she looked behind. The sound of ceaselessly trickling water behind the old door signaled that her given time was slipping away incredibly fast. Xiao Wu hurriedly turned away, striving to race against every scarce second to reclaim her hope of escaping before it was too late. From behind the door, Won Hyuk suddenly called out Nam Xiao Wu's name, making the silent atmosphere become suffocating. Xiao Wu flinched and froze in her tracks, her eyes clearly revealing anxiety upon realizing she couldn't leave this place so easily. The call of her name repeated once more, like a haunting confirmation echoing across the cold stone walls of the cellar. The little girl held her breath in utmost panic, sweat pouring down as she had to face the invisible pressure from him. The young man inside growled, affirming that he knew she was still there and demanding an immediate response. Won Hyuk's blood-stained hand tightly gripped the edge of the sink. He warned that if she didn't say anything, he would take action. With a body full of wounds and bruises stretching across his back, he declared that he was about to step outside. Fresh blood mixed with the stream of water flowing down his arm as he repeated the highly authoritative threat aimed directly at her. Won Hyuk asserted he would step out in his current condition, leaving Xiao Wu standing completely paralyzed in terror. She silently wondered in fear whether this was his way of checking if she was actually running away or not. Xiao Wu stopped in shock upon hearing the loud splashing of water echoing from the gloomy bathroom. She secretly harbored doubts, wondering if that sound was a trap aimed at her. The rattling sound of the doorknob shattered the quiet space, making her heart clench in fear. In her panic, the little girl hurriedly shouted that she was still here to distract the other party. Won Hyuk asked her to go get a bath towel from the room next to the stairs, leaving Xiao Wu extremely confused. Her eyes wavered wildly, sweat pouring down as she realized she was falling into an incredibly awkward situation. She hastily gripped the iron bar tightly, using all her might to search for an escape route in secret. Xiao Wu silently determined that she had to leave here immediately before that boy stepped outside. Amidst this gloomy place, the feeling of isolation and the fear of his past once again enveloped her. Her small hand tightly gripped the trapdoor's rotary handle, silently screaming that she absolutely could not be imprisoned with him for another second. Xiao Wu looked up with hopeful eyes at a path that could help her escape this nightmare. She used every last bit of her strength to reach out and tightly grip the trapdoor's rotary handle, struggling to twist it open in a frenzy. However, the door remained completely motionless, making the little girl frantically wonder why the only way out was stuck fast. Cold sweat began to pour down her pale face as a feeling of extreme unease suddenly enveloped her mind. Xiao Wu silently complained that perhaps because the cellar was too old, the rotary valve system had become so rusty that it couldn't budge. She gritted her teeth, trying her hardest once more, and silently screamed why everything had to go so terribly wrong at this exact moment. At her most desperate moment, Won Hyuk suddenly stepped out of the bathroom half-naked, leaving Xiao Wu completely frozen on the stairs. Her eyes widened to their limits in astonishment, mixed with fear upon facing a situation she had never anticipated. Won Hyuk's voice rang out reminding her about the bath towel while drops of water still quietly dripped down his wound-covered body. He casually explained that he came out to save time because he didn't want to wait long, leaving Xiao Wu standing motionless in shock. Xiao Wu frantically looked up high, her eyes clearly revealing despair upon realizing her escape attempts were hitting a dead end. She used all her strength to twist the rusty valve while clearly feeling Won Hyuk's dark silhouette approaching. The little girl's mind started to spiral into chaos at the thought of the half-naked boy right behind her back. She silently told herself in shock that the current Won Hyuk was truly a completely unfamiliar person compared to before. Defensiveness and panic made Xiao Wu not dare to budge, her hands still tightly gripping the useless trapdoor valve. Won Hyuk sullenly pressed his body against Xiao Wu's back, creating a suffocating pressure that enveloped the little girl on the stairs. He softly uttered a highly sarcastic statement that the door surely would not open no matter how hard she tried. In a moment of panic, Xiao Wu suddenly slipped and tumbled down, making her breath catch in terror. But Won Hyuk was quick to support the back of her neck, a decisive protective action happening in the blink of an eye. The boy held her tightly against his chest, then coldly repeated his warning that these stairs were extremely dangerous. Xiao Wu looked up in shock as she felt the warmth and the overwhelming presence of Won Hyuk right beside her. His sullen gaze looked down, his half-naked body riddled with wounds creating an invisible pressure that made her too afraid to move. A cold drop of water suddenly dripped down, startling Xiao Wu, making her whole body tremble in extreme agitation. She weakly brought up the bath towel again, as a final effort to shatter the suffocating atmosphere engulfing them. Xiao Wu softly asked again if he really needed a towel to wipe himself off. Won Hyuk only responded with a brief confirmation, then slowly turned around, revealing a bareback full of haunting marks. He trudged away toward the depths of the dark cellar, leaving the little girl still stunned on the iron stairs. The dry footsteps echoed, then faded away as his silhouette completely vanished into the quiet night of the cellar. Seeing that he had truly disappeared from sight, Xiao Wu finally dared to let out a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced at his departure. The little girl quickly regained her senses, her eyes starting to observe the surroundings to continue searching for a chance to escape. Xiao Wu discovered her phone lying exposed between the gaps of the cargo boxes at the foot of the stairs. She blankly asked herself if that was truly the indispensable item she had dropped during her panic. Won Hyuk suddenly appeared below with a towel on his head, questioning what she was doing and why she still wouldn't come down. The little girl stammered in reply that she would be right down, while deep down she began to doubt the sound of something falling into the water earlier. Xiao Wu silently realized that the thing he threw away was not actually her phone, as she had feared. Watching Won Hyuk's figure sullenly heading back toward the room, her mind was in turmoil, with new plans for escape. The boy suddenly stopped in his tracks and stated that he had an important truth to inform her about right now. He coldly pointed to the trapdoor high above and revealed that the escape route definitely could not be opened anymore. Won Hyuk further explained that the automatic mechanism would lock the door tightly if impacted too forcefully, so she shouldn't waste her effort. Xiao Wu stood dead still in the middle of the lonely cellar, bitterly realizing she was currently no different from a bird trapped in a cage. Seo-woo blankly wondered why Won-hyuk could be so familiar with every nook and cranny of this cellar. His warning not to go outside kept ringing in her ears like a haunting prophecy from the past. She stared at the tightly locked door and silently feared whether he was intentionally locking her in here. Memories of their struggle and his dark gaze suddenly flooded back, suffocating the little girl's heart in fear. Standing among the cold iron barrels, she kept her eyes glued to the phone lying motionless on the ground like a final hope. Seo-woo swallowed lightly to calm herself, trying to gather her meager courage before taking the risky step. Her arm reached out decisively, quickly grabbing the life-saving device before being discovered by him. Meanwhile, Won-hyuk was standing silently by the blood-stained sink, his bony hands tightly gripping the cold stone edge. He stared at the crimson stream of water dissolving the stains on his school uniform with a lifeless expression. The boy's bare back was clearly visible under the dim light as he silently washed away all traces of cruelty. Won-hyuk silently observed everything with a sharp gaze hidden behind his messy hair, his face exuding a chilling coldness, while his bony hands continuously scrubbed the white school uniform shirt in the basin of water that had turned a deep blood red. Every vigorous scrub seemed as if he wanted to wipe out all traces of a crime or a terrifying incident that had just occurred. Outside, Seo-woo stared blankly at her phone screen and silently asked herself why bad luck kept haunting her endlessly. The little girl fell into despair upon seeing the battery capacity was at a mere 5%, and there was absolutely no signal bar to connect to the world. Looking around the dark cellar, she told herself that perhaps this thick concrete layer had neutralized any chance of life-saving communication. Fear closed in as Seo-woo realized the path above had been blocked off, meaning no one would be passing by here at this time. Standing all alone in the hallway full of rubble, she horrifyingly wondered if she was truly imprisoned in this living hell. Won-hyuk's mysterious warning about not going outside suddenly came back, suffocating every thought of escape in her mind. Seo-woo could only slump down in utter helplessness, silently calling the name of that dangerous boy with a mind full of turmoil. Won-hyuk stood silently by the sink, despite the accusation of intentionally keeping Seo-woo imprisoned still echoing in the gloomy space. He suddenly reached into the murky water and pulled out a razor-sharp folding knife, a testament to his highly dangerous preparation. Standing before the mirror, the young man quietly observed his own reflection while his hands never let go of the cold weapon. Filthy water drops continuously dripped from the blade, creating a state of extreme tension as if signaling an impending catastrophe. Won-hyuk's blood-stained hands tightly gripped the knife's handle, his eyes clearly showing exhaustion but also holding an unpredictable resolve. He stared intensely at the dried bloodstains on his face, silently confronting the dark corners tormenting his mind. The boy decisively folded the blade back in a cold manner, officially ending a series of ambiguous and highly threatening actions, then quietly slipped the knife into his back pocket, a concealed action as if wanting to bury horrifying secrets. His sullen gaze was glued to the cloudy mirror, exuding the loneliness of someone pushed to the very brink of despair, only for the terrifying image of someone collapsing in a pool of blood to suddenly appear, revealing the sinful past he was always running away from. The image of dripping blood recalled the terrifying incident that year when Seo-woo heartlessly abandoned Won-hyuk in the dark, forcing that boy to live days trudging along beside the rusty iron gate with his skinny back full of loneliness. Won-hyuk bowed his head to suppress the pain, his shattered memories seemingly tormenting his soul in the suffocating silence, while from behind the wall, Seo-woo could only hold her breath and watch with eyes brimming with regret and fear. She silently remembered the harsh accusation about pushing him into a deep pit of despair that she had mistakenly caused in the past, only for her to horrifically wonder now if he was intentionally keeping her imprisoned here to exact his revenge. Seo-woo looked up at the broken trapdoor and fell into silent despair upon realizing she had no way left to escape this place. Won-hyuk coldly stated that the door would lock automatically if shut too hard, so she shouldn't waste energy making useless efforts. That declaration made the little girl completely break down, drops of cold sweat pouring down in sheer shock. The boy slowly turned and walked away, leaving the name Ju Won-hyuk echoing in her mind like the beginning of a new nightmare. Seo-woo remarked that Won-hyuk was very familiar with this place and asked how long he had been here, receiving the answer that it had been a few years. She secretly speculated that if he had ever been locked up here, he must definitely know how to open the emergency exit. So she swallowed slightly, determined to find out that secret from her sullen friend at all costs. Two small figures trudged along the endlessly long corridor, where the scattered debris was covered in the dust of time. Won-hyuk told her just to follow him, causing an awkward Seo-woo to confess that she was completely disoriented. She told herself that the best approach right now was to act as gentle as before to get help from the only person who knew how to open the door. Seo-woo forced a friendly smile, making an effort to dispel the tense atmosphere in search of a tiny connection. Both stopped in front of an iron door with a strange blue color, standing out amidst the gray and gloomy space of the basement. Won-hyuk asserted that this room was locked, making her wonder about the reason for its difference compared to the rest. Seo-woo stepped over the broken glass shards and secretly suspected that some secret was hidden behind that mysterious door. Won-hyuk reached out and pressed the switch. A dry sound echoed, shattering the quiet atmosphere of the basement. The infirmary door swung open, revealing a brightly lit space that made Seo-woo squint slightly, as she hadn't yet adjusted. The little girl was stunned, silently wondering why such a fully equipped field clinic existed in such an isolated place. Without waiting for her to speak, Won-hyuk silently approached the medicine cabinet and began preparing supplies to perform first aid on himself. He nonchalantly wrapped a bandage around his bleeding arm, his actions decisive as if he were overly accustomed to enduring injuries alone. Seo-woo huddled in a corner, silently resolved that she had to take this opportunity to figure out how the trapdoor above operated. Amidst the room stifling with the smell of medicine, two scarred souls sat quietly next to each other in a heavy silence. She nervously squeezed her trembling hands together, trying to suppress her rising fear so as not to make the other feel agitated. Mustering all her courage, Seo-woo glanced up and hesitantly asked if the injuries on his body still hurt a lot. Won-hyuk kept his sullen face and did not reply, his sorrowful eyes gazing into the void as if wanting to hide his weakness. Seo-woo told herself to approach with care and mentioned that his wounds looked really bad. She gently pressed him on how he got hurt, trying to break the silence enveloping the clinic. The only response was a terrifying silence as Won-hyuk quietly tightened the gauze bandage on his bleeding arm. Noticing his awkwardness, Seo-woo hurriedly reassured him that he didn't have to tell her if he didn't want to. She tactfully changed the subject and asked if he was having trouble bandaging himself, then offered to lend a hand. Won-hyuk maintained his sullen expression, his sad eyes looking at the little girl in an unpredictable silence. He casually refused and warned that blood would stain her, making Seo-woo secretly feel that something was wrong. Looking at the boy's expression, she silently realized that Won-hyuk had become extremely sensitive to blood since earlier. Seo-woo hastily rummaged through the medical tray and said she would go find scissors to cut off the excess gauze he was wrapping. She bent down to search in the bottom drawer, making an effort to find the necessary tools amidst the clutter of the basement. Seo-woo gasped in sheer astonishment when she saw Won-hyuk suddenly shift his attention to her bare feet. She froze completely when the boy nonchalantly grabbed her ankle and placed it firmly on his thigh. Won-hyuk coldly informed her that there was a sharp piece of glass embedded deep into the sole of her foot. Seo-woo, bewildered, silently wondered when she got hurt, while he snapped softly, demanding her to sit still so the wound wouldn't get worse. The boy focused intensely and then swiftly pulled the glass shard out, despite the little girl groaning softly in pain. He nonchalantly reminded her to always wear shoes when walking around because the debris in the hallway was full of dangerous traps. Faced with the meticulous care of someone abandoned by the whole world, Seo-woo's mind suddenly became chaotic and blank. She watched in stunned silence at Won-hyuk's every movement as he gently pressed the gauze pad to stop the bleeding for her. The close contact made Seo-woo so flustered that she blushed, her heart beating wildly at this unfamiliar gentleness. Won-hyuk kept his gloomy and sullen face, quietly withdrawing into his own dark world after finishing the first aid. Seo-woo jumped up in utter confusion after having her foot wound tended to by Won-hyuk. She hastily announced that she was going to bed first, and then pushed him on whether he wanted to rest yet. Without waiting for a response, The little girl immediately turned her back and walked away to escape the suffocating atmosphere. The sound of her footsteps echoed over the rubble, leaving Won-hyuk still sitting blankly behind the door. The boy quietly clenched his blood-stained hands, sinking deep into unspoken melancholy. In the middle of the freezing basement, Seo-woo curled up on the sofa, but her anxiety kept her from sleeping. She constantly tossed and turned, sensing that Won-hyuk was also lying awake nearby. Seo-woo observed quietly and then silently wondered why he still couldn't fall asleep at this hour. Her eyes were glued to her friend's sullen silhouette, her heart filled with doubt about the unsolved mysteries. A terrifying silence enveloped them both, leaving the little girl in a tangled mess of thoughts amidst the vast darkness of the night. Seo-woo recalled when he attentively bandaged her and silently felt guilty for always believing he resented her intensely. She stared at the gauze on her foot, agonizing over the true motives of the boy bearing the title of a murderer's son. Sleepiness began to wash over her after hours of extreme tension, even though she always kept her guard up deep down. But then Seo-woo realized she couldn't close her eyes because of the fear of what terrible things he might do next. Suddenly, Won-hyuk quietly approached and stood right next to where she lay, his dark shadow engulfing the gloomy space. Under the dim light, the boy's sullen face exuded exhaustion but also a chillingly mysterious aura. He silently observed her through his messy hair, his deep eyes concealing hidden thoughts that could not be expressed. Instead of doing anything dangerous, Won-hyuk quietly collapsed onto the cold floor right next to the sofa. He gazed thoughtfully up at the basement ceiling, ignoring the terrifying silence that was suffocating the atmosphere around them. Seo-woo's hand unconsciously gripped the edge of the couch, her heart still beating wildly at this overly close presence. The image of a past promise suddenly resurfaced like a fragile thread connecting two scarred souls. Seo-woo gently reached out and touched her friend, trying to find a truth behind the other's baffling actions. Meanwhile, Won-hyuk remained motionless on the floor, immersed in gloomy thoughts about the cruel fate surrounding him. Haunting name calls from his memory suddenly echoed, making his eyes widen in sheer panic. He frantically remembered the vicious curse that he bore the exact same cruel blood and nature as his murderer father. The image of a bloodstained knife faintly appeared as an indelible mark of sin in the young boy's mind. Invisible hands from the past tightened around his shoulders, warning of the awakening of the demon hiding inside. Won-hyuk trembled before the hallucinations choking his reason, causing his face to contort in silent agony. He remembered the moment his breath was snatched away, a brutal punishment for an existence he never desired. Returning to reality, Won-hyuk agonizingly clutched his throat and silently screamed as the horrific memories slowly swallowed his soul. Won-hyuk jolted awake in a panic, panting heavily while his trembling hands still gripped his aching throat. The flickering light reflected off the hilt of a knife hidden yet visible in his pocket, a testament to his dangerously high guard. He dropped his head in exhaustion, trying to dispel the brutal memories of his murderer father that were suffocating his mind. The sullen boy stared into the void with an exhausted face, as if he had just been through a fierce battle with himself. Won-hyuk quietly turned around and silently observed Seo-woo when he saw that she had truly fallen into a peaceful sleep on the sofa. Amidst the dark space, he chose to sit on the floor to stand guard for the only person who had ever given him a shred of warmth. His bony hands unconsciously touched the old scars on his neck again, silently reminding himself of the indelible pains. He held his breath slightly to hold back a choked sob, despite the cold sweat still constantly rolling down his pale face. Won-hyuk just sat motionless in the dark corner, telling himself that he was currently no different from a lost soul in the basement. His hand pressed lightly against the dusty carpet, a silent movement, yet containing a strange resilience against the cruel reality. As Won-hyuk sat next to the sleeping Seo-woo, the paper bag suddenly toppled over, making a loud noise. He quietly looked at the spilled belongings, silently realizing the bitter truth about her current life. The boy's eyes hardened at the toothbrush and the sensitive packages, understanding the humiliation she was enduring. He sat motionless, observing the fast-asleep person, his heart overflowing with unpredictable thoughts amidst the gloomy space. Outside the basement, the torrential summer rain continued pouring down relentlessly, blurring all boundaries. At the aunt's house, Ji-won tossed and turned as the sound of the rain kept tapping hard against the window frame. She sat up wearily and let out a soft, annoyed groan because her mind couldn't find any peace. Then reached out to grab her prescription glasses on the table, preparing to face a reality riddled with nuisances. Ji-won stood blankly by the window, quietly watching the white curtain of rain blanketing the deserted street, where on the old steps now only shattered raindrops remained, completely devoid of the familiar silhouette. Memories of the moments sitting together on the steps suddenly came back as a cruel contrast to the gloomy present. Ji-won stood silently by the window with a calculating look, her eyes clearly showing suspicion regarding the recent events in her family. She curiously reached out to rummage through the blue paper bag, silently searching for clues about the sudden disappearance of her poor cousin. The aunt hastily reminded her daughter not to pry too much and insisted that Seo-woo was just temporarily staying at a friend's house. Ji-won frowned and sharply questioned why her mother had to pack her luggage if she was really going to return. She dropped a sarcastic remark that her mother didn't even want to keep a dog, let alone take in another mouth to feed in the house. The young girl's face became pensive as she felt the cruelty existing right inside her own home. Ji-won fixed her eyes on the bag placed on the table, silently realizing that the adult's plan to subtly kick Seo-woo out had succeeded flawlessly. The personal items exposed before her eyes left her stunned at the harsh truth of a family relationship that had long shattered. She stood blankly looking out at the white sheet of rain outside the window, silently wondering where her cousin was drifting at this very moment. Ji-won feared that if her mother found out Seo-woo had actually gone to Won Hyok's house, she would never let it go. She secretly wondered in panic whether her family was bringing trouble upon themselves in a meaningless situation. Memories resurfaced of her heartless mother wanting to get rid of Seo-woo because she was a nuisance, only to push her into the hands of the outcast. Ji-won stood silently in the dark, her hand tightly gripping her dead phone, as if it held an ominous omen. She tried to make a call but only received a notification that the subscriber was unreachable, causing her patience to gradually vanish. In the cold rain, Ji-won cursed in frustration and silently questioned why her cousin turned off her phone at such a suspicious time. She stared intently at the phone screen, trying to find a glimmer of hope regarding Seo-woo's whereabouts. A terrible premonition suddenly hit her, causing her face to turn pale in horror as she faced the gloomy night. At the basement, Seo-woo shifted slightly as the first rays of daylight began to creep into the haunting shelter. She sat up in shock on the old sofa and was silently amazed to realize that a long, stormy night had passed. Seo-woo was startled upon waking up to find the surrounding atmosphere terrifyingly quiet. She looked around the empty room in bewilderment and silently wondered where on earth Won Hyok had gone. In a panic, she turned around to check the escape hatch above, but everything was still shrouded in quiet darkness. Her small hands struggled to turn the rusty iron valve, creating dry metallic clanking sounds. Seo-woo despairingly confirmed that the current situation was just as deadlocked as before, with nothing changed. Hearing a strange noise, she tremblingly called out Won Hyok's name as a last resort to find reassurance. But the only response was a mysterious dark shadow looming over the cold bathroom space. She turned her head in panic when she saw her own silhouette stretching across the wall under the dim light. At that exact moment, a sullen figure suddenly appeared at the storage room door, making her heart skip a beat. Overcome with terror, Seo-woo dashed frantically through the cluttered tables and chairs to escape the looming nightmare. Seo-woo rushed in a panic through the rubble, panting in fear at not finding Won Hyok. She froze before the wide-open door, her eyes wide with shock as she faced the empty room. Amidst the quiet space of the clinic, loneliness once again enveloped the poor little girl. She frantically confirmed that he was not present even here, compounding her anxiety further. Her eyes darted around the endlessly long corridor, silently asking where on earth that boy could be. In contrast to that chaos, the aunt's family was casually enjoying a hot and hearty breakfast. The cold mother admitted she slept very well now that the thorn in her side was no longer lingering around the house. She heartlessly told Ji-won to tell Seo-woo to just stay put at her friend's house and not to rush back. Ji-won quietly put her chopsticks down on the table, a decisive action as if wanting to escape her mother's cruelty. She indifferently declined the offer for more food and silently put on her backpack to leave, leaving the suffocating atmosphere behind. Witnessing the scene, The mother reminded Ji-won to bring a large umbrella because the forecast predicted heavy rain. The girl quietly picked up the black umbrella, preparing to step outside to face the gloomy atmosphere. Ji-won's eyes were full of calculation as she secretly suspected her cousin's mysterious disappearance. She stood in front of the gate of Won Hyok's house, trying to peer through the curtain of rain to look for a trace. Ji-won's face narrowed with suspicion as she felt a secret was being hidden behind the silence. Seeing no one, she decisively turned her back and walked away, letting the rain wash away all doubts in her heart. Deep in the basement, Seo-woo sat huddled on the sofa, trembling from the cold and the suffocating loneliness. She frantically wondered where Won Hyok had gone and how he had escaped when the exit was jammed tight. Looking at her phone with no signal, she despairingly lamented that she couldn't let anyone know she was here. Turning her eyes toward the nearby neighborhood, she could only hope that someone would soon discover she was missing. Seo-woo silently reassured herself that both her home and school were very close, not far from this place at all. And as soon as they realized she was missing, surely everyone would frantically rush out to look for her. But the cruel reality hit her when she understood that all this time, she was merely an invisible entity in their eyes. The little girl curled up in pain, silently wondering if anyone in this world genuinely cared about an outcast. The fear of being buried alive in the cold basement began to suffocate Seo-woo if that boy truly abandoned her. Surrounded by darkness, the feeling of loneliness and shattered memories once again tormented her poor soul. Suddenly, the dry sound of dripping water echoed, making the terrified little girl widen her eyes in total weariness. At her feet, the soaking wet shoes of a stranger appeared, heavy drops of water falling onto the gloomy dirt floor. It was none other than Won Hyok, who stood silently with a box in his hands like a shadow that had just returned from hell. Seo-woo gasped his name, her breath catching at the haunting presence of her sullen friend. Seo-woo bolted upright in shock and called out Won Hyok's name upon seeing him suddenly standing before her with a box in his hands. The only response she got was the cold, sullen gaze of the boy, who seemed to be burying horrific secrets. The little girl trembled incessantly in the dark, fear squeezing her heart as she faced his overwhelming presence. A harsh clatter rang out as the box slammed hard onto the floor, tearing through the quiet atmosphere of the basement. Won Hyok quietly stepped closer and gently placed his hand on Seo-woo's forehead to check her condition. He softly made a deeply concerned remark that her body was gradually growing terrifyingly cold. In her delirium and exhaustion, Seo-woo unconsciously collapsed against his chest, as if seeking a life-saving support. Outside, the white curtain of rain continued pouring down relentlessly, blanketing the old school in a gloomy gray. Inside the classroom, the teacher urged the students to quickly settle into their seats to start the homeroom period. However, she suddenly froze with a look of sheer astonishment upon seeing the empty desk of the missing student. The teacher asked the class in dismay why Seo-woo had yet to show up by this time. She hurriedly pulled out her phone, silently determined to call the little girl to find out the reason for her unusual absence. Without waiting for her to ask further, Ji-won was called on to answer for the mysterious disappearance of the cousin she lived with. Ji-won quietly turned around, her face exuding a cold indifference, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. The whole class started whispering about the strange relationship between the two girls, making the atmosphere extremely stifling. The students quietly reminded each other that Seo-woo lived right nearby, so her absence without a reason was highly suspicious. Ji-won asserted that she knew absolutely nothing because she rarely even saw her cousin's face in their own home. The teacher demanded Ji-won try contacting her one more time and report back, while ordering the whole class to start their self-study period. Two boys in the back whispered about Won Hyok, the murderer's son, and suddenly realized in shock that he had also disappeared today. They made sarcastic remarks about both being absent at the same time and brought up a dark incident between them from elementary school. Ji-won stood by the window, silently wondering if the two of them were sneaking around together and mocking Seo-woo, who was nothing but a failure. Her image reflected on the glass clearly showed contempt at the mysterious disappearance of her pitiful cousin. The rain outside grew increasingly fierce, continuously pouring down on the military bunker door as if wanting to imprison all life into the ground. Amidst the cluttered bunker, Seo-woo still lay in a stupor on the sofa under the flickering, gloomy light. After a long sleep, She slowly opened her eyes, trying to regain awareness of the unfamiliar space engulfing her. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's eyes widened in terror as she noticed a silhouette lurking behind the storage shelf. She jumped up in a panic, on high alert when Won Hyuk casually asked if she had woken up yet. Fear squeezed her heart when she heard him coldly assert that it was she who had rummaged through and dismantled those things. Xiao Wu could only bow her head in silence, her eyes wavering with anxiety upon realizing she had accidentally offended the sullen boy. She subtly glanced at Won Hyuk with scrutiny, her trembling hands gripping her shirt hem tightly to find a bit of calm amidst the stifling space. Xiao Wu silently wondered where on earth Won Hyuk had gone, and for what purpose he returned as she saw him engrossed in rummaging through the boxes. The sheer terror of being left alone made the little girl rather accept being with a dangerous person than face the solitude. She slowly approached and hesitantly asked what he was trying to find amidst the cluttered belongings. Won Hyuk replied that they were her things, which left Xiao Wu utterly bewildered, not understanding what he was implying. The boy casually handed her some essential personal items and told her to feel free to use them. Xiao Wu hastily refused and asserted that she had already brought everything she needed beforehand. The image of the sensitive items in the paper bag suddenly resurfaced, recalling the bitter humiliation she always wanted to bury. Won Hyuk unexpectedly pressed her on whether she felt uncomfortable having to use the sensitive things in that bag. He profoundly stated that if he were in her shoes, he would definitely never have the courage to do so. Won Hyuk's words left Xiao Wu completely stunned, her eyes wide as she didn't expect him to understand her so well. Won Hyuk suddenly asked if she had seen the sensitive items inside the bag, making Xiao Wu embarrassedly bow her head and explain that it was just a coincidence. She silently recalled with bitterness the moment her aunt handed over that bag like a humiliating, subtle eviction from the house she once called home. Xiao Wu hesitantly mumbled a thank you as she took the toothbrush from him, trying to maintain her last shred of dignity in the gloomy space. But deep down, she kept questioning the reason behind the strange care he was showing her. Her eyes wavered with doubt, wondering if Won Hyuk's act of locking her in the bunker was truly a revenge plot for the incident from years ago. The image of Won Hyuk with a bandaged face from the past suddenly came back as a reminder of the emotional wounds that had never healed. Xiao Wu gasped to herself, wondering what on earth he wanted and why he chose to imprison her once again in this hellhole. Ever since she got stuck, she had always tried to suppress all her curiosity so as not to utter words that could provoke his violent nature. Questions about the origin of the fresh blood and the ban on leaving kept repeating in her mind like a terrifying vicious cycle, because Xiao Wu would rather choose to stay silent in ambiguity than risk confronting the cruelty hiding behind that sullen face. The terror regarding the childhood Jew Won Hyuk suddenly rushed back like a ghost haunting Xiao Wu's mind. But looking at his silhouette right now, she silently asked herself if she could put her faith in a new beginning. Xiao Wu tightly gripped the item in her hand, silently betting that he wouldn't threaten her just over a questioning inquiry. Mustering all her courage, she looked straight at Won Hyuk and questioned the real reason he prevented her from leaving at that time. Won Hyuk froze for a moment, his face lowered to conceal the melancholic thoughts that couldn't be put into words. He casually repeated his warning that the bunker door would lock automatically if impacted heavily, making the space feel even more suffocating. Xiao Wu's face clearly showed suspicion at his seemingly reasonable yet highly calculated explanation. She asked herself whether it was truly an accident that both of them coincidentally got trapped together, or if it was all a premeditated plan. Doubts about his strange absence earlier suddenly arose, urging her to find an answer to this contradiction. Standing on the cold ground, Xiao Wu firmly believed that Won Hyuk knew exactly what was happening, but chose to remain mysteriously silent. Won Hyuk was lost in thought about how to escape this place, his face hidden behind messy hair exuding a mysterious, gloomy aura. His sudden action of standing up made Xiao Wu flinch and step back, her breathing becoming rapid due to high alert. The little girl trembled, wondering if she was pushing him too hard and feared that his violent nature was about to explode. Xiao Wu regretfully thought to herself that she shouldn't have foolishly asked sensitive questions at this tense moment. Won Hyuk's sharp, cold gaze looked down as if devouring the little courage left in the young girl's soul. He slightly turned around, revealing shoulders that carried an invisible pressure, making the space in the bunker even more stifling. Won Hyok's terrifying silence dragged on like psychological torture, causing Seo-woo to endlessly speculate about the worst. He unexpectedly spoke up, asserting that he had never stepped outside, making all her deductions completely collapse. Seo-woo frantically repeated the question in her head and couldn't believe his strange disappearance had such a ridiculous explanation. She hastily demanded to know where on earth he had been hiding, while Won Hyok remained sullen, bending down to search for something amidst the dilapidated items. Won Hyok took out a canned good and told Seo-woo to eat if she was hungry. The sudden care left her completely bewildered. Looking at the full cardboard box, she silently questioned the origin of these foods that shouldn't exist in this deserted place. If he really took them from the bunker's kitchen, why was everything still so plentiful, as if someone had just supplied them? The little girl wondered why they had never bumped into each other even once during the time she was frantically searching for an exit. The existence of fresh food in a bunker forgotten for decades made the gloomy space even more bizarre. Seo-woo silently resolved to find a way to sneak into the kitchen to verify the doubts clouding her mind. Above ground, the barbed wire fence stood tall beneath the gray sky like a warning of the boundary between life and death. Heavy footsteps trampled the weeds, signaling a mysterious presence silently approaching the bunker area. The stranger's dark shadow stretched across the hatch cover, spreading the cold chill of threat over the last refuge of the two lonely souls. Busy drying her hair, Seo-woo suddenly froze in terror when a strange call rang out, shattering the quiet atmosphere. Won Hyok sat motionless, leaning against the cabinet door, making Seo-woo silently wonder what on earth he was planning. Closely observing his exhausted face, she wondered if he had truly fallen asleep. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the little girl tiptoed, moving with light steps so as not to disturb the quiet atmosphere. Seo-woo held her breath and observed, trying to suppress her fear as Won Hyok's figure still loomed like an obstacle. She crept closer, her eyes still glued to the closed-eyed face of the sullen boy. Seeing Won Hyok's awkward sitting posture, she thought to herself that he looked incredibly uncomfortable having to sleep like that. A bold decision gradually formed in Seo-woo's mind, dispelling the young girl's initial hesitation. Looking at the box of canned goods in front of her, she silently confirmed that this was her only chance to find a way to escape. Seo-woo hastily sneaked toward the door, determined to leave behind the gloomy bunker and her old friend who was still deep in a dream. Won Hyok still sat silently with his eyes tightly shut from sheer exhaustion, completely unaware of the girl's actions next to him. Won Hyok sank deep into a dream, his exhausted face clearly showing the emotional wounds being tormented by the past. Curses echoed in his head that he was a replica of his sinful father and would soon follow in those disastrous footsteps. In the darkness tinged with threat, a cold command rang out telling him he had better not remember anything. Won Hyok jolted awake with dazed eyes as the question about his desire to survive kept drilling deep into his soul. The image of a dark shadow weighing down his body along with the warning to completely forget everything became the shackles binding his mind. Returning to the suffocating reality, Won Hyok wearily leaned against the cabinet, trying to steady his breathing after the nightmare. His hands trembled constantly, gripping the edge of the cabinet with all his might, as if wanting to find a support amidst despair. Won Hyok suddenly raised his head, his eyes turning razor-sharp as he noticed the unusual silence enveloping the bunker. He called out Nam Seo-woo's name in shock as he looked toward the empty sofa, where the little girl had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Seo-woo widened her eyes in terror, quietly hiding behind a hidden corner, observing the instability rising in him. Seo-woo stood before the kitchen shelf, silently confirming that this was where Won Hyok had gotten the food for her. But she was stunned to realize the expiration dates on the cans were from decades ago, proving this pile of goods had gone bad long ago. Suspicion urged her to rummage frantically, causing a can to slip from her hand and drop in panic. The dry sound echoed as the can rolled on the dirt floor, shattering the quiet atmosphere of the gloomy bunker. Looking at the shoes she was wearing, Seo-woo questioned whether Won Hyok had actually gone outside to find fresh food for her. But logic reminded her that the bunker door was completely broken, making the theory of him going out incredibly absurd. Bending down to pick up the can, the little girl endlessly wondered how on earth he could move in and out so mysteriously. Xiao Wu's face clearly showed her confusion as the contradictions in his words and actions began to reveal themselves glaringly. She trudged toward the looming blue iron door, which was radiating a deadly chill amidst the dark space, only to suddenly recall Won Hyok's mysterious assertion that the blue room had been locked tight long ago. Standing before the wide-open threshold, Xiao Wu silently wondered if this was truly a room or a secret exit leading to the outside world. Suddenly, she remembered the detail of Won Hyok's soaking wet feet when he returned, a highly questionable clue that just arose in her mind. If the truth was that there was water behind this door, then that was the only explanation for the strange dampness on the teenage boy. Pressing her ear against the cold iron door, the little girl tried to listen to the murmuring sound of water to verify her speculations. But despite her best efforts, the thick layer of metal blocked out all sounds, making her unable to hear anything clearly inside. A strange noise suddenly echoed, making Xiao Wu jump in terror, her eyes widening at the appearance of an unexpected threat. She shockingly realized that the sound wasn't coming from this room at all, but from a completely different, perilous direction at this very moment. High above, the trapdoor's rotary valve began shaking violently, accompanied by dramatic metallic clanking that shattered the silence. The frantic noises signaled that someone was trying to break into the bunker right from the main entrance above the iron stairs. Xiao Wu stood rooted to the spot in sheer horror, realizing she was trapped between Won Hyok's secrets and the stranger out there. The sound of rapid footsteps from above made Xiao Wu frantically wonder who was present on the other side of the hatch. But she immediately brushed off the fear, silently affirming that as long as she could escape, that person's identity no longer mattered. She dashed madly up the iron stairs with an intense desire for freedom, unaware that the shadow of death had silently approached from behind. Suddenly, a large hand reached out from nowhere, roughly covering the little girl's mouth, completely cutting off the hope that had just ignited. It was none other than Won Hyok, who was using his overwhelming strength to drag her down and restrain her right in the dark corner under the stairs. His sinewy hand tightly gripped Xiao Wu's face, rendering all her struggles hopeless and shock. Won Hyok whispered in her ear, with a cold warning that she absolutely must not step out of here right now. Xiao Wu's body stiffened in terror. She moaned silently in despair as she realized she was completely unable to move. This suffocating restraint made her painfully aware that things were far different from the incident that occurred years ago. The little girl could only mumble Won Hyok's name in vain as his breath gradually enveloped all her senses. Won Hyok's face clearly showed tension as Xiao Wu agonizingly questioned herself if he really intended to leave her imprisoned here. The violently shaking rotary valve sounded like a reminder that if she didn't escape right now, she would never have another chance. Xiao Wu silently pleaded in despair, struggling against the hand covering her mouth, making her breath catch in the darkness. The knocking sounds from above the hatch grew increasingly frantic, signaling that the stranger was trying to break into the bunker at this very moment. Won Hyok's eyes suddenly became razor-sharp and full of vigilance. He focused intensely to observe every slightest movement from the outside. Fresh blood unexpectedly seeped from between Won Hyok's fingers, dripping down the little girl's chin to create an incredibly horrific scene. He roughly squeezed Xiao Wu's body to subdue her, ignoring the wound on his finger that was bleeding more and more due to the struggle. Xiao Wu stared in shock at the deep cut on his hand, frantically wondering if she was truly in danger or not. Won Hyok coldly squeezed her jaw and growled, ordering her to spit out everything she was hiding in her mouth immediately. He looked straight into her terrified eyes with extreme intimidation, demanding she not be allowed to hide anything in front of him. Won Hyok growled, ordering Xiao Wu to act immediately, his eyes burning with a terrifying fierceness. She gasped, wondering if he had just touched his wound, and realized in horror that she had never seen him so angry. Memories returned, reminding her that even while locked in this dark bunker, Won Hyok had never treated her as harshly as he was right now. On the contrary, the image of him once silently caring for and tending to her wounds in the past suddenly felt like a luxury against the brutal reality. Xiao Wu's hands trembled nonstop on the dirt floor, the terror slowly swallowing the last remnants of the little girl's strength. Won Hyok quietly bowed his head, hiding the chaotic emotions tearing inside the sullen exterior of one branded a murderer's son. Xiaowu burst into tears and begged him not to look at her with those eyes because that violence was making her feel suffocated. But the only response was his sharp, haunting gaze, as if he were trying to see through all the deepest secrets in her heart. The image of a terrified young Xiaowu suddenly resurfaced, like a mirror reflecting the prolonged pain from the past to the present. That little girl from back then stood frozen with tear-filled eyes, completely helpless against the cruel fate enveloping the two shattered souls. Memories of little Xiaowu panicking and fleeing in the gloomy darkness of her childhood resurfaced like a terrifying obsession. Returning to the present, Won Hyuk gently placed his bandaged hand on her tear-stained face, trying to soothe her terror. Both slid down and slumped onto the cold ground, the atmosphere enveloped in silence and unhealed wounds. Xiaowu looked at him in astonishment as she heard him softly whisper a reassuring word that he would never do anything scary to her again. Won Hyuk lowered his head in exhaustion, earnestly pleading with her to just stay here and not leave him at this moment. Looking deep into those melancholy eyes, Xiaowu suddenly realized she was only used to his expressionless and unpredictable face from before. She questioned herself why he was showing these emotions now, and what the ultimate purpose of all this was. The image of the two lonely children sitting together years ago flashed back, making her wonder what he was so afraid of. Suddenly, a loud knocking resounded from above, pulling Xiaowu out of her scattered and tangled thoughts. The young girl stared in shock at the stairs leading to the exit, where the continuous pounding signaled an approaching danger. The frantic knocking on the bunker hatch startled Xiaowu, and she looked up with a thoroughly bewildered expression. Below, Won Hyuk watched her silently with a tired gaze, as if he too was facing his own fear. A hand reached out to grab the flashlight, its bright beams suddenly ripping through the gloomy darkness of the military bunker. Xiaowu demanded that he speak clearly instead of keeping up this mysterious silence. She bluntly questioned how he happened to be in this isolated place at the exact moment she met with disaster. Won Hyuk bitterly realized that she never had any intention of being honest and sharing everything with him. The young girl stepped back, her worn-out shoes stopping right at the edge of the cold iron stairs in an extremely unstable state. The teenage boy could only stand and watch the slender figure of his old friend, a complex expression evident on his scratch-covered face. Xiaowu loudly threatened to scream if he dared to come closer and asserted that she would definitely leave if he refused to explain. Faced with her fierce defensiveness, Won Hyuk froze in shock, his face showing extreme hurt and helplessness. Xiaowu rushed up the iron steps, her legs trembling but her desire to escape the darkness still incredibly intense. Won Hyuk dropped to his knees, his voice straining as he announced that that man had appeared, causing the air to suddenly turn suffocating. He bowed his head and confessed that he had to flee and hide in this bunker to take refuge from the terrifying pursuit. Xiaowu froze in shock upon hearing him assert that stepping outside right now would be nothing short of suicide. She trembling asked if the person lurking on the other side of the trapdoor was truly his murderer father. Won Hyuk could only nod silently in confirmation, his face reflecting the despair of someone driven to a dead end. Xiaowu's eyes wavered violently, her mind in turmoil over the harsh truth and the fear surrounding her old friend. She secretly wondered if she should continue to be confined with Won Hyuk, because once the decision was made, there would be no turning back. The fear that screaming for help might expose their location and cause her to fall into the hands of the killer outside made her hand suddenly freeze. But then Xiaowu still mustered her strength to tightly grip the metal valve wheel, trying to force a strained smile to reassure herself at the threshold of destiny. Xiaowu watched in horror as the figure of that man suddenly appeared above the trapdoor. The murderer's cruel smile, half hidden behind the curtain of rain, felt like a curse crashing down upon the dark bunker. The young girl clutched her head in utter despair, screaming silently inside at the return of the most terrifying nightmare of her life. She collapsed onto the cold iron steps, trying to curl inward to escape a reality that was gradually crumbling. Xiaowu wondered in terror if that evil man truly intended to kill his own son, and her as well. Fear squeezed her chest, causing her breathing to quicken as a suffocating sensation overwhelmed all her senses. Won Hyuk knelt down and used his slender hands to hold her head, trying to soothe the panic devouring the young girl. She looked up in shock at the teenage boy in front of her, silently sensing his clumsy protection amidst the suffocating space. Won-hyuk's eyes showed a clear look of determination, as if he was silently promising not to let anything bad touch her. Seo-woo weakly called out Ju Won-hyuk's name, as if it were the final lifeline helping her cling to life. Seo-woo secretly hoped for another way out as her eyes fixed onto the cold green iron door. Meanwhile, the hand of a stranger outside frantically rattled the bunker hatch but finally gave up because it was locked tight. Above ground, a male student casually confessed to his friend that he had run away from home to find a hiding place in this neighborhood. The friend standing by their roadside sarcastically asked if that past traumatic brain injury had truly made him lose his mind. Then he brought up how Ji Sung-chan had to transfer schools right after the bloody incident involving the murderer's son. Haunting images of the past returned with the scene of Sung-chan being brutally attacked to the point of a crushed head right at school. He reached up to touch the old scar on the back of his neck and pensively confirmed the harsh truth he had endured. Sung-chan looked up at the barbed wire fence and wondered if those disgusting people were still present in this place. He slowly uttered Ju Won-hyuk's name, as if savoring the deep-seated grudge etched into his very bones, only to finish with the name Nam Seo-woo and a calculating smile, signaling that a new storm was about to hit. The vacuum cleaner glided across the floor, its steady motor hum seemingly trying to drown out the chilling silence. The aunt froze when she saw the phone on the table suddenly vibrate continuously, shattering the tedious working atmosphere. She quickly answered and politely asked the homeroom teacher if anything unusual had happened at school. But her face instantly lost its color upon hearing the news that Seo-woo had not shown up to class at all today. Her eyes stared blankly at the empty room, where the chill of loneliness began to creep into every dark corner. The aunt hesitantly lied to the teacher that the girl was staying at a friend's house and had probably just lost contact because she forgot to charge her phone. The call ended in extreme anxiety, leaving her standing in silence amidst the cluttered piles of her poor niece's books and notebooks. She blankly walked toward the bookshelf, where an old picture frame silently drew all her attention in the quiet space. Her trembling hands slowly reached out, as if she were trying to retrieve a little warmth from a long-gone past. It was a photo of Seo-woo smiling radiantly beside her parents, a testament to a happiness that had permanently vanished after that horrific event years ago. The aunt's eyes were glued to her niece's bright smile in the happy family photo from long ago. She stood silently in the empty room, secretly and bitterly wishing that the child could resemble her deceased father, even just a little bit. Back in the bunker, Seo-woo's slender hands tremblingly gripped the screwdriver, like a glimmer of fragile hope. She sat blankly amidst the cluttered belongings, realizing she could never use this crude tool to break her chains of confinement. Dry footsteps stepping on broken debris echoed through the space, signaling an unsettling movement in the darkness. Seo-woo walked dejectedly among the dilapidated shelves, her eyes constantly searching for the slightest clue about a secret exit. In the distance, Won-hyuk was still silently working with a pile of medical equipment, his back exuding an invisible pressure that made her too afraid to approach. The young girl's face showed deep thought as doubts about the identity of the stalker outside continuously besieged her mind. Won-hyuk's assertion that the person trying to break in was his murderer father stabbed through her soul like a knife. Facing the grim reality, Seo-woo decided to gamble her life by staying here and searching for another way to survive instead of confronting death. Seo-woo secretly thought that she once intended to open the green door, but feared Won-hyuk would smash the handle, so she told him to find the key first. Standing from afar, she silently watched her old friend carefully readjusting the bandage on his hand with a pensive and solemn gaze. In her heart, there were still too many things she couldn't understand, especially the contradictory appearance of a pile of fresh canned food in an abandoned bunker. But at least she felt somewhat relieved when she secretly concluded that Won-hyuk truly had no intention of threatening or harming her. The image of a bloody hand holding a knife returned along with his confession that he came here only to flee from his murderer father. Seo-woo remained silent before the grim reality, her eyes showing clear inner conflict as she realized they both carried far too much pain inside. She bitterly realized that both of these broken souls were outcasts, only to eventually cross paths by chance in this living hell. It turned out they were both in the same boat, both poor children who had to find a way to take refuge from the pursuit of past ghosts. Standing before the cold concrete wall, She questioned what Won Hyuk was actually thinking at that fateful moment when he decided to open that bunker door. Won Hyuk decisively tightened the bandage on his wrist, a fierce action as if wanting to personally mend the bleeding wounds in his soul. Won Hyuk stood in silence, his lowered face filled with melancholy as the ghosts of the past began to gnaw at his soul. He stared blankly at the medicine shelf, where painful memories were silently resurfacing in the quiet space of the infirmary. A voice echoed in his subconscious, pressing for the reason why that girl was still by his side, causing Won Hyuk's gaze to waver. He turned around in shock, seemingly trying to flee from the cold accusations surrounding him. The interrogations about his true purpose for coming here made Won Hyuk choke up, sweat pouring down his conflicted face. The image of a bloody hand tightly gripping a knife returned as a grim reminder of the cruel act he had once committed. At school, a bustling atmosphere took over as groups of students lined up to walk down the stairs to go home. Amidst the chaotic crowd, a friend turned back to explain an unfinished story, making Ji-won's footsteps briefly falter. Ji-won's eyes suddenly became sharp and calculating as she looked back with a mysterious expression. She firmly told the group to go ahead and meet at the school gate, ready to begin her own plan to search for the truth. In the middle of the school hallway, Ji-won stopped when she heard the homeroom teacher's call, her face clearly showing annoyance at being disturbed. The teacher, with deeply anxious eyes, approached and asked if she knew the identity of the friend Seo-woo was staying with. The teacher revealed that she had contacted the guardian, but the aunt only vaguely knew that her niece was temporarily staying at a friend's house. Pressured by the relentless questioning, Ji-won angrily stated loudly that she had already said she didn't know anything since this morning and asked the teacher to stop bothering her. She decisively turned and walked away, coldly declaring that all of her older cousin's troubles had absolutely nothing to do with her. The teacher's voice suddenly turned sharp as she raised a shocking suspicion about whether there was a possibility that Seo-woo was with Ju Won Hyuk. Upon hearing the news that Won Hyuk was also abnormally absent today, Ji-won froze for a moment with a thoughtful and calculating look. She quickly regained her composure, her face shrouded in shadow as she coldly asserted that that place was definitely not his house. Ji-won hurriedly walked down the stairs, trying to escape the teacher's persistent interrogation to conceal the secrets she was hiding. In her heart, she told herself to keep this a secret from everyone because she knew well that other than Won Hyuk's place, Seo-woo had nowhere else to go. Seo-woo used a black pen to draw scribbles on the wall to sketch the layout of the bunker. The young girl carefully drew and secretly wondered to herself what the actual structure of this place would look like. She told herself she had searched every nook and cranny but still couldn't find the key. Perhaps the only way left was to smash the door handle. Seo-woo suddenly stopped her hand, her face clearly showing a thoughtful expression amidst the quiet atmosphere of the bunker. Her eyes suddenly fixated on another strange drawing faintly appearing on the cold concrete wall. The young girl startledly asked herself if that was truly a ladder leading to a secret escape route. Won Hyuk suddenly appeared from behind and asked what she was doing, making Seo-woo jump in terror. She hurriedly turned around and explained that she was just looking for a few small clues among the pile of old, ruined belongings. Seo-woo briefly paused as she looked directly at him, her eyes clearly showing worry and suspicion. Because she shockingly realized that Won Hyuk looked extremely tired, his pale face drenched in sweat like someone who had just been exhausted. Won Hyuk wearily asserted that his face had always been that gloomy, but Seo-woo immediately dismissed it because she could clearly feel an unsettling difference. She boldly reached out to gently brush aside his messy hair and said that if this cover was removed, the real wounds would be clearly exposed right away. The spontaneous action left even Seo-woo herself stunned. She stood silently with wide eyes upon realizing the excessive closeness between the two of them. Won Hyuk's eyes wavered intensely behind his hair, as if his frozen heart was briefly stunned by the unexpected warmth from his old friend. The teenage boy gently reached up to touch the face where she had just left, a feeling of nervousness mixed with a bit of confusion spreading throughout his sullen body. Two small figures stood facing each other in the cold concrete hallway, the atmosphere suddenly becoming strange and filled with an indescribable hesitation. Seo-woo hurriedly stepped back and profusely apologized, blaming herself for letting her old caretaking habits resurface in front of a vulnerable Won Hyuk. Suddenly, Won Hyuk forcefully grabbed her wrist, a decisive action that made the young girl's heartbeat seem to skip a beat in panic. He slowly pulled her hand and placed it on his shoulder, creating a mysterious connection as if silently pleading for an anchor for his soul. In the pitch darkness, a warning echoed that she had to get him out of here quickly, because she absolutely should not be near that man any longer. He slowly raised Seo Woo's hand, his gloomy eyes wavering slightly as if searching for an invisible comfort. Won Hyuk thought to himself that if he just let his guard down a little bit, his heart would start to kindle hope for tomorrow. The lights on the bunker ceiling suddenly flickered continuously, reflecting the awkwardness in the hesitant hand-holding amidst the darkness. Seo Woo widened her eyes in astonishment at the sudden closeness, her mind completely confused by the other person's unfamiliar gesture. Won Hyuk gently pursed his lips and noted in a low voice that everything seemed about to shatter. The heavily implied words made Seo Woo startledly question what on earth he was trying to imply right now. She hurriedly pulled her hand back and scolded him for gripping too tightly, but then froze upon hearing him ask if she was hungry. Won Hyuk's eyes softened as he asked about her fasting all day, carrying an indescribably clumsy concern. He casually mentioned the box of canned food he had brought, making Seo Woo inevitably suspicious of this unusual psychological shift. Finally, he urged her to go eat so he could finish looking for the key, leaving the young girl to quietly comply in bewilderment. Seo Woo's hand lightly touched the cold concrete wall as she quietly left the infirmary to carry out her plan. The young girl walked among the ruins, completely unaware that Won Hyuk was still secretly watching her back from a hidden corner. The teenage boy stood silently in the darkness, his face hidden behind messy hair exuding an extreme sense of gloom and loneliness after she left. Cold sweat continuously rolled down Won Hyuk's pale face as he faced the tearing pain. Beneath his feet, a pitch-black stream of darkness began to spread from the door crack, carrying the threatening breath of destruction. Heavy footsteps stepped on the dark liquid that was increasingly covering the ground like an omen of death. That terrifying gloom quickly swallowed all light, turning the bunker into a dark trap with no way out. On the TV screen, the sweating anchor was frantically announcing a horrifying incident out there. The aunt sat motionlessly next to her husband with a deeply anxious face, her eyes glued to the TV as she had a premonition of an impending disaster. Trembling hands gently touched the phone screen, as if she was desperately trying to find a way to connect with Seo Woo. Ji-won suddenly snatched the phone from her mother's hands with a resolute and angry expression. She loudly stopped her mother from trying to contact Seo Woo ever again, while the father sitting nearby also looked annoyed. The father indifferently advised his wife to enjoy the day off and sarcastically remarked that deep down she also felt more comfortable when their niece disappeared. He complained that Seo Woo's submissiveness always made the atmosphere in the house suffocating and thought that a child staying as a guest should at least act more lively. The mother bowed her head in worry upon realizing Seo Woo had been completely out of touch for the past 2 days, and her phone had been completely unreachable since yesterday. Ji-won brushed it off and asserted that her older cousin was just at a friend's house, while warning her mother that showing concern would only make her cling to this family. The mother looked at her daughter with suspicious eyes and brought up Seo Woo's past, causing the atmosphere to suddenly sink into gloomy memories. The image of the cold funeral returned with figures in black standing silently amidst the overwhelming atmosphere of mourning. A small, trembling hand tightly gripped an adult's black coat tail, as if searching for a final pillar of support amidst the collapse of her world. That was the moment young Seo Woo stood all alone amidst the adult's whispers, desperately clinging to the little remaining family affection right at the funeral. Ji-won irritably brought up how Seo Woo used to cling to her mother like a nuisance to stir up annoyance again. She gritted her teeth, asserting that if her mother had kicked her out sooner, she wouldn't have had to take such drastic action. The mother could only silently bow her head, her face clearly showing helplessness and guilt in the face of her precious daughter's harsh words. Despite her mother's worried inquiries while it was raining, Ji-won decisively walked away and absolutely forbade her from contacting Seo Woo. Standing in the rain, Ji-won continuously used her finger to flick the lighter to light a cigarette, but the flame kept dying out in vain. She stood next to a filthy garbage pile, constantly grumbling about the surrounding annoyances while a figure silently approached from behind. Suddenly, an unfamiliar hand reached out from the darkness, bringing a flame toward the unlit cigarette on the young girl's lips. Ji-won turned around in surprise and caught the gaze of Song-chan, who was casually helping her light it in the middle of the empty alley. The flickering flame illuminated the gloomy space, shining on the sudden and calculating appearance of the newly arrived male student. Song-chan casually mentioned that his lighter had also just run out of gas, starting a mysterious conversation with Ji-won. Ji-won squinted in suspicion, secretly asking herself what identity the stranger standing before her actually held. Facing her, Song-chan also observed thoughtfully, as if trying to recall a shattered fragment of memory from the past. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the familiar face, and was about to call her name, but hesitated at the surname Choi. Song-chan awkwardly pointed at Ji-won, trying to search his memory for what the rest of her name was, but couldn't figure it out. In the face of that abruptness, Ji-won could only let out a weary sigh amidst the stifling atmosphere of the residential area. In the distance, the cold military bunker still stood tall on the high hill, surrounded by a barbed wire fence separating it from the outside world. Deep underground, Seo-woo wearily sat up on the sofa, the enveloping darkness making her soul feel even more lonely. The young girl slightly glanced around the infirmary, her eyes clearly showing alertness mixed with a haggard look after a long sleep. Seo-woo's eyes suddenly stopped when she saw Won-hyuk lying still on the bed, completely sinking into a tired slumber. She shockingly asked herself why he was sleeping so soundly this time, because previously he had always been the one staying awake to guard her. Won-hyuk lay unconscious on the bed, his hand resting on his forehead covering his eyes as if trying to run away from the tormenting pain. Seo-woo quietly observed and noticed that sweat was pouring down like a shower on the pale face, full of endurance from her old friend. The young girl suddenly jolted up from the sofa upon noticing the abnormality in his sleep. Approaching, Seo-woo worriedly called Won-hyuk's name and wondered if he was being besieged by a terrifying nightmare. She hurriedly shook him hard with her hands to wake him up, while being horrified to see cold sweat still pouring out incessantly. Won-hyuk woke up in a state of panic, his hands tightly gripping his collar as if trying to find some air to breathe. Under the white rain outside, hurried footsteps stepping on puddles echoed with dry splashing sounds. Song-chan wondered why Ji-won recognized him immediately, but only received a cold attitude and a warning not to touch her. Ji-won sarcastically stated that there was no one in this entire neighborhood who didn't know his reputation, especially after the shocking incident related to the assault years ago. Having achieved her goal, she decisively shooed the male student away and secretly asserted that she would never waste effort helping without a reason. Ji-won annoyedly threw back the lighter, causing Song-chan to laugh sarcastically and praise the fake kindness of the snarky rich girl. The teenage boy watched Ji-won's silhouette gradually disappearing behind the rain, softly muttering the name Choi Ji-won as if etching a new pawn. Ji-won stopped walking under her transparent umbrella. She looked back with an indifferent gaze and pressed to ask what on earth he was planning to do. Song-chan gently touched the old scar on the back of his neck, hinting to know if she was curious about the reason he suddenly moved to this neighborhood. Ji-won immediately replied with a thorny response that she didn't care in the slightest and didn't forget to mock his weird personality. Song-chan pulled his hand back calculatedly, ignoring the insult and asserting that he also had a question that needed answering right away. Standing in the middle of the rain, he bluntly questioned Ji-won about whether her older cousin was currently with Won-hyuk. Ji-won's face suddenly became pensive as the smoldering doubts in her heart were once again sparked by the stranger's highly suggestive words. She gripped the umbrella handle so tightly that she trembled, asking in a strained voice what nonsense he was talking about since those two had cut ties a long time ago. Song-chan just gave a slight smirk, observing that the relationship had ended terribly, but the truth was still being hidden. Song-chan profoundly noted that the truth might be right for Nam Seo-woo, but for Won-hyuk, it certainly was not. Ji-won hid under the umbrella, squinting in suspicion and pressed to ask what deep underlying meaning his words actually carried. In the dark bunker, Won-hyuk was still lying unconscious, his hand resting on his forehead as if trying to escape the painful memories surrounding him. Seo-woo jolted awake, her eyes clearly showing panic upon noticing the instability spreading throughout the infirmary. She hurriedly bent down next to Won-hyuk, frantically calling her old friend's name as she saw him sinking deep into a sweat-drenched nightmare. Ji-won's eyes suddenly turned sharp and calculating as she intently listened to every revelation from Song-chan. He asserted that even if Nam Seo-woo truly wanted to end it all, Won Hyuk could never escape that vortex. Amidst the gloomy bunker, Won Hyuk suddenly hugged Seo-woo tightly, a desperate act like clinging to the only lifeline of his life. He silently rested his head on her shoulder, secretly admitting that he had had to suppress these heart-wrenching pains for far too long. High above, a rough, sinewy hand tightly gripped the gap of the trapdoor, signaling that the evil man had truly found his way to the entrance.
Won Hyuk ngồi thẫn thờ trên lối vào cửa sập, ánh mắt trống rỗng nhìn xuống hầm như đang bị giằng xé bởi những quyết định khó khăn. Tiếng cửa sắt rỉ sét chuyển động khô khốc báo hiệu một sự thật sắp được phơi bày giữa không gian tĩnh mịch của căn hầm quân sự. Won Hyuk nhìn Seo-woo bằng ánh mắt đầy u uất, dường như mọi tâm tư kìm nén bấy lâu nay đang dần vỡ vụn trước sự hiện diện của cô gái nhỏ. Ký ức về sự gắn kết giữa hai linh hồn đơn độc hiện về, khẳng định rằng dù có chuyện gì xảy ra, cậu cũng không thể cắt đứt sợi dây liên kết với cô. Seong-chan thầm nhận định Seo-woo là người duy nhất từng chìa tay về phía Won Hyuk, khiến việc từ bỏ cô trở thành điều không tưởng đối với cậu. Bóng tối bao trùm lấy Won Hyuk khi cậu thầm thừa nhận bản thân đã chấp nhận lún sâu vào con đường không lối thoát này chỉ vì cô. Ngay cả khi sự cố chấp ấy dẫn đến kết cục nghiệt ngã nhất là cả hai sẽ cùng nhau bị hủy diệt trong vũng bùn của sự hận thù. Quay lại thực tại, Won Hyuk bất ngờ ôm chặt lấy Seo-woo từ phía sau, một hành động bộc phát chứa đựng khao khát nương tựa mãnh liệt. Sự đụng chạm đột ngột khiến Seo-woo bàng hoàng sững sờ, nhịp tim cô như trật đi một nhịp trước sự bất ổn đang bùng nổ của người bạn cũ. Một cảm giác quen thuộc đến kỳ lạ ập đến khiến tâm trí Seo-woo rối bời. Cô chỉ biết đứng lặng để mặc Won Hyuk gục đầu vào vai mình trong tuyệt vọng.
The girl gently rests her chin on Ju Won Hyuk's broad shoulder, her distant gaze filled with deep thoughts. Recalling the past, she used to tremble at his oppression and violence as he painfully gripped her jaw. But now, seeing a small, fragile Won Hyuk hugging her, she suddenly realizes that he is just like her past self. A surge of empathy makes her hesitate for a moment, her hand moving slightly in uncertainty, until finally, she decides that she can no longer leave him alone in this loneliness. Feeling the warmth, Won Hyuk blankly opens his exhausted eyes in sheer surprise. The girl decisively wraps her arms around his back, pulling him tightly into a comforting embrace. That gentle gesture leaves Won Hyuk stunned, burying his head into her shoulder as his face silently flushes red with emotion. But the fleeting happiness is cut short when Won Hyuk suddenly springs up, roughly pushing the girl backward. The girl lets out a panicked cry, completely bewildered and stunned by his fiercely unexpected reaction. Won Hyuk sat blankly on the wooden crate and softly apologized for his sudden tight embrace, explaining that he only did it because he saw her body trembling. Seo-woo replied that she was fine but couldn't hide her anxiety as she pressed to ask if he had just been tormented by nightmares. She noticed that sweat had long drenched her friend's face, so she intended to reach out and help him wipe it away in deep sympathy. Immediately, Won Hyuk jerked his head away fiercely, trying to hide his chaotic expression behind his messy hair. He asserted that he was incredibly filthy and demanded she not touch him, creating a painfully isolating wall between two lonely souls. Seo-woo looked down in shock at her friend's arm, where fresh streaks of blood were seeping through the white bandage, as if exposing a cruel truth. She silently wondered if the appearance of his father yesterday was the very cause leading to this ultimate breakdown. Seeing that haggard face, she bitterly realized that ever since stepping into this basement, Won Hyuk had never had a single moment of complete rest. Fear clearly showed in his lonely eyes as he quietly confessed that the figure of that murderer kept recurring in his dreams to suffocate his reasoning. The memory of the spreading pool of blood beneath his feet and his hands tightly gripping the sharp knife rose up like a phantom of the past that would never let him go. Won Hyuk weakly breathed out Nam Seo-woo's name while she anxiously reminded him of the terrifying wounds bleeding on his arm. He coldly questioned why she had suddenly become so curious, making the already suffocating atmosphere in the basement even more tense. Meanwhile, under the pouring rain outside, Ji-won walked silently on the empty street with a transparent umbrella, her mind filled with calculations. She suddenly stopped and looked back, her sharp eyes hidden behind glasses, secretly observing the old house amidst the white rain. Ji-won's steps halted right at the doorstep, the umbrella still held firmly in her hand like a protective layer separating her from the harsh weather around. Songchan suddenly appeared and bluntly asked whether Ju Won-hyuk being with Nam Seo-woo was truly important to her or not. He placed his hand on the railing and coldly declared that he had some debts to settle once and for all with Won-hyuk, which was why he went out of his way to find him. Looking at the other person's expression, Songchan calmly concluded that perhaps Ji-won didn't know their whereabouts either, increasing the girl's inner suspicion. Ji-won glanced with contempt and silently cursed the stranger standing before her as an obnoxious jerk with less than good intentions. She wondered why he would travel all the way to this neighborhood to find Won-hyuk and feared that malicious rumors about Seo-woo would be widely spread by him. Ji-won was stunned when Songchan unexpectedly pressed to ask if she had ever tried going all the way to Won-hyuk's house. The affirmative answer that he had been there made Ji-won startled, her eyes wavering with deep unease at the other person's initiative. Songchan stared intently into her mind and revealed that even though he had rung the doorbell repeatedly, it was completely dead silent inside. The sight of the silent house under the white rain served as a confirmation that there was no sign of life present behind the cold iron gate. Ji-won stood still under her umbrella, silently calculating that logically, Nam Seo-woo should be hiding inside that house. Panic began to take over as she wondered where her older sister could have drifted to, because Seo-woo was inherently never one to recklessly sleep in a strange place. An ominous premonition emerged in Ji-won's mind along with an intimidating dark silhouette, making her realize in shock that reality was gradually deviating from its safe orbit. Cold sweat mixed with raindrops trickled down her pale face, reflecting the terror suffocating the little girl's heartbeat. Amidst the gloomy space, the dry shifting sound of the iron door signaled a secret entrance slowly opening, revealing the deep darkness inside. Ji-won cautiously looked through the ajar door gap and asked herself in alarm if this was the beginning of a terrifying truth she was about to face. Ji-won stood silently in front of the deserted house, her lonely silhouette blurring under the heavy rain along with the mysterious warning sign dangling on the old brick wall. Heavy panting echoed before the half-open door, where the cold doorbell remained silent, without a single response amidst the quiet space of the empty neighborhood. She hesitantly stepped over the threshold upon realizing it wasn't locked at all, telling herself that she had to go inside to check the truth instead of waiting hopelessly. The memory of that day suddenly rushed back before the gloomy room's door, evoking the pain and doubts she had always tried to bury for so long. Trembling hands turned the doorknob with the thought that perhaps she had seen wrong, but the dry click of the lock officially extinguished all hope of escaping reality. The dim light in the dark room started flickering continuously, reflecting the growing unease and suffocating the young girl's mind in solitude. Won-hyuk bowed his head in sheer exhaustion and softly asked if she was feeling afraid of his haunting presence and dark secrets. He coldly demanded she not give him this unprecedented, strange attention and just treat him distantly like she always had before. Seo-woo looked at her friend's back with deeply pained eyes, sweat streaming down as she hesitantly called his name and intended to speak her true thoughts, only for Won-hyuk to walk away silently and say he would go wash off the bloodstains, leaving her alone in a daze amidst the cold space of the basement full of past scars. Seo-woo stood blankly staring at Won-hyuk's figure, her eyes holding extreme anxiety over her friend's terrifying silence. Meanwhile, Won-hyuk stood dead still before the sink, letting the water pour down, as if wanting to wash away the suffocation surrounding him. He faced the gruesome illusion in the mirror and trembled silently as he saw his face gradually covered by hallucinated streaks of blood. The deep wound on his arm began to be cleaned, causing the clear running water to quickly turn into a haunting deep red. His eyes dilated in utmost shock as he quietly witnessed the bloody vortex sliding down the cold drain. In another development, Ji-won tightly covered her mouth in shock to hold back a scream when she accidentally witnessed a horrifying truth just revealed. Won-hyuk suddenly stepped forward, grabbed Seo-woo's shoulders tightly, and loudly demanded to know why she kept wandering around like a soulless person. He roughly forced her to stand in one place, despite Seo-woo only being able to cry out in panic at her friend's drastically changed attitude. In the gloomy darkness, Won-hyuk began to cringe upon hearing his name being called, echoing like a curse from the dark past. Looking at that dazed face, Wu gently pressed to ask with an anxious voice whether he was suffering from claustrophobia. Won Hyuk gripped Wu's shoulders tightly in the surrounding darkness, causing her to anxiously ask if this darkness was making his condition worse. Wu stopped in shock upon discovering blood relentlessly seeping from the wound on her friend's arm amidst his heavy, gasping breaths. She hurriedly grabbed his hand and earnestly begged Won Hyuk to let her help bandage it with the gauze she had just found, despite his eyes still drowning in melancholy. In the middle of the suffocating bunker hallway, two small figures stood facing each other in a tense state that was choking out all emotions. Won Hyuk looked at the roll of gauze and coldly mocked whether she really wandered everywhere just to find this trivial item. He stepped closer and threw venomous words about her suddenly wanting to play the good person, while cruelly questioning if everything was already too late. In the bathroom, Won Hyuk quietly let the rushing water wash the deep wound, watching the blood dissolve into the water, as if wanting to erase the traces of pain. Wu sat blankly under the yellowish light, her mind in turmoil due to the hurtful words and the ever-growing instability of her old friend. She slightly looked up and cautiously asked if all these shocks had anything to do with his father's haunting appearance yesterday. Wu painfully admitted that ever since they both got stuck in this place, she hadn't seen Won Hyuk fall into a truly peaceful sleep even once. Wu looked deep into Won Hyuk's melancholic eyes, silently wondering if the ghost of his murderous father was the one haunting all of his dreams. Won Hyuk dropped his head in sheer exhaustion while Wu still couldn't take her eyes off the bleeding wounds on her friend's scrawny arm. Sitting opposite her, he coldly questioned the reason why she suddenly showed excessive care towards an outcast like him. Wu bowed her head apologetically, telling herself that she had perhaps accidentally touched an emotional wound that should have been left sleeping. She bitterly realized that her care all this time was perhaps just a mask to cover up the extreme fear present in her own heart. Won Hyuk's empty gaze made her feel that all efforts to soothe him right now became like a clumsy lie in front of him. Her hands clasped tightly together in helplessness, thinking to herself that if she tried to deny that harsh reality now, it wouldn't mean anything anymore. Wu dropped to her knees in the middle of the messy basement, desperately realizing that trying to mend this relationship was completely useless. Outside, the torrential rain still relentlessly poured down on the barbed wire fence, burying the only escape route for the two souls trapped beneath the cold ground. The noise from the old electrical device suddenly rang out dryly in the quiet space, signaling a dramatic shift about to take place. Won Hyuk sat huddled in the bathroom, the roaring sound of the hair dryer echoing as he tried to dry his black shirt covered in dust. The blast of hot air blew into the fabric, as if wanting to burn away all the stains of the past, even though his hands still wouldn't stop trembling. He abruptly stopped and looked back defensively, his bare back covered in bruises exuding a sense of extreme loneliness. Outside, Wu stood silently in front of the entrance, her mind chaotic with guilt as she wondered if her concern was too abrupt. She looked at the pure white roll of gauze in her hands, telling herself that it was time to help her friend treat the bleeding wounds. Despite fearing being chased away, she decided she couldn't ignore Won Hyuk's pain due to the invisible bond between the two lonely souls. Looking up at the rusty pipes on the ceiling, Wu bitterly realized that both were prisoners of fate trapped in a deep pit of despair. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock upon noticing the overhead lights blinking off, signaling a terrifying incident about to happen. She looked around the pitch-black hallway in panic, where dark shadows began to cover and choke all sense of direction of the little girl. Amidst the blind space, tiny hands frantically flailed in hopelessness, trying to cling to a fragile ray of hope before the darkness swallowed everything. Wu groped around in the thick darkness, confusedly asking why the power had suddenly gone out and whether it was because of the rainy season. She grew fearful upon realizing the safe room was too far away and the hallway was being completely swallowed by the night. Looking toward the gloomy entrance, Wu wondered if she could find a flashlight in the medical room. Meanwhile, Won Hyuk roughly pushed the door open and rushed out, his face clearly showing unease when the lights suddenly went out. He stood frozen at the doorway, his chest heaving from panting heavily beneath his wide-open, blood-stained shirt. The call for Nam Wu echoed throughout the desolate hallway, where garbage was piled up under the enveloping darkness. Won Hyok hurriedly rummaged through the iron shelf and quickly touched the lifesaver flashlight lying among the pile of old stuff. The light from the device slashed across the night, clearly illuminating the messy, dusty space inside the bunker. The young man held the flashlight, shining it everywhere in search of his friend's silhouette, his expression becoming increasingly tense. Suddenly, Won Hyok spun around defensively, as if he had just sensed a threat lurking behind his back. The iron door screeched dryly as Won Hyok's shadow cast long into the room filled with cold steel drums. He darted past the messy pile of tables and chairs, his lonely dark silhouette swaying under the flashlight shining directly into the gloomy space of the basement. Heavy panting echoed throughout the hallway as the young man frantically searched for a presence that was gradually fading into the darkness. Won Hyok stopped and leaned against the concrete wall, sweat streaming down his face, filled with anxiety mixed with extreme exhaustion. The flashlight shone into the empty meeting room with a stark white projector screen, revealing a quiet, dust-filled atmosphere. The young man bowed his head in thought, silently wondering if some terrible possibility was actually unfolding right in this place. Unexpectedly, Seo Woo softly called Won Hyok's name from behind the door, her eyes full of doubt as she saw his solitary back. Won Hyok abruptly turned around and stepped forward menacingly, causing the little girl to ask in shock if he had gone out of his way to look for her. Immediately, a rough hand reached out and tightly grabbed Seo Woo's shoulders, suffocating any intention of resistance from the little girl in a split second. He glared angrily and mocked that her mind right now must be filled entirely with calculations to find a way to escape from this place. Two small figures walked silently side by side along the gloomy hallway, where rusty pipes intertwined on the ceiling like the chains of fate. Won Hyok walked in silence, his eyes hidden behind messy black hair concealing complex thoughts as he sensed the resolve gradually forming in Seo Woo. Their feet stopped before the cold iron gate. Seo Woo decisively suggested that they should break down this door to find a way out instead of continuing to wait. She asserted that finding the key was impossible right now, so smashing the only exit was the best choice to rescue both their souls. Looking straight into her friend's wavering eyes, Seo Woo declared that if he lacked the courage to act, she would be the one to do it herself. Won Hyok stood still with a sorrowful face, seemingly torn by the fear of the harsh reality waiting on the other side of the door. A drastic action took place as the heavy hammer struck straight down on the lock latch, forcefully smashing the final obstacle separating them from the world. Standing before the flickering light just peeking through the door gap, Seo Woo bitterly told herself that the only reason she cared about Won Hyok was simply because both were trapped together. She firmly believed that once they left this place, everything would return to its old orbit and they would continue to ignore each other like the strangers they had always been. The flashlight swept across the old industrial machines in the basement, closing a turbulent chapter between two hearts that already bore too many scars of abandonment. Seo Woo stood stunned under the flashlight, astonishedly asking what she was truly facing. She wondered if this was the engine room upon witnessing the massive engine blocks lying silently in the darkness. But the iron door only led to a weedy bank by the water instead of the exit she had always hoped for. Seo Woo gradually backed into the darkness, frantically telling herself that her eyes must surely be mistaken and thinking this was merely a hallucination. Her feet stumbled as she silently thought that a bunker of this scale couldn't possibly have only one exit. Won Hyok's silhouette appeared in her mind like a painful binding between two lost souls. She looked at the illusion reflecting in her pupils, agonizingly realizing she had truly lost her last chance of salvation. Her hand reached up into the empty air, desperately asking if both of them would have to stay in this dark place forever, and silently prayed for a miracle. Suddenly, Won Hyok roughly grabbed her wrist, yanking his friend into his suffocating suppression. Both tumbled down onto the rubble, the little girl screaming as her body collided hard with the cold basement floor. Won Hyok stood silently with his bleeding shoulder, the dark shadow enveloping him like an omen of the impending collapse. He embraced the exhausted Seo Woo at his feet and confusedly asked himself what he had to do to salvage the current situation. Despair clearly showed as Won Hyok bitterly concluded that no one would come looking for him, fearing both would be forgotten by the world forever. Seo Woo slumped her head against his chest, weakly asking about the next plan amidst the suffocating space that was choking both of their breaths. Won Hyok's eyes sank deep into melancholy, holding the pain of a soul that had endured far too much trauma from the past. His trembling hand loosely dropped onto the cold ground, softly uttering a weak denial in the face of the cruel truth surrounding them. His empty gaze directed toward the row of silent chairs in the dark room, where solitude was gradually swallowing the last remnants of hope. He looked up at the old warning sign next to the iron ladder and silently affirmed that another emergency exit must surely exist. Amidst the falling debris, Won Hyok pressed Seo Woo tightly against his chest and resolutely declared the existence of a real exit. Seo Woo widened her eyes in shock, silently kindling a fierce belief when faced with the light of the truth gradually being revealed. Seo Woo crawled in shock over the pile of rubble, loudly questioning Won Hyok about the terrifying truth that had just been revealed. Choking back tears, she asked if an exit truly existed and why he had been so heartless to deceive her all this time. Amidst the pitch-black darkness, the little girl slumped down in utter helplessness as her last bit of faith completely collapsed. Seo Woo glared at him, bitterly asserting that it turned out he had deliberately trapped her in this place. She choked out that she had once felt sympathy and mistakenly believed their getting trapped was merely a coincidental accident. Humiliation made her mock her own foolishness for wasting her kindness on a liar. The flashlight rolled around on the cold ground, casting faint rays of light amidst the terrifyingly silent space. Won Hyok lay motionless amidst the ruins, his empty eyes suddenly glinting with an unpredictable danger. Seo Woo shakily reached out, intending to grab his collar to vent her anger, but that action was immediately blocked. The young man roughly grabbed her hand and harshly asked what she was trying to do, causing the atmosphere to explode with tension. Seo Woo gripped her friend tightly, asserting she only saw the blue door and accusing him of deliberately hiding a dark secret. Won Hyok wearily denied the existence of the exit, but she instantly snapped, demanding he stop using his lies. She declared that she would never fall into the trap ever again, her eyes overflowing with utmost resentment and disappointment. Their dark shadows cast long on the cold wall, Seo Woo agonizingly wondering why she had ever foolishly placed her trust in him, even when the blood-soaked scars from the past were still there as a warning about the true nature of the boy in front of her. Suddenly, Won Hyok sprang up and turned the tables, using overwhelming strength to pin Seo Woo down onto the debris-filled ground. He squeezed the trembling wrists of the little girl, causing the atmosphere in the basement to suddenly become unbearably suffocating. Won Hyok bowed his head to hide his face contorted in misery, breathing heavily as if struggling with psychological trauma. Seo Woo desperately begged to leave this hellhole, but his answer was merely a cruel rejection. Just as Won Hyok reached out to touch something behind his back and coldly asked if she wanted to know the real reason he kept her here, Seo Woo was shocked to see the folding knife unexpectedly drop right next to her hand, while Won Hyok was still overwhelmingly subduing her. He coldly asserted that the man was dead, leaving the sharp weapon lying bare on the cold basement floor. Won Hyok firmly pinned the little girl's trembling hands and confessed that he was the one who had ended that man's life. The memory of the bloody scene where his father's corpse lay motionless in the middle of the dark room returned like an unwashable obsession. He snapped, asking if she now understood why he was forced to imprison her, and threatened that if he let her leave at this moment, she would only go around spreading malicious rumors about someone with a murderer's blood like him to the whole world. Won Hyok's eyes flared with extremism as he forced her to abandon all intentions of escaping to sink deep into the darkness with him. Meanwhile, Ji-won shockingly covered her mouth tightly to stop the nausea when she accidentally encountered a terrible odor spreading out. She frowned in discomfort and asked about the pungent stench enveloping the quiet space of the ruined house. Ji-won's eyes were glued to the bottle of cleaning bleach on the table, and she secretly suspected upon noticing someone had intentionally used chemicals to cover up dark traces. Ji-won unexpectedly discovered a mysterious suitcase hidden under the table amidst the gloomy atmosphere of the house. She was stunned, wondering why this object appeared here, while the dark shadow of the woman behind her silently approached with menace. Startled by a strange noise, Ji-won frantically spun around, her face distorted in terror upon facing her aunt's sudden presence. The woman stood motionless in the dark with rubber gloves, exuding a chilling and eerie coldness right at the doorway. She softly let out a lifeless exclamation, her haggard face reflecting exhaustion yet holding unpredictable calculations. While brushing past Jiwon, she casually mentioned that she was cleaning and noted that the bleach smell in the room was indeed very strong. She took off her gloves, bringing up the old childhood neighborhood friends, then casually asked if she had come here to look for Won Hyuk. Jiwon was stunned to death. She silently wondered if the woman was truly mistaking her for Nam Seo-woo, or if this was a psychological trap. The woman gradually faded into the darkness, coldly affirming that Won Hyuk rarely ever set foot in this house anyway. Rooted to the spot, Ji-won could only awkwardly reply that the relationship between her and her cousin was truly not as close as the woman thought. The aunt turned her back and muttered that if they were no longer close, then her speculations all this time were completely wrong. She continued to remark that she hadn't noticed this distance because Won Hyuk had always come and gone from the house, as if he were the true owner. Ji-won felt a shiver at her aunt's bizarre attitude. She hurriedly bowed her head to apologize for the abrupt intrusion and quickly retreated. The woman stood silently by the door, her cold, sharp eyes hidden behind the darkness following every step of her departing niece. She nonchalantly questioned what Ji-won still intended to do and coldly demanded that she leave here immediately. Ji-won trudged out of the iron gate, her lonely silhouette blurring in the pouring rain along with rising paranoia. She suddenly halted in the middle of the empty street, frantically telling herself that this certainly couldn't be happening in such a horrific way. The memory of that fateful day unexpectedly rushed back into her mind, evoking the dark images she had tried to bury for so long. Ji-won stared into the empty void, paranoidly asking herself if her eyes had truly mistaken a crime all those years ago. Amidst the thick darkness of the basement, Seo-woo's hands were tightly squeezed by a rough force, officially beginning a cruel imprisonment. Seo-woo groaned in pain as her wrists were tightly gripped, while Won Hyuk maintained a cold, expressionless face, watching the struggling girl. Their hands grappled fiercely in the gloomy space, marking a dangerous turning point in the tense confrontation. A sharp knife suddenly swung, slicing through the air, creating a hair-raising situation right in the middle of the dark basement. Seo-woo tremblingly held the knife, pointing it straight at her friend, her tearful eyes filled with defensiveness and sheer panic. The young girl screamed, demanding that Won Hyuk release her immediately if he didn't want a terrible outcome to happen. Won Hyuk silently stared at the cold blade pointing at him, the atmosphere seemingly freezing in a deadlock. Seo-woo threatened to strike if he refused to back down, her ultimate despair pushing her to the brink of a crazy act. Contrary to her panic, Won Hyuk casually challenged her to do whatever she wanted because he had nothing left to lose. The young man collapsed to his knees, his thin hands gripping the cold ground tightly, as if trying to suppress a surging wild wave. Turning his back with the scattered bloodstains on his shirt, Won Hyuk coldly asserted that he would never let her leave and demanded that she give up soon. Seo-woo was shocked when the sharp blade actually touched Won Hyuk's flesh, secretly panicking as she saw him actively expose his Adam's apple without any intention of dodging. Won Hyuk silently looked at her with lifeless eyes as if ready to accept death, even though the bloodstains on his shoulders made his face look even more mournful. Seo-woo, startled, withdrew her gaze and firmly denied the crazy thought urging her to strike to free herself. She realized the terrifying seriousness in every gesture of Won Hyuk at this moment, a truth that made the young girl's heart wrench in horror. Seo-woo's gaze dropped with sorrow, her mind troubled as she tried to look for another way to eliminate the threatening presence of her old friend. The memory of Won Hyuk's kindness when meticulously bandaging her wound in the infirmary suddenly flashed back like an irony to reality. She recalled the moment he once gently touched her face to soothe her fear, causing the hatred in her heart to suddenly shake violently. Amidst the painful inner turmoil, Won Hyuk stared blankly into space while the last bit of patience from both was gradually running out. The knife suddenly slipped from her hand and rolled on the ground. Seo-woo could only sit helplessly as Won Hyuk collapsed forward, enveloping her. The young girl closed her eyes tightly and let out a choked groan of pain, while Won Hyuk looked at her with a shocked gaze amidst the suffocating space. Seo-woo panicked when the blade touched close to Won Hyuk's neck. She secretly felt bewildered by her old friend's terrifying disregard for his own life. The hands grappled fiercely, causing fresh blood to start dripping onto the ground, marking a cruel moment on the edge of life and death. Won-hyuk silently held the young girl tightly, his melancholy gaze looking straight into Seo-woo's shattering soul, as if searching for an anchor. The deep cut on Seo-woo's arm began to ooze blood, a testament to the frantic struggle that had just taken place in the suffocating shelter space. The young man bowed his head to hide his exhausted expression, his hand still refusing to loosen his extreme possessiveness over the only person by his side. Won-hyuk decisively snatched the sharp knife and demanded that she hand it over to him immediately to end this danger. He used a piece of white cloth to tightly bind the wound on her hand, a contradictory act of care hidden behind a cold and ruthless exterior. In the middle of the ruined, trash-filled basement, Won-hyuk knelt down to meticulously bandage Seo-woo in an unusually quiet atmosphere. His bare back, covered in bruises and scratches, was exposed before the young girl's eyes like an indictment of a painful past. Two lonely souls silently lay next to each other amidst the suffocating darkness, secretly admitting that they now only had each other to cling to for survival. Seo-woo woke up in shock after a sequence of fragmented memories, her eyes catching Won-hyuk's bloody bare back amidst the suffocating reality. The bloody pocket knife lay lonely in the dark like cruel evidence of the crime the young man had just confessed to. Won-hyuk sat despondently next to Seo-woo, his chest heaving as the frantic struggle gradually subsided. Seo-woo startled and drew back, her eyes wide with alertness before the unpredictable psychological transformation of her old friend. Won-hyuk bowed his head in exhaustion and coldly ordered her to quickly pack her things to follow him. A thin hand reached up, using all its might to push open the rusty iron trapdoor separating them from the secret exit. The young man knelt by the hatch, striving to open up a new hope while Seo-woo still stood silently observing with a highly skeptical mindset. The young girl was stunned to realize that this was truly the final emergency exit that Won-hyuk had secretly protected all this time. Below the foot of the old iron stairs was a pitch-black abyss, where the warning signs seemed to threaten anyone who dared to venture into the dangerous place. Seo-woo silently looked at the massive engine room and secretly wondered how an outcast like Won-hyuk could find such a sophisticated shelter. Seo-woo froze at the dry clanking sound of metal, her eyes full of caution as she faced the secret passage that had just opened. Won-hyuk held a flashlight, climbed down the rusty iron steps, and coldly asked her to pay attention to her footing to follow closely behind him. The young girl held a flashlight tightly in her mouth to climb down the deep abyss, while Won-hyuk was already waiting below in the dark, trash-filled corridor. As soon as she touched the ground, Seo-woo couldn't help but startle when she saw the young man suddenly extend a black strip of cloth toward her with an unpredictable expression. Won-hyuk ordered her to blindfold her eyes with this cloth, making Seo-woo question the reason for that strange action in shock. He explained that sudden exposure to bright light after being in the dark for too long would cause severe damage to her eyesight. The young man stood silently in the dark, secretly telling himself that things probably wouldn't be as bad as what his mind was imagining. Seo-woo silently tied the black cloth tightly across her eyes, accepting that she was now completely stripped of her ability to observe reality. She tightly gripped the bag of belongings in her hand and told herself to quickly act according to his words before Won-hyuk conceived the intention to imprison her once again. Won-hyuk took the young girl's trembling hands to lead the way, softly reminding her that there was water below and telling her not to panic. Seo-woo was anxious as she heard the screeching sound of the iron door, telling herself she was finally about to escape the suffocating imprisonment. She cautiously stepped barefoot into the cold water, feeling the instability under her feet while clinging to Won-hyuk's firm arm. Her hands carrying the heavy bag made it very difficult for the young girl to maintain her balance when her eyes were completely covered. Won-hyuk softly offered to carry the bag for her, and Seo-woo hesitantly agreed, as she felt an unfamiliar sense of care. But the young man suddenly picked her up decisively, making the young girl shocked by the overly abrupt action. Seo-woo asked in astonishment if he was carrying her, and Won-hyuk only casually replied with a brief affirmation. He asked her to just stay still because this distance would end soon, despite the young girl loudly protesting his possessive action. Thinking that the light outside wouldn't be too intense, Seo-woo intended to reach up and remove the black cloth, feeling that this blindfold was quite unnecessary. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light pierced through the fabric, causing her to shut her eyes in pain and ask in panic, what was happening. Xiaowu tremblingly wondered if they had just stepped out of a deep cave as her eyes were still aching despite being carefully shielded. Won Hyok swept Xiaowu up in his strong arms, silently carrying her away from the dark basement to enter the lush green space of the forest. The young man's face was drenched in sweat and melancholy. He walked carefully, as if cherishing the only remaining treasure of his life. His bare feet stepped on the soft grass, each step heavy with exhaustion but without any intention of stopping amidst the quiet nature. Xiaowu leaned her head against his shoulder, secretly telling herself that the damp scent surrounding them right now was probably the lingering trace of a summer rain that had just ended. The strong scent of green grass hit her nostrils, making the young girl feel a strange sense of freedom after so many days of being imprisoned underground. It was the characteristic scent that always lingered on Won Hyok's body, the scent that had been associated with his image in her mind since childhood. She was shocked to realize that truth. Her eyes hidden behind the black cloth couldn't help but waver at the sudden, intense emotions rising within. Won Hyok gently set her down on the ground and announced they had arrived, while asking her to find her own way home from this position. The young man stood silently behind, his sorrowful eyes tracing Xiaowu's figure, as if wanting to engrave her image deep into his soul. His hand trembled, intending to reach out and touch her one last time, but then withdrew in pain, leaving the name Ju Won Hyok echoing like a desperate farewell. Xiaowu, still blindfolded, slightly turned her head to ask if Won Hyok intended to return with her. The young man silently stood still, his gaze heavy with sadness as the last warmth from his hand gradually dissolved into thin air. The young girl's old shoes stood firmly on the grass, marking the moment she truly regained her freedom after a sequence of dark days. Xiaowu slowly took off the black blindfold, squinting her eyes to begin adapting to the brilliant light of the outside world. She stood dazed in the sunny alleyway and called out Ju Won Hyok's name in dismay upon realizing the silence engulfing the surroundings. Looking into the empty yard, the young girl wondered in shock when her friend had left. Her feet stood rooted to the ground, secretly concluding that Won Hyok had vanished in just the blink of an eye, as if his existence in this place had never been real, leaving an unfillable void of doubt in her heart. Xiaowu stood alone before the gray brick wall, feeling completely lost in the reality she had just regained. She slightly turned her face around with anxiety, sensing that the phantom of the basement was still silently watching her every step. Xiaowu walked forward despondently, questioning what she was plotting as her legs still trembled after the horrific events she had just experienced. She looked toward the closely packed rows of houses and tried to convince herself that this sense of insecurity was merely from being imprisoned for too long, that this was the reality she had to face. Her thin finger hesitantly touched the door keypad, a clear hesitation apparent before she officially crossed the boundary of fake safety. Standing in the entryway, Xiaowu feared the number of days she had been missing and secretly asked what words she should use to excuse her strange absence from school. The sound of joyful laughter echoing from inside made the young girl freeze, feeling a harsh contrast with the cold darkness she had just escaped. Xiaowu silently walked into the house, her hand still tightly gripping her personal bag while her eyes held shock at her relative's indifference. Her aunt still sat calmly eating fruit, her unceasing laughter and chatting as if her existence or disappearance carried absolutely no weight. She stood isolated in the middle of the living room, painfully realizing she was completely an extra in the space that her aunt was peacefully enjoying. The sound of biting into fruit crunched loudly in the terrifying silence, suffocating the last bit of hope for family affection in the girl's heart. Xiaowu tightened her grip on the paper bag's handles, secretly admitting with bitterness that the aunt casually sat on the sofa and sarcastically asked if Xiaowu had an enjoyable trip. Xiaowu stood frozen with a pale face, cold sweat pouring down at the cold and ambiguous reception from her relative. During the meal, the aunt affectionately served food to Ji-won while completely ignoring the pitiful presence of her niece. She suddenly turned to ask if the food was good, leaving Xiaowu only able to stammer a denial in extreme anxiety. The uncle coldly spoke up, demanding to leave her alone, as if wanting to dismiss all the fake care that was suffocating the atmosphere. Xiaowu silently sat at the table, secretly bitter at the sarcastic remark that perhaps the food where she had just run away to was actually better than at home. She bowed her head to endure and softly muttered that things were not as they thought, while her mind had not yet escaped the obsession. The aunt eagerly brought over a bowl of soup, but Xiaowu flatly refused and declared she could handle everything herself. Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed Xiaowu's arm, making the young girl shiver in pain and panic at the sudden touch. The aunt looked at her with sharp, cold eyes and a bizarre smile on her lips, signaling a new storm about to crash down on the house. The aunt, with an enigmatic smile, continued to ask if Xiaowu wanted more toppings in her soup bowl. Xiaowu went quiet for a moment and then softly replied that she was fine, trying to hide the trembling about to burst from her chest. She silently walked on the cold floor, the sound of her footsteps echoing as if wanting to quickly escape this suffocating atmosphere. As she walked, she panicked and covered her mouth, secretly fearing whether those relatives noticed any abnormality in her. The small room with a bunk bed and a messy desk appeared, a place holding the fragmented life of the pitiful girl. Xiaowu stood dazed in the middle of the room and wondered if this place had always been this cramped and confining all along. She picked up her fully charged phone, shocked to realize she had been imprisoned in that dark basement for 4 whole days. The memories of Won Hyok's care suddenly flooded back, making her feel that brief periods seemed infinitely longer than reality itself. Looking at the notification of a single missed call from her aunt, she bitterly realized that their lack of worry over her disappearance was completely understandable. Suddenly, a frantic knocking on the door rang out, causing Xiaowu to startle and look back, her eyes full of alertness when facing a new disturbance. Jiwon suddenly appeared at the door, her sharp eyes fixed tightly on Xiaowu, who was sitting blankly on the floor. The cousin bluntly questioned whether Xiaowu had been hiding at Ju Won Hyok's house for the past few days. The question hit the bullseye, stunning Xiaowu, her face losing color in a fleeting moment of utter shock. Ji-won continued to press triumphantly, asserting that besides the house of that murderer's son, Xiaowu had nowhere else to take shelter. Suspicious of the unusual relationship between the two, Ji-won was about to hurl insults, but was instantly stopped by Xiaowu's panic scream of denial. Xiaowu stood frozen, cold sweat dripping down her face, as she tried to suppress her trembling at her cousin's assumptions. Won Hyok's silhouette, along with his horrifying confession of taking his own father's life, suddenly returned, suffocating Xiaowu's mind. She lowered her head and tried to utter a clumsy lie that she had absolutely never set foot in that haunting house. Ji-won stood silently observing with a look full of contempt, as if she had seen right through all the awkwardness enveloping her older cousin. Before turning away, Ji-won coldly declared that she didn't care where Xiaowu went, as long as she didn't get involved with Ju Won Hyok. Ji-won entered the room with a resentful look, sarcastically asking if Xiaowu had just visited some friend's house. The cousin roughly turned the paper bag upside down, causing all of Xiaowu's personal belongings to scatter all over the floor. Xiaowu looked up at Ji-won with a shocked gaze, the young girl's soul deeply hurt once again by the insult. Ji-won coldly declared that no one in their right mind would be friends with her and demanded she stop being delusional about relationships. Seeing the bandaged wound on Xiaowu's arm, she smirked and asked if this was a cheap attention-seeking trick. Ji-won stood quietly at the door observing with disdain while Xiaowu silently cleaned up the mess and picked up her phone. A sigh of disgust echoed as Ji-won witnessed the submissive, enduring silence of her pitiful cousin. She bluntly commented that Xiaowu's life was pathetic and humiliating before decisively turning her back and leaving the room. The space suddenly became quiet and suffocatingly cramped as only Xiaowu's lonely figure remained at the foot of the bunk bed. The young girl curled up in the darkness, painfully repeating Ji-won's sarcastic words like a knife piercing her already shattered heart. Xiaowu walked despondently on the faded street, her mind still hanging over the dark basement despite returning to reality. She stood silently in the middle of the classroom, bowing her head in resignation to the suspicious question about the reason for her sudden disappearance that day. Xiaowu buried her head on the desk amidst the boisterous laughter, bitterly realizing she was completely out of place in her own familiar school. She sat huddled on the deserted steps, quietly listening to the idle gossip of those who used to look at her as a ghost. Suddenly, the harsh clattering sound of a spoon hitting the ground shattered the artificial silence enveloping her mind. In the middle of the noisy cafeteria, she sat isolated with blank eyes, watching the spoon rolling around like her own redundant existence. Seo-woo slowly reached out her hand to pick it up, a strange and distant feeling toward everything around her rising in her heart. In the enveloping darkness, she questioned how she used to live and ultimately what kind of sadness her soul had always been immersed in. She wondered in confusion whether she always had to calculate carefully before every single action or smallest movement in the past. Looking at her distorted reflection on the spoon, Seo-woo wondered in dismay why she couldn't remember anything about her past life. Seo-woo walked despondently in the night, secretly fearing that if this continued, everyone would soon notice the unusual change inside her. She told herself she had to remember how she used to exist and live before the nightmare in the shelter began. Memories returned with the image of neat white shoes on the line, opening up scenes of a deeply detached school period. Those were exhausting hours in the auditorium, where she had to endure being pushed away and told not to rely on them by her peers. Suddenly, the image of a soldier wearing a strange gas mask appeared, planting a vague sense of unease into the young girl's mind. Seo-woo wondered in confusion why that air raid drill from years ago suddenly resurfaced so strongly in her subconscious at this moment. She recalled the complaints about standing for too long and her thin hands tightly gripping the hem of her shirt to seek a fake sense of calm. Amid the chaotic crowd, she accidentally saw the lonely figure of her old friend, who was also silently enduring the same suffocating feeling as her. The announcement about the shortage of one gas mask kit for the class rang out like an omen of the abandonment she was about to face. The dry clapping cut off her train of thought, bringing Seo-woo back to reality, where old scars were still silently torturing her soul. The teacher held up a gas mask and announced that due to the limited quantity, the class had to split into pairs to practice. Amid the crowd scrambling to find partners, Seo-woo stood motionless with a face filled with anxiety and isolation. She silently watched Ji-won quickly pair up with someone else, once again tasting the feeling of being left out of the familiar circle. The young girl's feet stood rooted to the spot while loneliness gradually colored the surrounding space. Looking toward the stage, Seo-woo bitterly realized that her current isolation was a perfect replica of her painful childhood memories. The teacher approached and asked in surprise if everyone had a mask, seeing the little girl still standing all alone. She hesitantly noted that because the class size was an odd number, Seo-woo was the only student who couldn't find a partner to share the equipment. In desperation, the teacher had to go ask the neighboring class to find a solution for the child left behind. The colleague revealed that their class also had a student who was alone and suggested pairing them up to perform the drill. Seo-woo slightly turned her head with a startled look, secretly curious about the identity of the stranger who was about to overcome this challenge with her. The flow of memories brought Won Hyuk back to the moment his hands were clumsily adjusting the gas mask during that year's drill. He secretly realized that this very period marked an unforgettable turning point in his soul. The pitch-black mask covered his face, hiding the loneliness of a child turned away by the whole world right in the middle of the crowded auditorium. That was when he truly had Seo-woo's presence, the only person who reached out her hand to him during his darkest days. The teacher anxiously looked at the two children standing next to each other, while the surrounding atmosphere was filled with stigma and whispers. She worried that being seen with someone like him would bring trouble, but Seo-woo just firmly replied that she was genuinely fine. Amid the crowd splitting into pairs to practice, two lonely souls silently stood facing each other, as if finding an invisible bond. The young girl flashed a bright smile, asking in surprise if he had actually kept his promise to come to school today. Responding to that concern was only a suffocating silence hidden behind the mask's glass, making the surrounding space seem to freeze over. Seo-woo stamped her foot petulantly and snapped, asking why he absolutely refused to give her a single answer. Seo-woo called Won Hyuk's name in the middle of the auditorium, while two male classmates standing ahead began to mock maliciously. They sarcastically called them pathetic people who were indirectly kissing through the gas mask and wondered why she accepted lowering herself like that. Won Hyuk stood silently enduring all the insults, bitterly realizing that his very presence had turned Seo-woo into a target of alienation by the whole school. Suddenly the young man turned and walked away, leaving Seo-woo dazed. She hurriedly asked if something wrong had just happened to him. Whispers about the murderer's son broke out again, as Won Hyuk decisively pushed open the door and walked out under prejudiced glares. The young girl stood isolated at the entrance, quietly watching the lonely back of her friend gradually vanishing into the quiet space. Won Hyuk sat huddled in a hidden corner behind the lush green fence, trying to hide from the world to gnaw at the pain tearing his soul apart. A strange sound made the young man startle and look up, his melancholy eyes clearly showing alertness upon noticing someone approaching. Xiaowu suddenly appeared with a bright smile on her lips. She leaned down slightly to look at him like a warm beam of light dispelling the surrounding darkness. Won Hyuk stood frozen with a bandage on his face, completely shocked to hear the young girl confidently declare that she had found him. Won Hyuk sat despondently behind the fence, asking in dismay how Xiaowu could find this secret hiding place of his. The young friends silently sat opposite each other amidst the lush green space, while Xiaowu asserted that she knew full well he would hide in places like this. Won Hyuk blankly held the gas mask in his hand, secretly shocked by the unexpected understanding from the girl who had always kept her distance. He furrowed his brows, questioning her reason for taking the trouble to follow him, and reminded her that going with an outcast would only make her stand out negatively. Xiaowu sat with her knees hugged to her chest in resignation, bitterly replying that from the moment they were paired up, she had already become the center of attention. She approached and snapped that because he ran away, she didn't know how to use this damn mask. Xiaowu bluntly demanded that Won Hyuk take responsibility to guide her practice right here instead of constantly escaping reality. Looking at the old gas mask, she decisively pushed it toward him and declared she would no longer accept this cowardly silence. Won Hyuk asked back in shock, "Why?" his face showing clear confusion at the unusually firm stance of his companion. The harsh insults from their classmates about the indirect kiss from back then returned like a throbbing scar in the souls of both pitiful children. Won Hyuk slightly lowered his eyes, muttering an unfinished sentence as if hiding a melancholy feeling hard to name right now. He sat huddled behind a deserted bush and bitterly exclaimed that he felt truly disgusting amidst a reality full of prejudice. A small hand suddenly reached out, decisively snatching the gas mask from his hand to shatter the suffocating atmosphere. Xiaowu put on the mask and let Won Hyuk thoughtfully adjust the straps, marking a rare moment of bonding between the two children. The young man slightly reached his hand out toward his friend and sincerely asserted that in his eyes, she was not disgusting at all. Won Hyuk stood frozen looking at her, his eyes wavering at the sincere concern of his only companion amidst the place of gossip. Xiaowu perceptively noticed his face was flushing, so she teasingly asked if it was because the weather was too hot, making Won Hyuk even more embarrassed. The young girl let out a relieved smile, secretly feeling a little warmth creeping into her long-cooled heart. Xiaowu silently lowered her head and walked forward, telling herself that at that time, she had never really cared or thought deeply about these gestures. Looking toward the old brick wall, she wondered in shock why that boy had always given her such SP. The happy family photo on the bookshelf silently evoked memories of a warm past that had drifted away forever. Little Xiaowu was engrossed at her study desk when she was suddenly called by her aunt, who asked when she had come home in a highly probing tone. She demanded that the girl put aside her personal matters to step outside and talk, making Xiaowu inevitably fed up and secretly wonder what on earth had happened again. The aunt sternly reminded her not to have such an attitude in front of adults and ordered her to take the backpack off her shoulders immediately. The conversation shifted to Ji-won constantly ignoring Xiaowu at school, causing the cousin to exclaim in frustration and disgust at having to hear about this issue again. The aunt continued to quote the teacher about Xiaowu always being left alone in all activities, while the little girl merely looked silently out the window with sorrow. Ji-won snapped that it wasn't her fault because the class size was inherently an odd number, and at the same time cruelly questioned why her mother turned to blame her. From a high vantage point, the lonely figure of the boy Won Hyuk huddled on the steps appeared like a lost soul in the middle of the deserted neighborhood. Xiaowu suddenly called out Won Hyuk's name loudly from the window, making the melancholic boy startle and look up with eyes full of astonishment. The little girl beamed a radiant smile that dispelled the gloomy atmosphere and confidently demanded her neighbor friend to quickly come outside to play with her immediately. Won Hyuk silently bowed his head with a sorrowful expression and a bandage on his cheek, secretly hiding the pain of being turned away by the world. He stated that the rocky patch ahead was the fastest shortcut leading from school to home amidst the quiet space. Won Hyuk suddenly stopped in his tracks and ordered Seo-woo absolutely not to venture deep into the mysterious land ahead. The boy reiterated the warning to stay away from the water area because of chilling ghost rumors in the neighboring area. Despite Seo-woo's hesitation due to the long distance, Won Hyuk firmly forced her to choose the safer detour. His eyes became sharp and full of defensiveness, seemingly trying to suppress a dark secret within his soul. The white shoes decisively leaped over the mossy rocks, marking a reckless decision, regardless of the danger. Seo-woo rushed across the murky water, striving to escape the atmosphere that was gradually becoming suffocating. The little girl stood frozen with anxious eyes, secretly sensing a bad omen gradually becoming clear. A ghostly figure with glowing eyes suddenly appeared like a demonic entity, turning reality into a terrifying nightmare. Little Seo-woo, in the flow of memories, suddenly slipped and stumbled, her small face clearly showing panic as her body lost its balance amidst the desolate scenery. Just when she thought she would fall, a firm hand reached out in time, tightly grabbing her arm to maintain a solid anchor. It was the boy Won Hyuk, who was standing on the rocks amidst the water current and deeply reminded her that she had narrowly escaped danger. Seo-woo looked back in bewilderment, while Won Hyuk pressed with a reproachful look whether she was going crazy for stubbornly following behind him like this. The boy with the bandage on his cheek slightly blushed and turned away to hide his embarrassment, while coldly asking her to quickly stand up straight. The atmosphere suddenly dropped as Won Hyuk wearily slumped down onto a rock, leaving Seo-woo standing there silently observing him with questioning eyes. He lowered his face to hide his melancholic gaze and suddenly asked why Seo-woo could be so inexplicably cowardly. Won Hyuk brought up the times she dared to jump into places rumored to be haunted, or how she kept engrossed in looking out the window instead of keeping her distance, bringing back memories of past bullies. The question ended with a harsh truth as he questioned why she still kept trying to approach the son of a murderer like him. Seo-woo could only silently bow her head in the face of Won Hyuk's deeply wounded resistance, leaving an immense silence between two souls already bearing too many scars. Won Hyuk bowed his head in melancholy, softly asking Seo-woo whether she was feeling scared having to stand next to someone like him. The sound of water babbling over the bare rocks seemed to further amplify the suffocating silence amidst the desolate space. The boy bitterly concluded that if she truly felt scared, the final outcome would only be evasion and alienation anyway. Won Hyuk's eyes trembled briefly as he choked up, confessing that he genuinely did not want to leave the only person who still cared about him. Before that sincere confession, little Seo-woo could only stand frozen with wide eyes, her mind completely shaken. Returning to the harsh reality, Seo-woo lay slumped on the sofa in the dark basement, secretly longing for someone to truly need her existence. She stood alone among the gray rocks, endlessly searching for a peaceful haven where she could belong amidst the cold world. The young girl's small figure stopped before the barbed wire fence, where the darkest secrets of the returning past were hidden. Seo-woo silently gazed toward the old trapdoor lying still on the other side of the fence, her heart swelling with an emotion hard to name. She told herself that she had finally found a place to return to, even if that place was a shelter filled with haunting fears. Seo-woo walked silently beside the barbed wire fence, her heart heavy as she confessed that in the end, she still lacked the courage to step foot into that basement once more. Fragmented memories of the old days suddenly rushed back, making her feet unconsciously seek out this place, but the dark reality once again enveloped her mind. She secretly thought that she couldn't blame the fear her old friend had engraved into her heart, when that sorrowful silhouette still haunted her endlessly. Something deep inside prevented her from reaching out to open that trapdoor, making facing the secret beneath the ground too great of a challenge. Returning to the classroom, Seo-woo stared blankly into space with an exhausted expression, as if all her strength had been drained after her long days of disappearance. Her gaze suddenly paused at the empty wooden desk, secretly posing a skeptical question upon realizing the spot that belonged to her had now become unfamiliar. Standing before the blatant usurpation, the girl timidly spoke up to reclaim her chair but only received a contemptuous silence from her classmates. They heartlessly pretended not to hear and mocked that it seemed some spirit had just spoken up to disturb their fun. The malicious gossiping focused on the wound on Xiao Wu's arm, making her just bow her head, her trembling hand tightly gripping her backpack strap in utter humiliation. The cruel assertion that she had self-harmed to seek attention officially extinguished the last bit of hope for empathy in this school. Malicious insults echoed throughout the hallway as the classmates looked at the scattered items, verbally abusing Xiao Wu as an attention seeker putting on a show. Ji-won smirked sarcastically and pressed to ask if her inherently submissive older cousin had really just uttered those unexpected words of defiance. To the astonishment of those around, the wicked cousin casually retorted, questioning if she didn't have the right to speak that harsh truth. Amidst the crowded classroom, Xiao Wu stood isolated like a redundant entity, while whispers affirmed she was just deliberately exposing her scars to seek pity. The little girl's eyes suddenly became empty upon realizing she was surrounded by thorny gossip from her classmates. Xiao Wu stood silently, her old shoes stepping on the cold ground as a teardrop shattered, proving a soul entirely exhausted after waves of psychological attacks. The classmates finally threw the chair back with a patronizing attitude, while not forgetting to drop a threat telling her to never use that resentful gaze to look at them again. Staring at the item that originally belonged to her, Xiao Wu suddenly woke up and bitterly recalled the humiliating way she had existed all this time. The image of the overturned chair before her eyes suddenly became a symbol of her intention to give up on life, a desire to be freed kindled from the depths of her heart. Letting herself go into the darkness, Xiao Wu secretly told herself that she was finally sinking deep into the abyss of despair without wanting to struggle anymore. Xiao Wu sank deep into a melancholic feeling as if submerged underwater, a familiar emptiness beginning to invade her mind. She walked on shattered glass in the dark, where the only light was barely enough to illuminate her trembling old shoes. The gloomy space of the military bunker appeared full of rusty pipes, bringing a terrifyingly familiar feeling as if she had never left. The lonely footsteps echoed on the damp ground, every step heavy with doubt about the secrets still buried underground. Xiao Wu silently bowed her head, her face bearing an indescribable sadness as she tried to recover the fragmented memories gradually being swallowed by the darkness. Suddenly, the horrifying image of a bloody scene along with a motionless corpse returned, blending with the haunting babbling echoes in her subconscious. She jolted awake with heavy breathing, her eyes wide with panic as the boundary between nightmare and reality seemed completely blurred. In the quiet classroom, Xiao Wu slumped her head on the desk with an exhausted posture, an absolute isolation enveloping the young girl's small figure. She stared blankly out the window and silently asked why her old friend appeared in her dream with such a bizarre attitude. The memory of the tense confrontation resurfaced when Won Hyuk casually challenged her to do whatever she wanted because he inherently had nothing left to lose. Xiao Wu stared blankly out the window, her small face clearly showing anxiety as her mind was absorbed in drifting back to fragmented memories. The image of the boy Won Hyuk with a bandage on his face returned, as he asked in dismay how she could find this secret hideout of his, while young Xiao Wu just smiled confidently and replied she knew all too well that loners like him would always seek out hidden corners like this. She secretly wondered if the reason that brought both to the bunker that day was because they were both enduring the exact same pain and alienation. Amidst the hazy mist, the image of the bloody knife appeared like a cruel reminder of the child left behind in the darkness of the basement. Returning to reality, the empty desk in the classroom stood like a silent testament to her fading existence in the eyes of everyone around her. Suddenly, Xiao Wu dashed frantically through the dense forest, breathing heavily as she tried to race against time to salvage something. She dropped to her knees before the military trapdoor, her trembling hands trying to find a second entrance, while secretly praying that she wouldn't be too late. Xiao Wu's small figure huddled by the cold iron door amidst the forest, her face clearly showing a dead end as all efforts seemed to vanish. She forced herself up again and dashed through the deserted path, her heart racing with the ironclad belief that the secret entrance must definitely be around here. Xiao Wu stood silently under the tree canopy, her sharp eyes full of determination searching for a way out for her conscience. In front of her was the entrance to the dark shelter, a deep, bottomless pit seemingly, wanting to swallow all light. The rusty iron door was mysteriously wide open, making the girl inescapably stunned upon realizing where she had just set foot. The flow of memories suddenly rushed back, reminding her that this was the very location Won-hyuk had once led her to during their childhood days. She decisively took off her shoes, her hands tightly gripping her belongings as if preparing to face a horrific truth. Barefoot, Seo-woo dashed through the dirty puddles, venturing into the depths despite the fear encompassing her. Standing in the dilapidated space, she silently prayed for a miracle that could dispel this suffocating atmosphere. Looking down the stairs leading deep underground, the young girl only wished that all of these things were merely her imagination. She walked blankly and hoped that Won-hyuk also having to endure this pain was just an illusion. Seo-woo's eyes suddenly widened in sheer terror upon sensing a cruel presence right nearby. All alone, Won-hyuk sat blankly in the middle of the dark bunker, surrounded by enveloping cold ruins. Seo-woo shockingly called her old friend's name upon seeing his figure fading away in the dark corner. She hastily rushed over and touched his shoulder, secretly ordering herself to hold on to the last shred of hope. The ice-cold feeling from Won-hyuk's body made her startlingly realize that life was gradually leaving the friend who had always been warm. Between sobs, the young girl hastily used her own warmth to shelter him and silently screamed in denial of the cruel reality. She hugged his thin body tightly, earnestly begging for salvation amidst the suffocating space. Seo-woo painfully called out for Won-hyuk to quickly wake up instead of sinking deep into eternity, just like that. Suddenly, the sound of a strong heartbeat echoed, leaving her stunned in amazement, realizing the warmth was gradually returning. The young girl observed the miraculous transition in silence as the darkness gradually retreated before the intense rhythm of survival. Seo-woo buried her head in his chest and choked back sobs, feeling the continuous heartbeat. In the ruined basement, two small souls leaned on each other to find a shred of fragile warmth. Seo-woo buried her head, choking back sobs, and secretly thanked heaven and earth because her old friend had finally held onto his breath. A hazy silhouette from the past suddenly returned like a faded movie in her mind. The name Nam Seo-woo echoed hauntingly as she silently looked back at the darkness behind her. Seo-woo opened her eyes wide in shock, seemingly still unable to believe in her presence right at this moment. Seo-woo softly spoke to ask how he was when she saw her friend had regained consciousness after the critical moment. Suddenly, Won-hyuk braced himself and pushed her away full of vigilance, causing the atmosphere to instantly become extremely tense. She anxiously pressed to ask what was happening but only received a melancholic silence from him. Seo-woo earnestly requested to check the wound, but Won-hyuk coldly refused and told her not to look. She was determined not to back down, reaching out her hand to touch his body and asserting that his condition earlier was truly terrible. Won-hyuk blushed and turned away. He asserted in a deep voice that he was still fine and mentioned Seo-woo's name like an awkward reassurance. Seo-woo silently reached out her hand to touch the concrete wall, where a drawing of an old ladder appeared mysteriously. She stood frozen staring at that drawing, a doubt about its origin rising in her heart. Behind her, Won-hyuk wearily bowed his head to look at his hands wrapped in gauze, his breath heavy after the delirium. He suddenly spoke up to ask her about the time that drawing appeared, shattering the quiet atmosphere of the bunker. While putting on a shirt to cover his scar-covered back, Won-hyuk bitterly admitted that this place had driven him crazy a long time ago. Memories returned to the scene of two children standing before the bunker entrance, making Seo-woo realize everything started from that very moment. Looking into the dark corridor, she wondered if the tragedy hadn't struck, whether both their lives would be less harsh. The image of little Seo-woo in the past smiling and drawing on the wall appeared like a rare piece of warm memory. Returning to reality, the young woman stood silently before the old wall, choking up as she realized the invisible bond between the two souls. Seo-woo was dismayed as the horrifying secrets about Won-hyuk's physical pain began to unfold. Before her eyes was a back covered in overlapping old and new scars, a testament to a past filled with abuse. She exclaimed in shock and sorrow over his terrible condition, her heart wrenching with pity. Memories returned to the scene where she once held him tightly and blamed herself for being the reason he had to endure the trauma. The young woman earnestly requested to help him apply medicine to soothe the bleeding wounds on his shoulders. However, both hands froze in midair, creating a bitter, invisible distance between them. Won Hyuk coldly turned away and said she didn't need to do that because that action would only make her hands dirty. Seo Woo silently lowered her head, her gaze clearly showing disappointment upon realizing the wall separating the two souls was still too large. She secretly thought about the hardships they had gone through together to return to this place, but now everything seemed to be shattering. In despair, she choked up and questioned whether it was because she was no longer trustworthy that he ruthlessly pushed her away. Won Hyuk looked at Seo Woo with an exhausted gaze, as if all his strength had been drained after the recent events. Seo Woo anxiously pressed to ask the reason he refused help, but he only replied evasively that he had his own reasons. He exposed his wound-laden back and asserted that because it was his blood, he didn't want her to touch it. In the face of that rejection, the young woman shockingly questioned why he had to let everything go to such an extreme point. The atmosphere suddenly froze when Won Hyuk coldly confessed that he himself had taken that person's life. He made it clear that the person was his father amidst the blood-red space, officially exposing the cruel past he had always hidden. Seo Woo went still as she remembered the image of the two children from the past, secretly realizing that perhaps all the pain originated from that very moment. The young woman's eyes widened in dismay, her mind completely shaken by the weight of the harsh confession. Gently touching his hand, she earnestly begged him to let her at least help him wash his hair, as a way to share the pain. Seo Woo choked up and said that his arm was injured because of her too, and she didn't understand why he had to bear everything alone. Seo Woo silently observed her old friend with a pensive face, clearly feeling the rift existing between them. Won Hyuk silently questioned himself whether he had truly become an untrustworthy person in her eyes now. The basket filled with toiletries appeared like a preparation for the moment to soothe physical pain. The sound of rushing water echoed as the young man bowed his head to wash his hair, trying to erase the traces of exhaustion. Seo Woo timidly helped him and secretly confessed she had never washed anyone's hair before, but still tried to make it clean. Each stream of cool water ran through the strands of jet black hair, temporarily dispelling the tense atmosphere enveloping the bunker. The young woman suddenly noticed the inconvenience, looking at Won Hyuk's forced, bent posture. She anxiously spoke up to remind him that if he kept washing it like that, the clothes on his body would get soaking wet. Her hands reached out to grab the collar of his shirt to prevent the water from running down his already scar-covered back. Seo Woo decided to suggest that Won Hyuk take off his shirt because his current posture really made it impossible to wash his hair effectively. Seo Woo silently observed, secretly wondering about the strange psychological changes taking place inside her old friend. She suddenly spoke up to break the silence upon noticing, and teasingly remarked that Won Hyuk's ears were flushing with embarrassment. Won Hyuk trembled slightly at the overly close observation, the red patches on his ears becoming even more distinct under the cold water. He hurriedly splashed water on his face to hide his expression, making Seo Woo frantically apologize, thinking she had accidentally scrubbed too hard. In the gloomy bathroom space, two small souls stood next to each other in a suffocating state of awkwardness. He suddenly stood up abruptly, making the young woman startle and draw back, anxiously asking the reason behind that sudden head-bowing action. With his face still dripping water, Won Hyuk coldly replied that he just needed to cool down to regain his composure. Looking at his soaked uniform, Seo Woo quickly suggested they both use a hairdryer to dry off before catching a cold. She was shocked when she suddenly realized that using a hairdryer, which makes a loud noise at this moment, could be a fatal mistake. Seo Woo called Won Hyuk's name in dismay to stop him, but he decisively refused and asked her to hand over the clothes to him. The white shirt hung loosely on the barbed wire fence, fluttering against the crisp blue sky like a sign of temporary freedom. While hanging the clothes, Seo Woo excitedly showed off that it was very warm outside and the clothes would dry quickly, while Won Hyuk just sat there silently with his bare back. The young man casually replied that he already knew that because light always crept all the way into the bunker, making the young girl a bit dazed at his sharpness. She secretly wondered if that was the only reason he had clung to this dark place for so long. Seo Woo slightly adjusted her attire, her gaze directed toward the towering concrete wall as if harboring a reckless intention. Won Hyuk still sat silently, but suddenly spoke up to ask if she had ever actually climbed to the top of that wall. Despite the danger, she began to climb the iron ladder, causing him to stand up in a panic and loudly warn her that the action was highly concerning. He quickly rushed forward and ordered Nam Seowoo to quickly climb down immediately to ensure safety. But the young woman still stubbornly held onto the soaring steps, casting her gaze toward the dilapidated neighborhood gradually appearing below. Overcoming her fear of heights, she finally set foot on the top of the wall, where a new horizon opened before her eyes full of hope. Seowoo sat blankly on the edge of the high wall, telling herself everything was exactly as expected if she dared to climb up here once again. Her gaze looked down into the deep abyss and bitterly realized this height inherently wasn't enough to end her life. Standing precariously at the edge of the stone, she sarcastically mocked herself for once again conceiving the crazy idea of freeing herself right at this very place. Suddenly her body lost its balance and free fell. Seowoo panicked and scolded herself as a huge fool for her carelessness. Immediately, Won Hyuk managed to rush over to act as a human cushion for protection, both tumbling to the ground together with heavy pants. The young man angrily shouted, asking if she was crazy, and heartbreakingly questioned what would happen to him if she actually lost her life. Lying shocked on the ground, the young woman stared into the void with her mind completely blank after the fall. The image of feet wearing slippers standing right on the edge of the abyss suddenly returned like a haunting scene from the past. The slipper falling down was like a chilling warning, making the little girl's gaze suddenly become lost and filled with fear. Seowoo turned her head away to escape the harsh reality and choked back tears, admitting that she couldn't carry out that foolish act. The lonely slipper lay stranded on the road, like an affirmation that if even this path had no way out, then the fragmented memories of her relatives' alienation and the humiliation in the classroom would forever be shackles tightly gripping Seowoo. She silently cast her eyes toward the military trapdoor lying still behind the frost-covered barbed wire fence. The young woman's gaze suddenly flashed with a strange light as reckless calculations began to kindle in her mind. The moment their two bodies free fell through the air suddenly slowed down, as if time were stretching the fateful second. Won Hyuk held her tightly after the fall and suddenly whispered a proposal whether the two of them should just stay together like this forever. He longed to hide deep in the bunker with her, together forgetting all the harsh reality waiting outside, leaving the neighborhood out there to still sink into silence, pretending as if no storms had ever occurred, as if all the pain and scars had never truly existed in the lives of the two abandoned souls. Won Hyuk lay there with a sweat-drenched face and melancholic eyes, secretly wishing to close the painful past together with her. Seowoo lay looking up with a light smile, asking Won Hyuk what he thought about the proposal to escape from the real world together. Won Hyuk sat silently in the dark space, his face clearly showing hesitation before making the decision for them both. The image of a blood-stained hand holding a knife returned hauntingly, recalling the horrific crime he had once confessed to in despair. Seowoo silently tracked his every expression, while Won Hyuk still sank deep into a melancholy difficult to dismiss. After a moment of silence, he softly spoke to agree, an affirmation opening a new bond between the two souls. Looking toward the cold military structure, Won Hyuk decisively requested that they both execute that plan together immediately. Each step of the young woman decisively climbed the rusty iron ladder, beginning the journey to venture into the challenges ahead. Won Hyuk sat at the peak and sternly reminded Seowoo to never repeat reckless actions like earlier. He explained that her sitting precariously on that towering edge of stone had truly made his heart almost explode with fear. Seowoo stood silently on the iron ladder, her eyes clearly showing bewilderment as she felt a sincere, protective care from him for the first time. Seowoo looked up at Won Hyuk and curiously asked if her action earlier really looked that dangerous. Won Hyuk gave a slight nod of acknowledgement and then softly agreed to let her sit with him on top of the towering military wall. The young girl felt more reassured when she chose a flat spot to sit and comforted herself that this place wasn't inherently a precarious cliff. Seeing Won Hyuk also sit down beside her, Seowoo wonderingly asked the reason why he chose to stay with her instead of going down. The young man avoided her gaze and replied that it was because she always acted on impulse, causing the young woman to startle slightly and question herself. Looking down from above, the panoramic view of the dilapidated neighborhood appeared under the crisp blue sky like a painting full of silence. Xiaowu swung her legs and secretly marveled at the dizzying height, as she could take in the whole world into her sight right at this moment. She cast her eyes toward the distant school, wondering if the people there could see the figures of the two lonely children sitting here. A fluttering feeling suddenly surged as Xiaowu quietly looked back at her companion beside her with a pensive gaze. The young woman softly called Ju Wonhyok's name, causing him to turn around and look at her with a highly mysterious question mark clearly showing in his melancholic eyes. Xiaowu slightly tilted her head to look at Wonhyok and timidly requested that he help her fulfill a small wish while they were still sitting together. The atmosphere suddenly changed as the scene returned to the noisy classroom, where other students were engrossed in senseless jokes. Amidst that bustling space, Xiaowu sat silently by the window, her face clearly showing total detachment from the world around her. Two female students standing nearby began to glance and whisper gossip about her with faces full of contempt and mockery. They casually commented that she had sat motionless, looking out the window the entire long day like a soulless person. The derision continued to escalate as they asserted she had definitely gone crazy and was seeing illusions that weren't real. A heartless foot kicked hard against her chair leg, creating a small jolt to disturb the young woman's silence. Another girl approached overbearingly and loudly demanded to know what on earth was outside the window that kept her so engrossed. Xiaowu slowly turned her head back with a blank gaze, silently enduring the barrage of attacks from the bullies. She slightly turned her face away to escape reality, once again sinking deep into melancholy and ignoring the mocking laughter surrounding her. The scene suddenly panned back to the noisy classroom, where a crowd of schoolgirls began surrounding Xiaowu's desk with highly overbearing questions. A girl smirked mockingly, turning to ask her friend if she had just been blatantly ignored by that faint entity. The bully used her foot to kick hard against the edge of the desk, making it shake, while resentfully snapping to ask if Xiaowu was deaf. She continued to step closer and loudly demanded to know what on earth was outside the window that made her stare like that all day long. Whispers echoed throughout the room as they sarcastically remarked that Nam Xiaowu was deliberately ignoring everyone as if they didn't exist at all. An outburst of anger caused the bully to slam her hand hard onto the desktop, making Xiaowu jolt, while she screamed that she was directly talking to her. The young woman's eyes widened in sheer terror, as if her mind was still trapped inside those haunting, fragmented memories. The tension escalating, the phone was suddenly flipped into the air, signaling a terrible event about to unfold. Choi Ji-won stood from afar with cold, calculating eyes, secretly watching the scene of the bully having to bend down to pick up the device dropped under the desk. Right beneath the dusty desk, a hand silently reached out to pick up the item that had just been dropped amidst the motionless standing feet. The classroom was filled with noise as a crowd of students gathered to gossip, leaving Xiaowu sitting in isolation, surrounded by prying eyes. A girl smirked triumphantly, silently observing the young woman's enduring expression as if enjoying a pastime. An outburst of anger occurred when she suddenly reached out to grab Xiaowu's shoulder, loudly berating her and forcing her to break out of her detestable silence. She hurled a sarcastic question asking if she was truly getting angry, then casually turned her back and walked away with a completely careless and disdainful attitude. Xiaowu lowered her face in a daze, her heart wrenching at the secret pain of what was truly happening to her life. Her thin hand gripped the edge of the wooden desk so tightly it made a screeching sound, bitterly admitting that she had inherently always been treated like an invisible person. The reminder that the teacher was approaching caused the chaotic atmosphere to suddenly quiet down, and Xiaowu hastily withdrew into herself to prepare for the lesson. The teacher's voice rang out asking about the progress of the old lecture, while the young woman could only silently follow the meaningless numbers. Her gaze unconsciously drifted out the window, where the cold defensive wall still stood towering against the sunny sky like shackles. Returning to the moment at the peak, Xiaowu softly requested Wonhyok that whenever she was at school, he should climb this wall, so they could see each other. Xiaowu looked up at the top of the defensive wall and wondered if anyone had enough courage to climb up to that towering position. She curiously asked Wonhyok if he stood there, whether people on the ground would be able to see his figure. The young man slightly bowed his head with a sorrowful gaze, secretly promising that if he actually saw her from above, he would return to confirm it. Through the classroom window, a small figure suddenly appeared on the peak of the distant military structure, a testament that he kept his word. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment upon realizing that familiar silhouette was standing proudly amidst the sunny sky. A sudden coughing fit rang out, shattering the quiet atmosphere of the lesson, dragging the young woman back to a suffocating reality. Choi Ji-won narrowed her eyes behind her glasses, a gaze filled with suspicion and calculation directed toward her older cousin. Shocked by the sudden attention, Xiao Wu hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand to stop the choking that was making her embarrassed. She lowered her head to hide under the desk and mumbled an apology, explaining that she had just accidentally choked on water. Looking at Won Hyok's lonely back standing precariously high above, she wondered in dismay whether he really dared to perform that crazy act. Xiao Wu silently observed through the window, thinking Won Hyok was just walking around on top of the defensive wall. She smiled faintly when she confirmed his familiar figure standing in the exact position like a secret promise. Sitting in the middle of the classroom, the young woman couldn't hide her excitement, secretly imagining his awkwardness at this moment. Despite Choi Ji-won's searching gaze, Xiao Wu remained immersed in her own world and couldn't stop smiling. She buried her head on the desk with impatience, only wanting the lesson to end quickly to rush back and see his reaction. The scene shifted to the military trapdoor lying quietly amidst the forest trees, hiding wordless secrets. Beneath the ground, darkness and cold still enveloped the old corridors filled with ruins. Xiao Wu entered the bunker breathing heavily, softly calling Ju Won Hyok's name to ask if he had truly woken up yet. Her hand decisively pressed the light switch, creating a dry clicking noise that shattered the quiet atmosphere of the bunker. The light suddenly flared bright, causing Won Hyok to startle and cover his eyes, his face clearly showing dismay at her unexpected presence. Xiao Wu joyfully realized Won Hyok had truly woken up and flashed a radiant smile that dispelled the gloomy atmosphere. Contrary to that excitement, Won Hyok only silently bowed his head with a face full of anxiety and heavy with unspoken thoughts. She cheered in delight upon confirming that he kept his promise to climb the defensive wall, so she could see him from afar. Xiao Wu slightly blushed and confessed she once thought he would find it too embarrassing to do, but she still persistently watched because of a shred of small hope. Looking at the other's silent expression, she recounted that at first she thought it was a wild animal, but that characteristic way of walking was definitely him. While she was engrossed in talking about how difficult it was to hold back her laughter at school, his hand suddenly reached up to caress her face. Two lonely souls stood close next to each other amidst the dusty corridor, letting silence envelop the rare, intimate moment. The young woman looked at him in bewilderment, her mind a bit shocked by the sudden gentleness from the hand softly touching her ear. Won Hyok sank deep into melancholy again, secretly thinking that he inherently didn't deserve peace and warm moments like this. The image of little Xiao Wu with a radiant smile from years ago returned to his mind like a piece of bright memory gradually being surrounded by harsh reality. Won Hyok's hand softly touched Xiao Wu's cheek, creating an awkward moment of silence in the middle of the dark bunker. She asked in bewilderment if there was something stuck on her face, seeing him maintain that posture for a long time. This excessive intimacy made the young woman secretly think that continuing to stand still like this was truly very strange. Suddenly, a dry cracking sound rang underfoot, causing Xiao Wu to startle and cry out in sheer terror. Won Hyok silently looked down and realized a piece of broken glass had just been stepped on and crushed, confirming the cause in a deep voice. Xiao Wu hesitated slightly, an indescribable anxiety rising in her heart as she faced her melancholic friend. The image of his back covered in scars and oozing wounds suddenly returned like an endless obsession. She stood in the middle of the messy bunker and timidly suggested that they both clean up this place a bit. The young woman painfully reminded him that he would get hurt more and that having to wear shoes all day long here was very inconvenient. She sincerely confessed that because both of them would be staying here, they should make this place as comfortable as a real home. Won Hyok quickly prepared tools, surprising Xiao Wu. He handed her a trash bag and anxiously asked if she had brought a mask because this place was very dusty. His eyes flashed with a hint of mystery as he evasively mentioned that he possessed an item with an entirely similar function. The old gas mask was put on, covering his face completely, only exposing his deep eyes full of melancholy. The two appeared in a bizarre guise with gas masks and trash bags in hand, ready to start cleaning up the ruins inside the bunker. Xiaowu softly cleared her throat to get used to the suffocating feeling behind the thick glass lens, her heart beating fast at this sudden intimacy. She couldn't help but laugh at the appearance of this military gear, although Won Hyok asserted having it was still better than inhaling toxic gas. The young woman fondly recalled the moment he once rushed to get gas masks during the drill in the auditorium years ago. Two small figures stood silently looking toward the iron door and the giant ventilation fan sitting quiet in the hidden corner. Their minds suddenly fell into a vast silence when facing the remnants of the past existing right before their eyes. Won Hyok suddenly broke the silence by proposing that they make a bet to make the cleaning work more interesting. Won Hyok held up the trash bag and proposed a bet that whoever filled the bag first would get to make a wish. Xiaowu nodded in agreement and immediately went into action, leaving him slightly startled behind the gas mask. The young woman eagerly ran off to search for remnants, leaving Won Hyok standing silently, watching her lively back. Through the mask's glass lens, the young man's eyes closely observed the scattered debris across the cold concrete floor. Each sharp piece of trash was neatly picked up into the bag one by one, marking the beginning of an exciting competition between the two. Xiaowu flashed a playful smile, showing off her initial triumph, secretly proud to see herself holding an advantage over her opponent. She focused intensely on the task, her breath slightly fogging up the glass lens but unable to dampen the determination in her eyes. Amidst the desolate corridor, two small figures worked diligently to clean up and turn the dark bunker into a temporary home. Xiaowu suddenly spoke up to accuse Won Hyok of cheating upon seeing him secretly cleaning trash in the kitchen area to quickly fill his bag. She petulantly teased his slyness, while the young man only silently bent down to continue. The military bunker sank into darkness with old corridors and pipes covered by a hazy layer of time's dust. Both quickly became exhausted and decided to stop the game. Xiaowu tiredly took off the gas mask to breathe. The young man admitted in a low voice that in reality, no cleaning job was ever truly finished as expected. Two trash bags lying next to each other exposed the clear difference in results between the two after a period of hard cleaning. Won Hyok calmly declared himself the winner, making Xiaowu only able to sigh at his stubbornness. The young girl had to accept defeat and asked what he wanted to wish for, while Won Hyok was still considering. She let out a soft, tired sigh, resting her head on her arms to seek a bit of peace in the quiet bunker. Drops of sweat rolled down Won Hyok's gloomy face, reflecting the turmoil happening in his mind. He quietly watched Xiaowu's every expression, secretly feeling the invisible bond gradually tightening between them. Won Hyok mysteriously declared he would only state his wish when she was about to go home, leaving Xiaowu feeling both resentful and curious. Won Hyok turned his back, drops of sweat rolling down his nape reflecting the tension surrounding the young man's mind. Xiaowu quietly observed and secretly noted that he still sweat easily whenever he was emotional, just like the old days. The image of Won Hyok with a bandage on his cheek from the past returned, evoking memories of a deeply hurt boy she used to protect. Looking at the deserted bunker, she breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he still kept his old nature, and silently gave thanks for that. The scene shifted to the sunny Coffee Kong Cafe, where groups of students were gathering after stressful class hours. The schoolgirls started gossiping about Xiaowu suddenly laughing to herself at school, assuming she had completely lost control. One girl affirmed to her friend that Xiaowu had truly gone crazy when uttering bizarre words in the classroom. Ji-won sat resting her chin with a bored expression, casually stirring her drink while listening to the mockery aimed at her older cousin. The friends around her showed pity for Ji-won having to live with such a psychopath right at home every day. Ji-won's hand gently touched the cold glass, the atmosphere filled with ridicule aimed at the absent young girl. Ji-won frowned in frustration, stating firmly that the whole situation was truly too annoying to bear. A friend sitting opposite immediately agreed and said she had already guessed Ji-won's feelings at this moment. The girl wearing glasses coldly told the group it would be best not to give any attention to that despicable entity anymore. Calculating, probing gazes met each other as the whole group implicitly understood the intention to isolate the miserable cousin. Ji-won reminded the group in a low voice to just continue treating Xiaowu as if she didn't exist, exactly how they had always done. Watching the ice cubes slowly melting in the glass, The narrator silently concluded that ignoring her was the most cruel whipping aimed at the little girl's soul. In the dark bunker, Xiaowu tiredly leaned against the rubble, secretly thinking about the long road ahead after the bet. She looked around the endless corridor and anxiously asked Won Hyuk if cleaning this place entirely in one day was an impossible task. The young man gently reached out to ruffle her hair and affirmed in a low voice that this space was too vast, leaving the girl to sigh helplessly. Xiaowu quietly resolved to return here right after tomorrow's classes, secretly promising not to abandon her only friend in this desolate place. Won Hyuk suddenly reminded her that tomorrow was already the weekend, leaving Xiaowu slightly stunned by the fast passage of time. He affirmed in a low tone that he could stay in this bunker all day long, his melancholic eyes seeming to expect a response. Xiaowu smiled brightly, excitedly, suggesting that they both clean up this place together during the upcoming holidays. Faced with the little girl's enthusiasm, Won Hyuk could only avoid her gaze and softly voice a very awkward agreement. The young girl decisively put her backpack on her shoulders, starting to prepare for the journey back home after an eventful day. Standing on the trapdoor, she told him to guard the bunker carefully, making Won Hyuk reply sullenly that he wasn't a pet for her to boss around. Xiaowu suddenly paused at the exit, curiously questioning about the wish he was still hiding after the bet earlier. Won Hyuk turned away in embarrassment, evading by saying his original wish was too easy to fulfill, so he wanted to take time to think of another one. The rusty iron door slammed shut dryly, officially closing off the private space of the two small souls. Won Hyuk stood alone in the dark corridor, his solitary silhouette gradually sinking into the terrifying silence of the bunker. Won Hyuk stood silently in the dark, drops of sweat rolling down his nape as he had to face the terrifying silence after Xiaowu left. His feet walked aimlessly on the rotting carpet, the dry sound echoing throughout the bunker like the knocking of ghosts from the past. Every footstep was heavy with gloom. He trudged toward the corner of the room, as if wanting to find a shelter for his shattering soul. A dry sound rang out as his hand decisively turned off the light, returning the space to the darkness enveloping all secrets. Won Hyuk sat blankly on the old chair, his solitary figure seeming to slowly vanish into the suffocating silence of the bunker. He raised his hand to lightly touch his face, silently recalling the brief warmth that had just faded away with the young girl's footsteps. The young man glanced up at the rusty military trapdoor and silently realized tomorrow was the start of the long, drawn-out weekend. His bandaged finger lightly tapped a rhythm on the edge of the table, an unconscious action containing gloomy calculations kindling in his mind. He sighed softly and told himself that everything was perfect when he could completely separate himself from the prejudiced world out there. Sitting with his head resting on his hand with a sorrowful face, Won Hyuk calmly accepted the fact that he could hold out in this dark place all day long without anyone caring. The aunt's hand unexpectedly reached for the oversized black shirt hanging on the drying rack. She frowned, wondering if there had ever been such a large item in the house before, just as Xiaowu hurriedly slid the door open and stepped in. The little girl broke out in a cold sweat, panically calling her aunt and blaming herself for completely forgetting the shirt that once covered her old friend's eyes. Then awkwardly reached out to snatch back the item, hesitantly explaining that it was just borrowed clothes and chirping apologies because she should have washed it herself. Xiaowu's eyes were glued to the black shirt in her hands, her expression clearly showing extreme tension at her relative's attitude. The aunt smiled faintly and probingly, affirming it was her friend's stuff, and emphasizing that Xiaowu had been bothering them too much lately. She suddenly thrust some bills into her hands, telling her niece to buy good food with her friend, even though inwardly complaining about the wasted money, making Xiaowu startle and refuse vehemently. But the aunt still resolutely pressed the wad of cash, dismissing the refusal and using the excuse of the weekend to force her niece to go out and play to relax. The woman's hands tightly gripped Xiaowu's hands, her gaze carrying an implicit imposition as she gently reminded her that everything stemmed from worrying about her. Then she leaned in close to the frozen girl, dropping a wish for a safe trip to urge the niece to leave quickly. Xiaowu was stunned when she discovered the sensitive item her aunt had sneakily slipped into her personal bag. She could only force a thank you while her heart was heavy with the disastrous misunderstanding from her relative. Standing amidst the clothing stalls, The young girl silently questioned whether her aunt truly thought she had a boyfriend. She realized that both her aunt and Ji-won assumed her relationship with her old friend must certainly exceed the level of friendship. Memories of two lonely children relying on each other rushed back, making her wonder if it was because he was the only one by her side. Seo-woo fell silent between the racks of clothes, her face clearly showing deep thought when facing the surrounding prejudices. She decisively turned her back and told herself that he was fundamentally just a friend and nothing more. But the image of him always obediently listening along with his familiar warmth once again swayed the little girl's heart. Suddenly, the sales clerk's call startled her, snapping her out of the vague thoughts surrounding her. The clerk curiously wondered why a schoolgirl like her was busily searching for large-sized men's clothing. Seo-woo stood in the middle of the stall, hesitantly wondering what Won Hyok's current clothing size was. She held up an oversized black shirt to her body, silently estimating that his size was probably about this big. The young girl's eyes showed a hint of confusion as her fingers lightly tightened around the collar, seeming to be immersed in private calculations. She looked at the baggy shirt enveloping her tiny body and startlingly asked herself if he had always been this tall and big. Unexpectedly, the sales clerk spoke up, directing her that the large-sized men's items were all located in the area over there. Seo-woo slightly bowed her head and mumbled, her face clearly showing embarrassment at being caught engrossed in choosing clothes for the opposite sex. She quickly grabbed the shirt and hurriedly gave her thanks to find a way out of the clerk's attention. The young girl stood before the cashier counter, her trembling hands arranging the item while trying to keep her breathing calm. Taking barely 3 seconds to make a decision, she decisively paid and received the bag from the seller with an urgent attitude. The doorbell rang, signaling her departure. Seo-woo hugged the bag tightly to her chest and quietly walked out into the street with a heavy heart. Seo-woo's skinny back strode back to the military bunker, suddenly stopping when a thought flashed through her mind. She looked up at the street canopy, secretly thinking the long time apart was enough for the teenage boy of the past to grow tall and big. Seo-woo looked back with sad eyes, bitterly mocking herself that she seemed to not have changed at all. Her small hands gripped the rusty iron bar to climb down, carefully poking her head through the military trapdoor to enter the dark space. But the darkness enveloping the messy rows of desks and chairs made her freeze, confusedly wondering why the lights had suddenly gone out. Seo-woo tiptoed into the room and mumbled a guess if Won Hyok was sleeping, completely unaware of a dark silhouette resting its head in the hidden corner. Suddenly, a bandaged hand swung out from the dark, roughly grabbing her wrist and making her heart skip a beat. Seo-woo shockingly spun around, meeting right with Won Hyok's tired eyes as he leaned back against the chair looking up at her. In the pitch-black classroom, heavy panting rang out while the young man's hand still resolutely imprisoned the young girl's arm. Breaking into a cold sweat, Seo-woo panicked and blamed him for scaring her to death, simultaneously pressing him for the reason he was sitting quietly in the dark. Won Hyok maintained his sitting posture, his sweaty face clearly showing exhaustion along with a gloomy gaze, staring blankly into space in silence. Seo-woo hastily took a few steps back, timidly remarking that he had changed into another set of clothes, trying to break the suffocating atmosphere. She timidly continued the conversation with a dangling sentence to explain why she returned here right on the weekend, then awkwardly handed him the paper bag, definitively saying that this item was for him. Seo-woo confusedly explained that her aunt had given her some money to eat out with friends, but she thought he needed clothes more, so she bought this item. The two shadows cast long on the ground as Won Hyok took the bag. He silently observed her feet inching closer. The young man was silent for a moment, his solitary back imprinted on the dreary gray wall of the bunker. He nodded slightly and spoke up, telling her in a low voice to try that item on after they both finished cleaning up. Her aunt's instructions about eating out with friends suddenly echoed in Seo-woo's mind as she recalled the scene in the small alley. But Won Hyok's feet suddenly halted. He raised a cold voice inquiring about the identity of the friend she intended to go with. For huge trash bags lying haphazardly along the hallway marked the fruits of their intense cleaning session. Sneakers trudged along the cold concrete floor, while the young woman's hands diligently pushed the mop. She reached out, pointed toward the giant exhaust fan at the end of the hallway, and suggested to Won Hyok that she start mopping from there to save time. Seo-woo, dotted with sweat, clutched the broom handle tightly, silently praying the other wouldn't notice the suffocating awkwardness of them being alone together right now. Before her train of thought ended, the heads of their brooms suddenly bumped into each other for a beat, interrupting the quiet atmosphere. The petite girl clumsily tightened her grip on the handle, timidly asking the boy if they would continue betting today. The two mops gently pulled back and separated in embarrassment, while one Hyok could only hesitantly drop a vague response. He lowered his head with his familiar melancholy gaze, answering in a deep voice that since the cleaning was almost done anyway, there was no need to compete anymore. The boy's face, hidden in the shadows, suddenly became unusually thoughtful, as if trying to suppress an intense urge that was about to overflow. And then another rough collision between the two mops unexpectedly struck the floor, reflecting the startled panic of their wavering souls. Engrossed in holding the broom handle, Xiao Wu was suddenly startled when she felt unexpected attention directed toward her. One Hyok's silhouette silently approached from behind, the side of his face immersed in darkness, creating an invisible pressure within the dead silence of the basement. His rough hand gently reached out to brush through the young woman's hair, a sudden affectionate gesture that made her heart skip a beat. He casually explained that there was dust in her hair, while Xiao Wu stood stunned with a phone she had just pulled out of her pocket. Attention immediately shifted when Xiao Wu dazedly muttered to herself, wondering if she had just received a text message, making one Hyok snap his head back around. The boy's face blurred in the dark, his eyes showing high alertness upon receiving the information that the phone had just vibrated abnormally. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense as he fiercely interrogated who was trying to contact her at this hour. He stared coldly at the screen displaying the no-signal icon and exposed the absurdity of a phone getting a notification in a completely isolated place. That harsh reminder was like cold water splashed directly into her mind, making Xiao Wu's eyes widen in shock as she realized the bitter truth. Only for the two small figures to stand silently facing each other, quietly accepting the chilling reality that they were both still stuck in this inescapable prison. Xiao Wu sat blankly on the sofa, full of guilt, afraid her recent actions had made the other misunderstand that she was deliberately avoiding him. Her hands trembled as cold sweat began to pour, silently telling herself she couldn't keep quietly enduring this suffocation any longer. The image of a gentle smile in her memory suddenly flashed by, making the young woman shockingly realize the complex emotions rising in her heart. She decisively stood up, reassuring herself that she needed to quickly leave this basement right away. Her small hands tightly gripping the strap of her handbag, she silently affirmed that continuing to linger here at this time was a completely wrong decision. As she walked, she hoped that as long as tomorrow came, everything would surely return to normal as before. But all hope suddenly shattered when an arm unexpectedly grabbed her tightly. At the same time, the boy's voice rang out calling her name directly. One Hyok blocked the path with the towel in his hand, commanding in a low voice that the young woman stay here tonight. He gripped the towel tightly in a suffocating silence, making Xiao Wu completely dazed and unable to understand why things had gotten so bad. A flashback brought her back to the brief moment just before, when she was still hesitantly standing in the dark hallway trying to find the words to say goodbye. The bathroom door remained tightly shut with two rusty locks, signaling an awkward situation about to happen. Xiao Wu broke out in a cold sweat when one Hyok called out asking her to grab a bath towel, making her stammer an agreement and silently recall a familiar chilling feeling. She timidly reached over the partition to hand the towel inside, carefully announcing herself to avoid seeing things she shouldn't see. A dark shadow suddenly rushed in, one Hyok unexpectedly appearing in a loose black t-shirt, making Xiao Wu startle and step back. He decisively snatched the towel from her hand, casually announcing that he had already gotten dressed. Xiao Wu widened her eyes, silently wondering why he came out without needing a towel, then snapped back to reality when one Hyok softly called her name. He stepped forward to dry his wet hair and demanded in a deep voice that she stay tonight, making a tense Xiao Wu silently regret not leaving sooner. She hesitantly refused because she needed to go home, but one Hyok immediately turned away and coldly asserted that he couldn't let her leave. His hand suddenly gripped the bath towel tightly, decisively declaring that he would use his wish right now. One Hyok's gloomy eyes fiercely reminded her of the bet, making Xiao Wu sense a bad omen and reluctantly compromise to stay the night, curling up on the old sofa in the middle of the silent basement. The light from the phone screen cast a glow on the hands diligently typing away in the quiet of the bedroom, causing Choi Ji-won, lying on the bed, to frown in annoyance, her sharp eyes revealing a scrutinizing and calculating look. As soon as Nam Seowoo stepped into the room after washing up, the atmosphere between the two sisters suddenly became heavy and full of distance. Ji-won coldly sneered, pointing out that Seowoo used to live cautiously like walking on eggshells, and wondered why she suddenly dared to change her attitude lately. Seowoo quietly gripped the doorknob tightly and softly affirmed that no matter what happened, she would always choose to come home to sleep. In response to that explanation was Ji-won snapping, as the younger cousin told her to just invite that guy Won Hyuk over to sleep if she found commuting too inconvenient. Standing barefoot on the cold floor, Seowoo bowed her head and bitterly admitted that living in that bunker wasn't actually any more comfortable. Ji-won immediately glared into her older sister's soul, pressing her with a threatening tone as to why Seowoo still had the courage to return home after seeing that with her own eyes. Bewilderment mixed with horror was evident on Seowoo's face as she shockingly asked back what terrifying things she had supposedly seen. Her eyes trembled in extreme panic upon realizing that Ji-won seemed to be holding some terrible secret about what had happened. The dark blue paper bag lay still in the corner of the room, like evidence recalling the humiliation Seowoo had endured when she was tactfully kicked out, making her unable to suppress her suspicion. Turning to question Ji-won about how her younger cousin knew so well about the sensitive things hidden inside. Memories rushed back of the scene where Seowoo panicked, kneeling down to gather the scattered belongings, while Ji-won stood watching with an expression of having known everything all along. Ji-won clearly showed confusion mixed with frustration at the relentless questioning, secretly wondering why her usually submissive older sister suddenly cared so much about this issue. The fear of Seowoo becoming a nuisance again was evident in Ji-won's mind, as the family's dark secrets became increasingly difficult to hide. Trying to cover it up with a nonchalant tone, Ji-won explained that she saw everything simply because they were too obvious right in front of her eyes. Seowoo quietly slumped into the swivel chair, the feeling of exhaustion and hopelessness seeming to drain the last bit of strength from the small girl. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped them when Ji-won suddenly spoke up mockingly, questioning why Seowoo always had to look at things in such a negative light. The younger cousin continued to offer a calculating assessment that the guy Won Hyuk was actually probably just an ordinary male friend, nothing more and nothing less. Sitting in silence with a melancholy posture, Seowoo made Ji-won stare in astonishment, silently wondering why her older sister suddenly changed the topic so mysteriously. Seowoo sat huddled on the chair, wistfully remembering the time when she and Ju Won Hyuk were still closely bonded, causing Ji-won to clearly show an annoyed expression, pressing her older sister on what the hell she was blabbering about. In the suffocating space of the bedroom, Seowoo painfully asked if everything would remain intact like the days when they were both just kids. Ji-won immediately shot back bitterly, mocking that Seowoo was practically living with a man yet still brazenly called him a friend. Not wanting to hear any more excuses, the angry younger cousin threw the blanket over her head and declared she didn't care the slightest bit about that anymore. Seowoo was left behind in a terrifying silence. She sat huddled on the chair under the bunk bed like a redundant entity gradually fading away. Her face was drenched in sweat and sorrow, her empty eyes reflecting the ultimate loneliness of a rejected soul. Beneath the blanket, Ji-won maintained absolute silence, trying to use the darkness to conceal the calculations churning in her heart. She lay awake staring through the thin fabric, those sharp eyes seemingly trying to find an escape from the trouble named Nam Seowoo. The room sank deep into the quiet night, where only the lost bare feet remained amidst unhealable family rifts. Memories took Seowoo back to the old steps on the front porch, the beginning of the friendship between two lonely children, where the little girl Seowoo of that time lay quietly, her eyes filled with curiosity tracking every movement of the neighbor boy. Her small hand gently placed a bandage on the wound on Won Hyuk's cheek, a clumsy yet comforting gesture, making Won Hyuk stand still in a daze, silently feeling the warmth from the gentle announcement that everything was taken care of. Noticing her friend's fluster, Seowoo tilted her head and wonderingly asked why he always kept such a sullen face. The two kids sat together on the steps, where the little girl began to question whether Won-hyuk was intentionally avoiding the gazes of people around him. Won-hyuk startled and turned his face away defensively, a natural reflex of a soul too accustomed to hurt and coldness. Seo-woo smiled smugly upon realizing her friend still didn't have the courage to meet her eyes directly at this moment. The little girl resolutely moved closer and sincerely offered that she would help him practice looking straight at others whenever conversing. Facing Won-hyuk's despondency, Seo-woo excitedly presented a challenge that if he could look deep into her eyes for 10 seconds, she would grant him a wish. The boy Won-hyuk's eyes were tinged with melancholy, as if he were wallowing in a deep inferiority complex about himself, prompting Seo-woo to announce that the staring challenge had failed, but at least he had held his ground for the first 5 seconds. Won-hyuk bowed his head and admitted he couldn't try any longer, while his little friend still enthusiastically cheered him on to absolutely never give up. Suddenly, Seo-woo blushed slightly and confessed that after looking at him carefully for so long, she had realized a very interesting truth. The little girl beamed a radiant smile and sincerely complimented that Won-hyuk actually possessed a very handsome and attractive face. The unexpected compliment left Won-hyuk completely dumbfounded, sweat breaking out on his forehead as he received validation from someone else for the first time. Seo-woo continued to compare him to Ji Sung-chan, the most popular guy in school, and firmly asserted that Won-hyuk looked much better. She advised him to be more confident because the only reason people didn't recognize that beauty was because he always dodged their eyes when talking. Seo-woo leaned in close, her eyes sparkling with sincerity as if wanting to pierce through the cold shell of her lonely friend. Causing Won-hyuk to finally surrender, he hastily covered his flushing face with his hands out of extreme embarrassment and fluster at this initiative. Noticing Won-hyuk's ears starting to turn red, Seo-woo secretly smiled, knowing she had hit the weak spot of her lonely friend. She flashed a mischievous smile, telling herself that he always had such naive and adorable reactions whenever she teased him. Seo-woo gently reached out to touch Won-hyuk's hair, immersed in sweet memories and secretly amused by his usual flustered look. But unexpectedly, a strong hand from the shadows suddenly grabbed her wrist, completely shattering the inherent peaceful atmosphere. Seo-woo looked up in shock, her eyes filled with astonishment and stun at Won-hyuk's fiercely changed attitude. He stepped closer, the hot breath and overwhelming presence of a grown man leaving the small girl completely paralyzed. Seo-woo's eyes widened in amazement. She silently wondered if this harsh reality was still like the old days she had always longed for. While Won-hyuk maintained his bowed posture, his eyes hidden behind disheveled black hair radiating an invisible pressure that engulfed the other. His grip grew stronger, a possessive and resolute action, as if wanting to confine the little girl in his own world. Won-hyuk coldly demanded Seo-woo to continue finishing what she was doing, turning the old steps into a space full of tension. Won-hyuk, with the wound on his face, looked straight at Seo-woo, asking in a deep voice why she couldn't continue the challenge of looking deep into his eyes like before, making the small girl jolt awake in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily after an obsessive nightmare about the past. Seo-woo frantically clutched the blanket, her eyes wide open in extreme panic as images of her old friend kept constantly besieging her mind, so that when standing in front of the school the next morning, she still couldn't stop questioning why these anxieties kept clinging to her relentlessly. She walked quietly down the hallway amid scrutinizing gazes, trying to become as invisible as possible to avoid the gossip around her. Looking down at her old shoes, Seo-woo silently blamed herself for dreaming about that even though she had deliberately avoided meeting him again yesterday. Standing before the classroom door, her heart was heavy with the question of whether the current reality was still as bad as when they were both children. Seo-woo cautiously pushed the wooden door and walked in, her mind in turmoil, not understanding why Won-hyuk could utter such gloomy words. She silently observed the familiar classroom space, a place that always seemed to harbor invisible pressures ready to swallow her existence. Immediately, the image of classmates gathering and laughing appeared, once again deepening her lonely and outcast status in this school. Seo-woo's eyes were glued to the figure of that person through the glass window, secretly questioning his true identity, causing fragments of memories about their childhood bond to unexpectedly rush back like a sedative for her fracturing soul. Returning to the present, She slightly shifted her gaze to the opposite side, her eyes clearly showing uncertainty in the face of dramatic changes. Meanwhile, the classroom space was still filled with laughter, but completely isolated her small figure. Xiaowu cautiously pushed the door and entered the class, clearly feeling the crowd's ignorance as a cruel daily habit. Amidst the chatter about going to a cafe after school, she sat quietly with a posture completely detached from the surrounding world. Her eyes flashed with sorrow as she listened to the excited invitations that she was inherently never a part of. Suddenly, she turned to remind the friend next to her that his lips were chapped and advised him to use lip balm right away. Even though the male student doubtfully asked if this lip balm was clean, Xiaowu patiently affirmed that it was completely brand new. The act of handing over the item took place in silence, making her secretly think that if others saw this care, a new wave of gossip would surely start again. A male student pushed the door and entered the classroom, cutting through the somber atmosphere of Nam Xiaowu sitting blankly at her desk. He approached to question the two friends who were joking around and didn't forget to drop a sarcastic remark, telling that guy to look in the mirror to see how foolish he looked. Looking at the phone screen reflecting his own face, the male student could only curse in frustration upon realizing he had just become a laughingstock. The laughter of the female students echoed across the room as they discussed lip balm and skin tones, completely isolating Xiaowu behind the window. Sitting quietly amidst the bustle, Xiaowu's eyes clearly showed gloom as she witnessed the superficial social relationships happening right before her eyes. Looking at the interaction of the friends, she silently wondered why no one could view their relationship in a more different way. Was it that the nonchalance and innocence, when they were together, had become a shell blinding everyone around to a hidden truth? Fragments of memories about her aunt's advice and the scene of shopping for men's clothes suddenly rushed back, making Xiaowu inevitably dizzy at the changes of reality. Her hand unconsciously tapped lightly on the desk, a subconscious action containing a fierce craving to be truly understood by someone. Suddenly, the sound of her name being called out loudly from the classroom door made the small girl jump in panic, shattering her drifting train of thought. Nam Xiaowu was stunned to hear that the science teacher wanted to see her. She secretly worried, wondering why Ju Wonhyok's homeroom teacher was looking for her at this time. Meanwhile, a painfully bandaged hand appeared along with heavy breathing, hinting at the dark situation of a soul in hiding. In the empty classroom space, Ju Wonhyok sat alone in the dark, the silence enveloping the young man's solitary back. He bowed his head in contemplation with a face full of fatigue, as if psychological burdens were draining the last remaining bits of strength. A gloomy gaze directed towards the trapdoor of the military bunker, where Wonhyok secretly feared that Xiaowu would not show up today. At the science office, Xiaowu stood timidly in front of the teacher, who had just spoken up to confirm her identity, with a highly scrutinizing attitude. The teacher rummaged through documents while announcing that Ju Wonhyok had been absent for over a week, which made the atmosphere suddenly become unusually tense. His face clearly showed worry when facing the continuous troubles happening around this male student with highly mysterious whereabouts. Xiaowu completely froze when the teacher unexpectedly expressed surprise that she turned out to be a girl, making her only stare blankly and ask back in confusion. The teacher quickly explained that he only heard the two were close friends from other students, officially pulling Xiaowu into the center of suspicion. The teacher made a highly prejudiced remark about the name Nam Xiaowu, admitting that he had initially mistaken her for a male student. The direct question about the true relationship between the two made Xiaowu freeze, a bad premonition suddenly enveloping her mind. Fragments of memories about the shelter and the black shirt appeared as a warning that this conversation was being pushed in a highly negative direction. Quietly hiding her trembling hands behind her back, she tried to stay calm to explain that the two had originally known each other and been close since their elementary school days. A terrifying silence enveloped the room filled with files and books, where the teacher maintained an authoritative, cold expression without giving any response. The teacher suddenly spoke in a tone full of contempt, questioning the reason why she would associate with a kid who had such a terrible track record. Holding Wonhyok's school suspension warning paper in his hand, he firmly asserted that people of his kind were only ruining their own lives and would drag down those around them. He continued to dig deep into Xiaowu's situation of living with her aunt, reminding her to stay clear-headed because people sharing the same loneliness are very prone to developing blind empathy. Xiaowu was completely stunned by the insulting admonition that she absolutely must not do anything that would make her parents feel ashamed in the afterlife. Her eyes trembled in extreme indignation, silently wondering why someone holding the title of an educator could utter such cruel and disrespectful words. Just as the teacher was about to hand Won Hyok's suspension notice to the class president, Nam Xiaowu suddenly stopped with a mind full of turmoil. She unexpectedly slammed her hand on the desk and voiced a resolute objection, instantly making the atmosphere in the office incredibly tense. Xiaowu decisively took the notice and firmly asserted that she herself would be the one responsible for delivering this item. Not giving the teacher a chance to say another word, the little girl hurriedly turned her back and left to escape the scrutiny and suspicious questions. Shreds of paper fell scattered as she angrily tore the notice to pieces, silently resenting why everyone kept looking at them with such malicious eyes. Standing quietly by the trash can, Xiaowu bitterly asked herself whether those outsiders could truly understand the pain of them both. Memories of the two bonded children from the past resurfaced, serving as proof of a strong connection that she believed had not changed at all over time. Looking deep into the pile of shredded paper, she choked back tears, admitting to herself that she only yearned to find the peaceful and comfortable feeling of the old days. Xiaowu's eyes gleamed with a determination mixed with profound sadness, reflecting the impasse of a soul trying to protect its own secrets. The torn suspension notice lay silently next to a lip balm at the bottom of the trash can, marking a turbulent new chapter in the little girl's mind. Won Hyok's sinewy hand tightly gripped the rusted iron bar, the hollow sound of impact echoing through the gloomy space of the basement. He laboriously climbed the stairs with his arm wrapped in stark white bandages, his face clearly revealing a melancholic look along with psychological burdens that could not yet be eased. Right at that moment, Nam Xiaowu unexpectedly pushed the iron door and walked in. The light shining in from the outside left the little girl utterly shocked upon catching sight of the familiar figure. The two stood rooted to the spot in the middle of the cold room, silence enveloping them as the atmosphere suddenly became unusually suffocating. Won Hyok slightly turned his head, using a sharp gaze to question Xiaowu about the reason why she had suddenly been absent yesterday, without a single word of explanation. Faced with the relentless questioning, Xiaowu could only remain silent with a face full of sorrow, as if she were fiercely struggling with her own secrets. Noticing his friend's evasion, Won Hyok frowned in extreme annoyance and grumpily asked how much longer she planned to keep up that silent attitude. He bitterly confessed that he had almost decided to leave this shelter forever, making the impasse in Xiaowu's heart even heavier. Xiaowu stood motionless with her hands clumsily hidden in her skirt pockets, anxiety and defensiveness clearly showing through every small movement of the little girl. Immediately, Won Hyok glared intensely at that anomaly and coldly interrogated her about what mysterious thing she was ultimately hiding in her pocket. With sweat beading on her face, Nam Xiaowu bowed her head in silence, as if trying to suppress an immense sorrow in her heart. Causing Won Hyok to become undeniably impatient, he stepped closer and grumpily questioned why she still refused to tell him anything. Faced with the relentless interrogation, Won Hyok suddenly paused with a look of pure astonishment upon noticing the unusual determination in the little girl's eyes. Xiaowu unexpectedly reached out and lifted Won Hyok's chin. She quietly observed every wound on his face with an incredibly serious demeanor, then softly remarked that his lips were currently badly chapped as well and needed to be treated right away. She quickly rummaged through her skirt pocket for the familiar red lip balm, sincerely offering him to borrow it for the time being. Won Hyok hastily averted his gaze and coldly told her to forget about it, because he assumed she had already used this item before. Suddenly, the memory of the image of Xiaowu sitting alone with her face buried in the noisy classroom returned like a bitter pill for a soul enduring so much trauma. Xiaowu slightly furrowed her brows in determination, asserting that since they were friends, sharing a trivial item like this was completely normal. She decisively pressed the lip balm into Won Hyok's hand and strongly urged him to apply a lot so that his lips would no longer hurt. Nam Xiaowu stumbled back in shock, her eyes widening in fear at Won Hyok's reaching hand. He lightly touched his own neck, silently realizing that the conversation between the two had once again hit the dead end of their old impasses. Won Hyok raised his hand to his face, melancholically asking why Xiaowu could no longer face and look straight at him like before. He unexpectedly grabbed her wrist tightly, bitterly asserting that in the end, even their dream of escape was solely to run away from those people out there. Won Hyuk moved closer, taking the initiative to hold the lip balm and telling her to stand still so he could apply it for her, despite Xiaowu's continuous refusal. The bright red tip of the lip balm slowly approached in the suffocating and extremely tense atmosphere between the two lonely souls. Suddenly, Won Hyuk's body jolted, causing him to dizzily cover his mouth, and the lip balm in his hand immediately dropped to the cold basement floor. The ground beneath their feet abruptly shook violently, making him hastily utter an apology, while Xiaowu panicked and worriedly asked if he was okay. Won Hyuk wearily bent down intending to pick up the item, while Xiaowu hurriedly reached out to support the boy who was gradually getting exhausted. Standing above Xiaowu, who was sitting flat on the floor, Won Hyuk held the lip balm and questioned why she had continuously maintained such a distant attitude since yesterday. Looking down at the shoes on the floor, Won Hyuk grumpily asked why Xiaowu stubbornly carried an item that she never even used herself. Sitting flat on the rusted stairs, Xiaowu confusingly explained that it was all just a joke and she was only teasing him like friends do. Lightly twisting the red lip balm in his hand, Won Hyuk's face flushed slightly as he deepened his voice to question the definition of a joke between friends. Sensing the atmosphere abruptly turning suffocating, Xiaowu awkwardly made an excuse that she needed to go find something to wipe the lip balm clean. Before she could even stand up, a forceful footstep suddenly stomped on the floor, closing in on her with completely overwhelming power. Won Hyuk bent down to engulf Xiaowu's tiny figure sitting flat on the ground, leaving the little girl stunned and speechless. Xiaowu widened her eyes looking at him with a sweat-beaded face, her heart full of shock upon hearing Won Hyuk confess that he had never thought she saw him as a friend. He moved even closer, casually declaring that if they were friends, then he himself also had the right to pull this joke on her. Won Hyuk's rough hand gently lifted Xiaowu's chin, his gaze locked onto her intensely tense and highly guarded face. He tightly held her in an overwhelming posture, quietly warning Xiaowu to quickly let go unless she truly wanted to meet a tragic end just like his. Won Hyuk's hand tightly gripped Xiaowu's chin, making the little girl completely immobile. Her eyes overflowed with astonishment, mixed with anxiety amidst the dark space. From a high angle, two lonely souls sat close to each other in the middle of the cold basement, where silence was enveloping all the secret calculations of the other. Won Hyuk gently used the lip balm to apply it on Xiaowu's lips. Every movement contained a carefulness, as if afraid of hurting his only friend. He sat on the rusted stairs, his long legs surrounding Xiaowu like an invisible barrier, seemingly protecting her while also wanting to imprison her here forever. Fragments of memories about the pain-filled past suddenly flashed into Xiaowu's mind, making her bitterly realize that she had spent too much time avoiding the truth. Won Hyuk lifted her chin and softly asked whether all the suffering she was enduring originated from his haunting presence. Xiaowu awkwardly made an ugly face to hide her surging embarrassment, clumsily denying that she was thinking about anything profound right now. Won Hyuk's thumb lightly rubbed against Xiaowu's soft lips, a highly possessive action that suddenly made the atmosphere breathtakingly tight. He moved even closer, his melancholic gaze locking onto her flushing red face in the terrifying quietness of the military bunker. The distance between the two seemed completely erased, leaving Xiaowu wide-eyed in astonishment at Won Hyuk's fierce emotional outburst. Won Hyuk's hand tightly grasped Xiaowu's petite face, making her completely immobile, the little girl's eyes clearly showing absolute terror. He quietly observed her with a profound gaze, seemingly trying to search for a ray of hope within the dark underground space. His rough finger gently stroked her soft lips, a clumsy act of care that nonetheless carried a heavy pressure of possession. Won Hyuk held Xiaowu firmly in his arms in the middle of the cold basement, determined to finish applying the lip balm as if to stamp his ownership on his only friend. The boy's eyes suddenly turned unusually melancholic, reflecting the ultimate loneliness of someone always chased away by the outside world. Xiaowu shyly spoke up, begging him to stop this action. Her heartbeat suddenly became chaotic because of the excessive closeness. Won Hyuk silently looked at the lip balm in his hand with a sorrowful expression, as if he were being torn apart by unnamed emotions. Unexpectedly, he deepened his voice and declared that if she was done, then now was the time for him to start carrying out his own intention. The distance between the two narrowed to a suffocating degree as Won Hyuk leaned close to Seo Woo's face, which was blushing red from embarrassment. The little girl's eyes widened in sheer astonishment, completely stunned by her old friend's highly dramatic and bold act of closing in. Won Hyuk's rough finger softly brushed against Seo Woo's soft lips, creating a highly possessive contact that completely paralyzed the little girl. Seo Woo frantically used her hand to cover her mouth to stop a startled cry, her eyes wide in shock before his heavy breathing and fiery gaze. The two lonely souls sat flat on the cold basement floor, where Won Hyuk was using his entire body to surround and completely overpower the little girl's defenses. He closed in as if wanting to erase all distance, making Seo Woo's heart tremble incessantly in extreme tension within the dark space. Unexpectedly, Won Hyuk let go and bowed his head in deep remorse. He mumbled a belated apology after that dangerous, spontaneous action. Seo Woo was left in a state of shock. She could only silently raise her hand to smooth her hair with a mind still severely shaken. The little girl tremblingly questioned the true meaning of the moment just now, a feeling of unease creeping into every cell as she realized the mental instability of her old friend. In contrast to Won Hyuk's gloomy expression, Seo Woo tried to suppress her fear to force a strained smile, speaking softly to soothe the suffocating atmosphere. All the memory fragments of a close-knit childhood suddenly rushed back, reminding her that the connection between the two had been forever distorted by a cruel reality. Seo Woo sank deep into an ultimate emptiness. She desperately yearned to escape the feeling of guilt and the deadlock that was strangling her soul right now. Won Hyuk gently loosened his grip, his melancholic eyes looking straight at Seo Woo as he softly reassured her that everything was fine right now. He grasped the little girl's trembling hands, casually repeating that the action earlier was just a joke and that true friends often treated each other like that. Looking at her hands being tightly squeezed in domination, Seo Woo silently asked herself if, in Won Hyuk's world, friendship truly included such boundary-crossing gestures. The boy firmly asserted that it was a given, but then suddenly fell silent when questioned by her about whether he actually had any friends, leading to a bitter admission about his lonely existence. Won Hyuk tried to dispel the suffocating atmosphere by affirming that everything was fine between friends, even though Seo Woo could only bow her head and endure it in a state of deadlock. His face sank into the darkness of the basement, reflecting the pain of a soul craving connection but not knowing the proper way to express it. He unexpectedly closed in on her with a sharp gaze, pressing for the reason why she hadn't accepted letting him do this action earlier if the two were truly friends. The lip balm lay silently on the cold basement floor as a mute testament to his highly extreme declaration about how friends behave towards each other. Won Hyuk turned his face away with a sorrow-filled expression. His silence at this moment radiated an invisible pressure that made the surrounding space incredibly heavy. Finally, the boy gently reached out to touch Seo Woo's hair and agreed to let her go with a brief confirmation, closing the highly turbulent moment between the two. Won Hyuk softly spoke up, telling Seo Woo that she didn't necessarily have to answer, making the little girl merely bow her head to hide her eyes full of heavy thoughts. This feeling of being trapped seemed even worse than before. She silently asked herself what that emotion just now was when she couldn't even define it herself. Suddenly, a strong hand abruptly grabbed her wrist, a decisive action to prevent any intention of evasion from the other party. Seo Woo panicked and uttered a word of rejection, but Won Hyuk maintained his oppressive posture. Despite the surging shock in the little girl's heart, she tremblingly explained that no matter what he was calculating, the truth was inherently not like that, because to her, he always occupied a place. The assertion that Won Hyuk was her only one made the boy freeze, his melancholic eyes suddenly wavering violently in the underground bunker space. Unexpectedly, Won Hyuk lifted Seo Woo up decisively, ignoring the startled cry and the utter astonishment of the little girl at that moment. He silently trudged through the cold water, ignoring Seo Woo's weak resistance and her relentless questions about this bizarre behavior. Won Hyuk deepened his voice, questioning whether friendship was truly what she desired, only to softly agree to compromise, but with a single, highly mysterious condition. He coldly threatened that if he let go now, she would get soaked, and then she would be forced to stay stuck here with him until her clothes were completely dry. Won Hyuk closed in, forcing Seo-woo to make a final decision immediately in the suffocating atmosphere of the underground bunker. Seo-woo anxiously looked up at the rusted escape route in the distance and timidly pressed him about the real condition hidden behind that mysterious offer. He carried the little girl through the dark bunker, jealously questioning whether there was any other guy friend besides him who would dare to do similar actions with her. Seo-woo's eyes trembled in shock. She softly let out a sorrowful denial about her own lonely reality. Leaning her head on her old friend's shoulder, she choked back tears and confessed a heartbreaking truth that Won Hyuk was the only friend she had in this world. Won Hyuk silently listened to that sincere confession, his psychological burdens seemingly easing somewhat as he secretly recalled the sarcastic remark about his loser status she had once directed at him. Seo-woo awkwardly tried to explain to clear up the misunderstanding about what she said earlier, while her heart rate kept increasing due to the overly close contact. A profound gaze reflected from Won Hyuk's melancholic eyes. It seemed he was silently enjoying the feeling of satisfaction at becoming the little girl's only exception. Seeing his unusually smug expression, Seo-woo astonishingly questioned whether he was a weirdo for feeling happy being called a loser like that. Won Hyuk casually confirmed it with a highly decisive assertion, officially erasing the last bit of distance between the two lonely souls in the shelter. Won Hyuk stepped closer and coldly questioned Seo-woo's final choice amidst the tense atmosphere of the underground bunker, leaving the little girl completely stunned, her trembling eyes pressing him about the true condition hidden behind his mysterious offer. He suddenly lifted Seo-woo up decisively and ordered her to stay still if she didn't want to fall into the cold water. Seo-woo gloomily blamed Won Hyuk for leaving her in isolation, even though her mind was being disturbed by the overly close contact. Won Hyuk slightly paused when he brought her close to the dark stone wall, creating a terrifying moment of silence that enveloped both souls. The little girl's gaze suddenly became lost. She silently asked herself whether she was ultimately running away from reality or gradually being manipulated by him. Looking at the old shoes dangling in midair, Won Hyuk softly confirmed that she was still safe, ignoring the deadlock surging in the other's heart. He continued to trudge silently through the vast water toward the exit, simultaneously reminding her that he had not yet revealed the true condition of the wish. Returning to the suffocating classroom, Seo-woo sat with her head bowed in exhaustion. A weary sigh echoed in a space filled with alienation. Despite the surrounding classmates constantly whispering and mocking her orphan status, the little girl quietly endured this cruel isolation. Seo-woo rested her head on the desk with a sweat-beaded face, her mind completely falling into a messy jumble of anxiety. She began to question the real reason behind the strange emotions she had to experience during the turbulent period earlier. Hazy images of the past returned, making her bitterly admit that she had truly been very terrified, yet could not clearly identify where that fear originated from. Standing quietly by the classroom window, Seo-woo's eyes overflowed with sorrow as she gazed in an undefined direction outside the school. Her sight was glued to the gray defense wall in the distance, a place that seemed to be hiding the secrets that initiated the wicked condition she was facing. The little girl asked herself in shock what kind of horrific condition was making her old friend take such extreme actions. Returning to reality in the underground bunker, Won Hyuk held Seo-woo tightly and affirmed that everything would happen exactly as she had mentioned. He gently touched her hair, emphasizing a highly possessive truth that from now on, the only person beside her could only be him. Won Hyuk pinned her against the dark wall with a sharp gaze, pressing to see if she intended to keep this secret just for the two of them. He coldly ordered her absolutely not to associate with anyone else. In return, he would accept being a normal friend for life, as she had always wished. Seo-woo sat blankly at her desk, her hand gently touching her nape while her mind was besieged by Won Hyuk's childishly possessive demand not to make friends with anyone but him. Even though she felt that demand was ridiculous, she still found a bit of reassurance because the relationship between the two would not change. Right when the teacher announced the class was about to welcome a transfer student, the little girl maintained an indifferent attitude as she was too used to her daily loneliness, quietly listening to the teacher instruct the newcomer to sit next to her to share the textbook. Amidst the whispering chatter of the classmates about the handsome but scarred appearance of the newcomer, Seo-woo silently told herself that no one would bother approaching a faded entity like her. Even as that male student sat down in the seat next to her, she still resolutely directed her gaze out the window and affirmed to herself that she had no intention of getting close to anyone here. Her eyes remained glued to the gray military structure in the distance, silently praying that it was enough for her life to just keep passing peacefully like this. Unexpectedly, a strong hand reached out and slammed the window shut, creating a hollow thud that severed all of the little girl's lingering thoughts. The newcomer suddenly leaned in close, using his arm to enclose Seo-woo's space in an overwhelmingly dominant and incredibly familiar posture that left her completely stunned. He casually offered an explanation that the action was only to prevent the cold air from the AC from escaping, while his hand remained placed right next to her head as a silent warning. Seo-woo looked up in shock at the simultaneously unfamiliar and familiar face of the person opposite her, her heart seemingly skipping a beat upon hearing his highly intimate and mysterious greeting. Ji Song-chan flashed a sinister smile and casually greeted Nam Seo-woo after a long time of not seeing each other.